Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Unlocked a Conscious One for All. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Book 1, On the Prospect of Peace. MHA Seasons 1-3. Symbol of Peace Returns. Article written by Lady Curious. Posted 10 months ago. Mizudafu, Shizuoka, SPJDV. Villains sit up straight, civilians smile, and the public has only a cheery hello to give when All Might comes back from his time in America. This week's hometown hero, Japan's beloved #1, is back in town. He fills in for other heroes, he fills in for sidekicks, fills in for whoever he can. He'll do whatever is required of him on a daily basis. Fill in for you as a manager? He'd do that too, he'd be willing to do that, said HPSC boardman Zura Hanta. All Might retired from Japan in 2043, only coming from America a mere 7 years ago, and spent his time away from Mizudafu. And what a memorable entrance our hero provided us, changing the weather with his fists as he saved a student from the clutches of a terrifying villain. He'll come up here and say, "What can I do to help you?" He'll answer phones, he'll file, he'll do whatever we need him to do with a smile, said a Might Tower employee. What else makes him so good? One passerby from the rescue today says it's his latest advanced commitment to come back to the city after his time away and his sense of honor. All Might has earned the respect of Japan, and there is nay a voice who would speak against him, civilians and villains alike. Well, I'm here to protect and serve my beautiful country, All Might told us. Not only is heroism my duty, it's my passion, and I get paid for my passion, so of course I'll find a way to come out here and help out where I can. He says he planned on a 25-year hero career. That was 41 years ago and counting. Izuku dragged a hand down his face, burying himself in a nearby pillow when he realized was still smiling dopily hours after coming back from his final training session with All Might. He's been giddy ever since All Might, the All Might, gave him his hair to eat, which was still weird to think about. But now, Izuku has another tool for becoming a hero. He has a quirk. He has a greater chance of helping even more people than had been possible before, and he's never been more excited. Currently, after 10 months of intensive training, Izuku can confidently say he would have gotten his butt handed to him if he tried to become a hero the same way he had been earlier. Sure, logically he always knew heroes would need to be strong and capable, but he never seemed to understand the amount of work it would take to provide that strength. Thankfully, All Might agreed to help train him and even made up a diet plan for him. Of course, Izuku had to go out of his way to figure out which no-name brands would work as good replacements since he wasn't getting any extra money from Inko, and Izuku was still holding on to his hero merch, telling himself he'd only sell his collection when he absolutely needed to. All Might even came up with this huge all-American dream plan, which is the whole reason Izuku was confident enough to try to become a real pro-hero now. You see, at the beginning of all of this, Izuku was sure that he would only ever be fighting against the world, not just villains. Too many people had told him it would be impossible for him to become a hero. All they ever noticed was the fact that he wasn't born with a superpower, since that was a rarity these days. So Izuku thought he'd constantly be defending himself against Japan, both the citizens and villains alike. But then All Might came by as a sort of saving grace. He promised he could help Izuku become the hero he's always wanted to be, and that's exactly what the man has done. He's helped prepare Izuku so well, he can already smile at the idea of future pro-hero Izuku, saving citizens and spreading hope across Japan. He can already taste that sweet victory that you only get when you've successfully saved someone. All Might had given him his quirk through his DNA, thus why Izuku had to eat his hair. Over the past 10 months, All Might had told Izuku more about the quirk and what it meant to him. To Japan. The quirk, One for All, was a sort of stockpiling quirk, one that accumulated the strength of the users and was given to the first user as a gift from his brother, which was how One for All was created. Such interesting stories and theories about the quirk kept Izuku up late some nights, scouring the internet, always a bit let down when he couldn't find anything to piece together the physical evidence of One for All. It really is interesting to think about though. Izuku shook his head, trying to get his thoughts back on track. He really needed to focus on getting into UA first. The school that would be teaching him how to even begin to be a hero for Japan was something he ought to devote more time to in his mind. UA needs to be his top priority at this point in time. And, well, it would be awesome if he could actually activate this inherited power before the entrance exams happen. Honestly, after All Might had passed his quirk to Izuku, he did everything he could think of doing to see if it would activate. Izuku had been walking around all day, trying to find something new, but he hadn't felt weird wandering around the empty apartment while he was making dinner for himself, nor did he feel off when he was showering, but now that he's finally laid down in bed, he feels electric. There's just so much energy humming within his very core, like the quirk is directly underneath his skin, itching to be released. The feeling wasn't unwelcomed by Izuku. Not by a long shot. He was just giddy. The vast power he was feeling made him nervous for how exactly he planned on using this quirk, and, honestly, since Izuku had never actually activated a quirk before, he was more than nervous about this part of the process. He refused for his apprehension to hold him back from discovering more about One for All though, and, feeling like a kid on Christmas, Izuku rolled out of bed and slumped into his chair at his desk, propping his head with a lazy hand. He began writing feverishly about what he was feeling in his notebook, the faintest smell of ozone as he focused on the large amount of energy that was just underneath his skin, the speculations of how this powerful quirk would present itself, and the advice All Might had given him. To be completely honest, Izuku didn't particularly want to deal with a powerful quirk with the only advice being, clench your butt and smash. So he held off on trying to experiment with the quirk for now. Not that he wasn't grateful for everything All Might had done for him and given him. It's just, well, that can't be the only advice Izuku uses when he goes to activate the quirk, can it? Maybe he could run around before the exam and try out a few of his theories, especially with Recovery Girl in UA. She would be sure to be able to fix anything that got messed up if he couldn't get a handle on the quirk in time, especially if he texted All Might beforehand and let him know his thoughts on trying to use the quirk before running into a school-sanctioned entrance exam without any semblance of control of this quirk. With that thought in mind, Izuku felt himself slipping into unconsciousness before he could make it to his warm bed, haphazardly falling asleep in his arms at the desk. What did 8 say to him? Someone yelled. Izuku blinked himself awake, blearily rubbing at his eyes before noticing the dark room he woke up in. The room itself looked like a cozy movie theater room with low lights, complete with blankets strewn everywhere and pillows piled into a corner of the largest couch. Which time? Someone else deadpanned. I can't. Nana, what did you teach that boy? Me. I didn't teach him that. Was he even going to tell the boy how to use it? A woman's voice, Nana, responded. Izuku seriously didn't know what was happening. All throughout the room, 7 shadowy figures stood or sat in various places, all yelling about something that 8 did. Cautiously, Izuku looked down at his own body, seeing the t-shirt and shorts he fell asleep in complete with the shadowy glow the others were surrounded in, and looked at the other people before timidly clearing his throat. As if that was a cue, all bickering ceased and each shadowy figure was now staring intently at Izuku. Idly, he wondered if there was any way the floor could swallow him up in here before he heard light laughter coming from one of them. The floor can't swallow you up in here, a man with greasy light blue hair and porcelain skin said. Horrified that Izuku had been mumbling, he got ready to apologize, but before he could, they continued. You also weren't mumbling. Welcome to the void. We are the past one for all users. Pleasure to meet you. Izuku was stunned into silence, his mind running through theories about what this means and if this quirk created a sentient part of itself, and how the hell was he even able to see the man, and what does this mean for him Ishising-di? Hey buddy. We can hear your thoughts right now. A broad man spoke roughly, although it sounded like he was amused at what he heard, but Izuku wasn't sure. He was bald and seemed to be blunt. Izuku privately didn't think he minded that they had access to a few of his thoughts and nodded dumbly towards the man. Right. This is fine. Izuku mumbled out, feeling exceptionally distraught. He had one too many questions about what was happening to focus on what else was happening. He was so close to writing this interaction off as a fever dream before the first man awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, this void is where the imprint of the past users reside. We don't actually know how you're able to access us, but this is good. The previous man cheered, looking slightly too excited for this strange situation. You can just call me first or Yoshi. Izuku offered a small smile and nodded. Introductions. Izuku could do introductions. With a heavy sigh, a tall, intimidating figure leaned further up against the far wall with his eyes closed, looking exceptionally done with everything. Izuku presumed that would happen when your imprint is literally stuck with other people for however long the quirk exists. Just call me second. The man said, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'm third. Another man said with a clipped tone. His tall hair reminded Izuku a bit of Present Mix and quickly stomped down that particular train of thought before anyone could pick up on it. Fourth. A man with shoulder-length hair announced with a long sigh. Izuku quickly sent him a small smile, not wanting to seem insensitive to Fourth, who sported a large scar that ran down through his eye and nodded once again. I am fifth. The bald buff man boomed out, crossing his arms and staring at Izuku. I'm sixth, I guess. A smaller boy said, looking exceptionally like best jeanist in his attire. I'm the seventh user, but just call me Nana. A woman said, smiling warmly at him. Izuku idly wondered if his mother could ever smile like that too, but stomped hard on that thought once he noticed Nana's smile became strained. After a second too long of waiting for someone to introduce themselves as 8, Izuku just cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed that he had waited for All Might to reintroduce himself here. Especially since First had already said they didn't know how this was happening, making him think that All Might hasn't dealt with this kind of issue. It is nice to meet you all. Just call me Izuku or Ninth, he said, waving a bit shyly to the room. Did Toshi ever give you more information about One for All by chance? Nan asked. Izuku just ped his head to the side and furrowed his eyebrows, trying to remember if All Might had ever said anything about it, Toshi knowing about the quirk too. Toshi, you mean All Might? Izuku finally asked. All at once, the past users fell into chaos. That blonde buffoon never told you his name? First yelled, looking exceptionally distraught. Izuku just blinked at the man in response and he hollered louder while gripping his head. Nana, what the fuck dash? Sixth started. Hey! Nana screamed, silencing the room. Fine. I will take this fault for him, but we have an opportunity to mentor Ninth right now. We can fix this. Around the room, the other users seemed to be curious about this and a few nods made their way around the room, bearing second and third, and eventually First sighed and nodded as well. Alright, First started. One of your theories on our quirk is correct. You must use it throughout your body. None of that weird limb-to-limb thing you were thinking of. And be sure to regulate the power of One for All. As it stands right now, you cannot handle it at its full capacity. Izuku just nodded along, chiming in with his own theories, murmuring to himself. I was thinking along the lines of percents to AHM, have an easier time figuring out where I am and what type of progress I would make with our quirk. Also, if this is a sentient part of the quirk, then what does that mean for me? For example, once I leave the void, then will I still hear you all? And what type of mentoring are you all wanting to focus on? I think we could work well together with the quirk itself and the output, but for physical training and combat, that may be more difficult to put together. It was silent for a moment before Izuku's face lit up bright red, realizing he had just mumbled in front of the past users of OFA and these guys were so nice and he absolutely just messed the entire thing up and now foo. Those are good ideas, Ninth, First called out, providing a small smile with his words. Izuku relaxed a bit while the man kept talking. Let's start with working on the quirk. Kind of like those quirk counselors. Especially since you'll be learning how to be a hero, they'll take care of physical training. Our mentorship can be with us, helping you know what to expect from the quirk for now. Okay, Izuku hesitantly looked around the room, noticing that he had their attention. He soldiered on. Well, I just wondered. First, this quirk that your brother gave you was stockpiling, but what exactly does it stockpile? Good question, Ninth, First said. The stockpile seems to be of whoever has the quirk. Not speaking in terms of power, but of what we can offer you. That might be why the quirk gets more powerful throughout every user since it seems to be pulling from the other's energy source. Izuku nodded, content with that explanation. It made much more sense than just power because how does one collect an accurate measure of someone's power? That never made much sense to Izuku, but if the quirk was stockpiling past users' imprints, then the quirk is bound to continue growing and evolving and probably offering insane things Izuku hasn't even thought of yet, which means when they go to register the quirk, he should definitely avoid simply writing down super strength because who knows how their energy will manifest through Izuku? 9th, Nana called him to attention. None of us have ever seen the void before we died, but we are able to see your movements, almost like us sitting at a TV screen that would be your eyes. Do not get discouraged if you cannot contact us outside of the void. Izuku just nodded again, giving her a small smile. To be honest, Izuku suspected this mentorship would be more difficult than the usual way, mostly because his new mentors were dead and also inside his brain, but he didn't mind. Nothing truly worth something came easy anyways. That's very true. 9th, 5th called to him. You will suffer from quirk exhaustion in the beginning since you've never had one before, but it focuses more on your body. You'll feel more physically tired than usual after you use it. Izuku nodded, grateful for these guys explaining the quirk. He'd been so nervous about using it, he was contemplating just doing the thing quirkless, but if he has a tool to become a hero, he wants to be able to use it. All of it. Thank you, all of you. Izuku manages to stutter out, giving everyone in the room a grateful smile, hoping they understand how much he appreciates their help. I hope we'll speak more in the future. 9th, but for now, you should probably get back to the real world. First announces, smiling softly at him. Izuku just smiles and nods. He let his eyes close as he focused on thinking about his room and the table he was currently sleeping on. He thought about his body there, the position he was still in, and the cramps he would most likely get tomorrow because of his poor decision-making for sleeping arrangements. Izuku abruptly felt a mental slam happen to him before suddenly falling back asleep, more confused than necessary about what just happened. I am here. I am here. I am he dash. Izuku slammed his fist down onto his alarm clock before he even opened his eyes. With a groan, Izuku peeled his forehead off the surface of his desk before stretching, enjoying how his back was cracking and joints popping before limply letting his entire weight fall back into his desk chair with a dramatic sigh. Suddenly, he was hit full force with the memories of his talk with the past one for all users. Forgetting about his momentary pain from sleeping at his desk, he dove into his notebook, ready to write about theories and test the limits of the quirk he was given, excited at the prospect of finally having a quirk in his possession to analyze for himself. Isn't 9th gonna be late if he keeps writing? Wow, that thought sounded a lot like 4th. 9th, can you hear us? Holy if, that sounded like Nana. Izuku nodded frantically, words failing him before he thought out a yes, and raced around his room after finally looking at the time. He listened to the cheers of 1st and the booming laughter from 5th while he brushed his teeth and threw on his middle school uniform at the same time. Izuku, having done this many times before, hopped into his pants while making his way downstairs in search of something to eat for breakfast while he listened to Nana half-heartedly scolding him for jumping down the stairs while putting pants on, all while 4th kept encouraging his daring stunts. He had to admit he would be comfortable if this was his new routine for a while. With 1st laughing so hard Izuku would have been scared if the man wasn't dead, and 3rd grumbling at everyone to shut up, Izuku smiled to himself as he whipped up some eggs and reheated some rice before racing back upstairs to get his notebooks and pencils around in his bag. Sonny, remember your eggs. Nana's presence and reminder might have been a lifesaver for Izuku because he raced right back down the staircase and rounded the corner before noticing how pitiful the eggs looked, sad and deflated as soon as he turned the stove off and set them atop of his rice. Oh well, Izuku thought to himself, still food. Quickly, Izuku shoveled the food into his mouth before tossing the dishes in the sink with a clang and went to grab his keys and phone before jumping into his shoes and racing out the door. He, once again, smiled to himself as he listened to Nana and 1st discuss the residential area he lived in and only noticed how odd it'd be to smile to himself once he hopped in a train car and half of the morning rush crowd glanced at him awkwardly before returning a smile of their own. Not my brightest moment, but oh well, Izuku thought to himself, internally gearing up to scold himself. He wasn't supposed to bring attention to himself, so he kept his head down and hands wrapped around the straps of his book bag as the train took off. Thankfully, he only had to suffer through 2 stops before his came up, and soon enough he was racing out the doors, eager to make it into UA. When he got there, Izuku couldn't help but stare and be impressed by the sheer size of the school. It was beautiful, and if everything went right today, this would be his high school for the next 3 years. Gawk at the place later. Izuku nodded at Sixth's annoyed comment and raced across the front entrance path as soon as he registered himself at the front gate, not wanting to be any later than he already was. Watch your feet, Sonny. Izuku nodded to himself as he cautiously avoided a crack that would have sent him sprawling, sending a quick thank you towards Nana. He really didn't feel like letting his potential future classmates know how clumsy he could be before officially meeting them, if he gets in. Finally, he made it into his designated classroom and slipped into a seat in the back of the class and dropped his book bag. Internally praising the gods, Ectoplasm entered the room before any of the other test takers could talk to him or bother him. Once the hero, Ectoplasm, passed out the tests and let them start, he raced through the mathematics and English portion with ease. History was a bit harder, mostly because he had 6 dead people trying to correct his answers and Third kept telling everyone to shut up, but he got through it all the same. His favorite part of the test was the hero laws and regulations he had to fill in before he got to a small analysis portion. He didn't even notice how nervous Ectoplasm seemed when he shyly asked for more paper and proceeded to write at the speed of light. All too soon, Izuku was finished with the written portion and shuffled into the auditorium with the other contestants. Nervously, he found his seat to the left of Kaken and sat down, internally freaking out about the possibility of having to test in the same area as his childhood friend. You still call him a friend? Oh, that was first. He's still my childhood friend, I can't just dismiss that, Izuku thought back, not entirely excited to defend both himself and Kaken from his mentors while he was trying to calm his nerves. Izuku sighed, ignorant of the odd look he got from Kaken. But nothing. No one in our lives has ever corrected him or his behavior. Hell, they even praised him when his insults got creative. I can't just pretend he's the only guilty party. He mentally felt most of the one for all users sigh, but they eventually calmed down once they heard Present Mike step up on stage with a, "Can I get a Y each?" word. Fifth thought, making Izuku fight to stifle a laugh at the silence in the auditorium. Izuku listened to Present Mike. OMG, talk about the practical, introducing their opponents, which were FING robots, and flipped through the packet he had received, watching out of the corner of his eye as Kaken did the same and began reading through the information listed, trying to find anything special about the robots. The idea that one was there worth 0 points rubbed Izuku and his fellow vestiges the wrong way. Nothing in heroics is ever worth 0 points, kid. Izuku just nodded to himself, letting his resolve for avoiding any 0-pointers grow. Shut up, Deku. Kaken hissed under his breath, making Izuku hyper-aware that he had been muttering this whole time about the instructions packet. Mouthing a sheepish, sorry, towards him, Izuku looked back into his packet before someone in front of them spoke up. Excuse me. The kid with dark blue hair and glasses stood up, chopping his arms into 90-degree angles while interrupting Present Mic's explanation. Rude. There is a 4th robot shown in our packets but not one presented on the board. This is shameful if this is a misprint on UA's part. Also dash dot. Thank you examinee 7144. Present Mike interrupted the kid, making Izuku laugh into his hand once first chimed in and said karma. On the bright side it looked like Kaken was smirking a bit, almost like he was laughing with Izuku because of it. The blue-haired kid spluttered as the hero continued explaining. I was just getting to that part. Kaken snorted as Izuku wheezed through silent laughter, both oblivious to the offended look on the blue-haired kid's face that was shot their way as Present Mike kept talking. This is the 0-pointer. This robot is merely a distraction throughout the exam and it's in your best interest to avoid the robot. Your practical scores will not account for defeating a robot worth 0 points after all. Soon after Present Mike finished explaining the exam and the testing locations, Izuku and a few other kids boarded onto a bus to get to their locations. Excited and just a bit nervous, Izuku listened in to the debate Fourth was having with Fifth. Are you serious right now? You would condone that sheet? Well, more like a verbal beatdown that Fourth was giving to Fifth, but a conversation all the same. Of course I'm serious. Are you telling me you've never had popcorn and manned a mess together? What kind of a hero are you? I was a FING vigilante, damn base. Language boys. Nana tried to intervene. Damn base? What the hell is a damn base? I will shove my boots so far up your butt you'll smell the leather. I don't want to hear your sass. You know what I meant. Izuku admittedly had to stifle a laugh at their argument. It felt nice to listen to people bicker without fearing for their safety. Izuku hadn't really grown up with much interaction, but this was surprisingly nice. All too soon, Izuku and his fellow examinees clambered off the bus and stood in front of a gate, with present Mike to the side. Izuku decided to stretch, not wanting anything to F up when he finally decided to activate their quirk for the first time, and what would happen? Izuku has no idea. This morning Nana had said that most users took to the quirk in different ways. Izuku saw the blue-haired boy storming his way over to him and freaked out for a second before deciding to move closer to the front, not wanting to deal with whatever was making the other boy angry. All right, listeners. Present Mike shouted, grabbing the attention from everyone while the gates to the mock city opened wider. Start. Move knife. Izuku ran as soon as his mentors started yelling at him to move, not aware of the light scolding present Mike was giving to everyone else who had continued to stay frozen much like Izuku had been moments ago. All right, Izuku thought to himself and the vestiges as he raced into a relatively small alleyway. How the f do I turn it on? Just reach for it, right? Nana sent the confirmation, and Izuku nodded to himself, determined as he felt for that large pool of energy swirling around inside of him. Soon enough, a shadow fell over his alley and he looked up to find a two-pointer locked onto his figure. Now or never, Sixth prodded, ever so helpfully. Izuku jumped out of the way when FING lasers shot at him from the robot's eyes. Cursing under his breath, Izuku ran towards the robot, ignoring every instinct he had and felt. He quickly yanked a small pole out from the concrete sidewalk and ran, smelling the ozone that accompanied his quirk, feeling pure energy flick around his entire form, and paused, calling on the quirk once his bones started feeling pressured. Jumping much higher than Izuku knew was possible without a quirk, he landed with his feet on the chest of the robot and stabbed the pole through it. Hop off! One of the vestiges yelled at Izuku, forcing him to jump away from the falling robot. Landing in a crouch, Izuku heard a crack and looked down, amazed to see the sidewalk had spider-webbed fractures spread all around where his feet were planted. Holy shit! As soon as Izuku had landed and screamed, he began running around like the devil was chasing him. Quite honestly, he was feeling pretty energized by the force he could feel being provided to him by this quirk. He came across many 1- and 2-pointers, quickly disposing of them with as much vicious accuracy as the first robot he came across. Soon enough, he ran across a purple-haired boy about to get flattened by a 3-pointer. Quickly, Izuku ripped a stop sign out from the ground and leaped, slicing off the robot's head and pushing the body backwards so it wouldn't fall on top of the other examinee. Did you just steal my robot? The boy asked, obviously annoyed with Izuku. You didn't move fast enough, that thing was going to rip you to shreds. Izuku responded, already picking his stop sign back up and getting ready to take off. Of course you would see it that way. The boy responded. Izuku, feeling exasperated, just stormed over to him and shoved the makeshift weapon in his hands. If I can fight robots after getting my quirk just now, so can you, Izuku said, angrily and hurriedly, completely missing the look of shock and surprise on the purple-haired boy's face. The joints and necks are weak points. Most of the poles and stop signs can put them out of commission. I hope we'll meet again after this. Now move. Izuku jumped to the side and watched as the other boy did the same, both narrowly missing being hit with beaming lasers coming from another 3-pointer. Izuku looked over at the boy, smiling once he saw the look of pure determination on his face. Nodding to the boy, he ran out of that alley to find new robots to crush. The last thing he saw before leaving was the boy running towards the robot with the sign positioned like a javelin. Again, he came across more people about to get crushed by the robots and did his best to move them away from the rubble falling and robots' feet before racing over and slashing wildly at the weak points with spare poles. After rolling off of a defeated one-pointer, Izuku felt the ground rumble and shake while Present Mike yelled out something. He quickly made his way out towards the main street, seeing the examinees running towards the exit. Looking back the other way, he saw something that made him want to PSS his pants. The zero-pointer had finally come out and it was terrifying. The thing towered over the fake buildings, crushing everything it saw as it slowly walked through the streets. Just as Izuku was about to haul his butt away from that thing, he heard a cry coming from further down the street, closer to the zero-pointer. Is that a girl stuck under the rubble? The hell kind of hero exam is this? Izuku listened to first complain about the exam itself while running towards the girl stuck. He just couldn't ignore this, even if he knew that UA wouldn't intentionally hurt its contestants, but he still didn't want her to get hurt, didn't want her to feel alone throughout this. Hey, Izuku said breathlessly, skidding to a stop and dropping to his knees near her head. The rubble was pinning down her leg at the ankle. The girl just gasped through the tears streaming down her face when she saw him, her eyes filled with hurt and anger. Izuku knew intimately how she was feeling. The burn of tears coming out in the frustration of not being able to do anything about a terrible situation. What's your name? I'm Izuku. He tried to smile for her but quickly gave up when he turned most of his focus to the rubble. Can I even lift that? My it's Ochako. You are Araka Ochako. She responded, obviously annoyed at herself for how her statement came out in stutters through her tears. Izuku just took it all in stride and nodded. You can lift it, just don't pick it up, Sonny. Nana said, obviously tense. Nice to meet you, Ochako-chan, Izuku said, blocking out the sounds of the zero-pointer coming closer, too busy letting his mind with possible rescue situations to focus on the fact that he had addressed a girl by her given name. I'm going to lift this and I want you to push yourself out of the way. Can you do that? She nodded determinedly. Izuku cracked a small smile at her reaction, nodding back to her. Deal. Ready? Yes. Uraraka gasped, pushing her upper body up to be supported by her arms. Go! Izuku said, grimacing at the strain of the rubble, praying to every deity that this could go quickly. Uraraka wigged herself out from being stuck but fell back before she was able to get completely out. Out of nowhere, someone ran over, purple guy his mind helpfully supplied, and grabbed Uraraka by her armpits and dragged her all the way out. Izuku let the big piece of rubble drop heavily, content to just sit there for 10 hours until his energy comes back. Quirk overuse will do that to you, bud, but you need to move. As if coming back to life, Izuku finally registered the purple boy's panicked expression as the zero-pointers seemed to have caught up to them. Izuku scrambled to his feet and helped Uraraka onto the purple boy's back fully. Letting the energy take over his figure once again, Izuku looked at the pair and nodded at them. No words needed to be spoken as the purple boy raced off with Uraraka as quickly as he could manage, and Izuku raced back a few paces, picking up a discarded pole before twirling it around, staring up at the zero-pointer in determination to buy the two enough time to get away. Clenching his fist around the pole, Izuku poured another % of energy outward, letting the quirk get denser, feeling the creak in his bones and soared. Flying through the air, Izuku twisted around the pole, finding the best hold on it before slamming his feet into its shoulder and shoved the pole through the front of its neck. Thankfully, that seemed to have stopped the zero-pointer. Not so thankfully, the larger-than-life robot was currently toppling sideways with Izuku still on it. Hopping over the robot's head and racing across the robot's broad shoulders to the other side of it, Izuku leaped towards the building on the other side, rolling haphazardly as he made contact. Groaning, he got up with encouragement from Nana and watched as the zero-pointer finally toppled into the building across the street from him. Yes, ninth. That's how to do it. Izuku felt a particularly feral grin spread across his face as he stood straighter, listening to the vestiges praise him for his performance, and watched the zero-pointer stilled, finally taken out and buried in the side of a building. That's time. Examinees, please make your way to the entrance gates. Our very own recovery girl can see you at the medical tent if you so need it. Present Mike called, snapping Izuku out of his trance. With a giddy smile overtaking the feral grin, Izuku tiredly made his way down from the roof he was occupying. He did so much better than he ever imagined to do on the test and couldn't help but tentatively think that it had the possibility of being enough of the hero course, especially with the encouragement coming from Nana and First. Stumbling out of the gate, Recovery Girl made her way over to him looking particularly angry, though he had no idea what he did wrong nor could he care right now. "Young boy, that was very reckless, but I am very happy to see you're physically fine," she said, handing him a few gummies. "These will help replenish some of your energy so you can go home safely." Izuku just nodded his affirmation, too tired to speak and agree with the heroine. He was even too tired to properly freak out about meeting the Recovery Girl. That's how he knew he was going to crash as soon as he sat or saw his bed at home. Sluggishly moving on autopilot, Izuku went back to the lockers and grabbed his items before making his way to the train. Blessedly, after congratulating Izuku, his new mentors quieted down, allowing him to get home on autopilot. He made a beeline towards his bed before Nana started scolding him. "Sonny, you better not crash now. Go take a shower and get into comfortable clothes. You'll feel much better in the morning." Izuku reluctantly nodded his agreement and finally took care of his hygiene before letting his head hit the pillow. As he fell asleep, he heard a soft goodnight ninth whisper through his thoughts before he was out, dreams swirling through his mind about the exam he had just taken, excited for the future that lay before him. Black Lightning answers international rumors. Written by Curious and Company. Last year, Russian hero, Black Lightning, answered international calls to help defend the shores of central Japan from Typhoon Nanka along with our own mentionable heroes. Manuel, the water hose duo, Inasa Sr. and last but certainly not least Gang Orca and his crew. With international relationships tentatively rebuilding through disasters, Japan and Russia have been communicating more frequently, implying a conciliatory visit from the president himself during our very own social season. The excitement and bustle of Japan's social season has taken over everyone's minds, with holidays coming to celebrate and potential treaties on the horizon. Black Lightning has promised to make it a point to revisit Japan this month and is planning to hold a press conference with us once he comes over. In his own words, he had assured us he plans on repairing the bridge that should have never been burnt, while making a public alliance with the true heroes he previously worked with. For the past 2 weeks, Izuku had been DMing near unreachable, not that anyone was trying to reach out to him, and dangerously close to disassociative. The vestiges all offered their own ways of comfort through his anxiety. Fourth had offhandedly mentioned meditation as a way from Izuku to combat his stress while simultaneously exercising his quirk, and he latched onto that. Meditation with their quirk came surprisingly easy, although it offered his anxiety no help. But Izuku was using the quirk and getting it used to his body, while trying to play catch-up against everyone else, so he continued with it since it seemed to appease something in a dark corner of his mind. At this point, Izuku would consider the yoga and meditation he does in the living room every morning a grounding routine for himself. Which leads Izuku to the conclusion that he won't be stopping the quirk training meditation habit anytime soon, although he can't find it in himself to complain about his morning routine changing. To distract him from waiting for the entrance exam letter, All Might ended up coming over to take him out for a lunch celebration and to get their quirk registered with Izuku that morning. All Might, wait, it's Yagi right now, had knocked on the door like usual. Izuku ran around and ignored First laughing when he tripped over his shoes and opened the door with stars in his eyes like usual. What wasn't usual was Yagi-san giving him a hug while booming out, "Young Midoriya. You did so well," which sent him into a round of tears. Honestly, Yagi-san should be expecting it at this point. He can't just compliment Izuku out of the blue like that. Izuku didn't even use the quirk completely right. "I will say it as many times as I need, young Midoriya," Yagi-san said. Oops, Izuku might have been mumbling again. "You did well with welding your quirk during the exam. I'm proud of who you're becoming." Safe to say, Izuku was sent into a new round of tears before they were able to walk out of Izuku's home. Together they made their way to Yagi's favorite cafe with Yagi's comfortable commentary on the weather and Izuku's small comments following them. Soon enough, the pair got to the cafe and sat down at the corner booth that already had 2 menus on the table. A comfortable silence wrapped around the pair as they ordered their food, and Izuku was doing his best to ignore the vestiges until Sixth sarcastically commented, "Just say you can hear dead people." Izuku fought the grin that was trying to grow on his face when he heard Nana yell out, "That wouldn't be funny. Are you trying to see how much blood Toshi could cough up?" While First was doing nothing to muffle his howling laughter, Izuku was forced to cover up his laughter with a cough, which of course got Yagi's attention. "Are you all right, young Midoriya?" he asked, obviously concerned about Izuku's well-being. He would have cried at that if he wasn't preoccupied with fighting off his remaining laughter. Izuku just waved his hand dismissively and took a slow drink from his water. While Izuku was busy, he responded to Sixth and very cryptically answered, "Watch this." Once his mind was quiet, all the vestiges waiting to see what he would do, he set down his drink and made eye contact with Yagi. "So, I can hear dead people?" Izuku started, already handing over a handkerchief across the table to Yagi. He probably took too much pleasure in watching Yagi double over from surprise. It was too easy to fluster the man, although Izuku does feel bad that Yagi always coughs up blood at the smallest things. Izuku should probably research that and see if there's something he can do for the man. You know, when he wasn't valiantly trying to fight off laughter and wait for Yagi to relax so Izuku could continue explaining himself. "Did you have to corrupt the green bean? Was that necessary?" "Oh, that was Nana trying to rip a new one into Sixth and First." "I don't understand what this has to do with me," Sixth explained calmly, although the man was obviously holding in laughter. "I just suggested something and Ninth decided to go with it." "Very true, Sixth," First said through a snort. "If anyone is to blame, it's Ninth." "What do you mean, young Midoriya?" Yagi asked. Izuku is glad he's finally over his coughing fit. It really didn't look healthy for him to deal with all the time. Izuku didn't even notice the grin that overtook his face when he spoke. "The vestiges talked to me the night before the entrance exam and explained how to use this." Yagi's eyes widened, but he continued to stay silent, trying to prompt Izuku into continuing with his story with his eyes alone. "I met them in the void, which is where your imprint goes when you've fully passed it on. Now, I'm still sort of in contact with them." Izuku started fiddling with his chopsticks and looked down, not entirely sure he had the confidence to continue with his story. Well, I can hear them sometimes in my head. They're the ones that suggested I tell you I can hear dead people." Izuku's grin widened when he heard Sixth and First protest while Nana was scolding him along with the other vestiges. What was nice was hearing soft, amused laughter from Fourth. Izuku didn't really get to hear the man laugh all that much. What was even more entertaining was the way Yagi's eyes widened and kept opening and closing his mouth. Izuku just waited patiently and continued to eat his food. He finally got everything he needed off his chest and was comfortable waiting for Yagi to come to terms with his successor being able to hear everyone for all user, past and present. "Well, I've certainly never heard of that before," Yagi said, obviously still wrapping his mind around it all. Izuku decided to offer the man more information, knowing this entire situation was a lot of unconventional information to digest. They all agreed and said this had never happened before, although they're not sure why it happened now. "Since it did, we've decided to begin a tentative mentorship where they can help us understand the quirk better. I still can't use the full power of it, and we presume that during the exam, the highest I went was 6% when I jumped towards the 0-pointer. Yagi just nodded, looking more settled with the information. "Yes, I presumed that wasn't the full use of the quirk when I saw you during the exam, but it looks like you're wielding it with grace and strength." Yagi smiled at Izuku when his eyes became misty. Yagi was so nice towards Izuku and he still couldn't understand it all. "Young Midoriya, it is my pleasure and duty to help you and be nice, as you call it, to you." With that, the floodgates were opened and Izuku hastily grabbed a few napkins while narrowing his eyes at Yagi. The man looked too amused every time Izuku was set off by a compliment, but he couldn't help it. No one had complimented or praised him for anything he did for himself, his own future, since he had turned, so you can excuse him for this one thing. Once Izuku was just sniffling and Yagi looked less amused. The two paid for their lunch and went to the registration's office. Once again, the duo walked next to each other in comfortable companionship until Izuku thought of something. Hey, Yagi-san? Yes, young Midoriya? Yagi responded in kind, turning his head to show he was intently listening to Izuku. We were thinking, and I don't think it's a good idea to mark it as a super strength quirk. Izuku looked up to notice Yagi's eyebrows furrowed and panicked. It's just. They all suggested the quirk is stockpiling their energy and things they could offer the quirk. And we have no idea how it's going to fully manifest for me, but the lightning can be explained away by excess energy coming from me, and I just wanted to cover all the loopholes just in case and dash. Izuku stopped with his mini-speech but mostly rambling when Yagi's large hand came to rest on top of Izuku's shoulder. He finally looked up, when did he look down? And noticed a small and genuine smile adoring Yagi's face. That sounds like the best course of action, young Midoriya, he complimented. Have you thought of a name for your quirk yet? Izuku suddenly realized how close they were to the registration office and panicked. Not because he didn't have a name for the quirk, no, he had one written down on the top of his notebook since he had woken up after the exam day. He just had no idea if Yagi, freaking All Might, would approve or think it was stupid. Izuku had to admit, he might have put more thought into this than he should have, but he just wanted it to be perfect. He had the quirk for heroics and he couldn't downplay it because he didn't know how to name something. Nana called out to him through his spiraling thoughts. Just tell Toshi. I'm sure he'll approve. Izuku nodded at that and took in a deep breath before glancing at Yagi. Vanadium. Izuku saw the questioning look on Yagi's face and breathed slowly out, trying to hype himself up. It's one of the best metals to store energy in, and C can hold large amounts of energy indefinitely, which is almost exactly what this quirk is. It's also referred to as the beautiful metal a lot, so I thought it fit. Izuku muttered that last part a bit bashfully, but he knew Yagi had heard it because Izuku was now looking at a tearful Yagi. Ah shit, he's going to cry again, isn't he? Izuku thought to himself and laughed a bit wetly when the vestiges agreed with him. That's a lovely name for one for all, young Midoriya. Yagi said and grinned, wiping away the tears that had formed in the corners of his eyes. Well, enough talk. Let's go get Vanadium officially registered. Izuku smiled and continued walking along with Yagi, content with his day so far. Izuku was no longer content with his goddamn day. There he was, having a great time with Yagi-san, and then he got home and waved him goodbye before checking the mailbox out of habit. What Izuku was not expecting was his exam letter from UA sitting inside the box, taunting his every breath. Okay, that might have been a bit dramatic, but can you blame him? It's UA. So now Izuku was trying to ignore the vestiges and they're prompting him to open the DMED thing instead of sitting at his desk and staring at it. Izuku honestly thinks that if he stares at it for long enough, he'll automatically know what happened and not have to even read the rejection letter. It could be an acceptance letter, but you won't know until you open the DMN thing. First yelled, obviously sick of waiting for Izuku to get his sheet together. Izuku didn't care though. This was his future. And it was just sitting on his desk, pretending to be innocent. Ninth, it's time. Go ahead and open it just so we can stop this nonsense. Nana called out, being very gentle. Izuku could appreciate her efforts, but right now, at this moment, Izuku was worried and terrified and just so nervous, but he knew he was making it worse but just staring at the thing. Quickly, Izuku tore the side of the envelope and turned it downwards. He will admit he might have jumped when a disc fell out rather than a letter, and Izuku couldn't help but be hopeful as he inspected the thing. This seems like a lot of effort for a rejection letter. Finally, Izuku found a black button on the side of the disc and pressed it, dropping the device haphazardly when his mentor's buff form filled the projection. Young Midoriya, I am here to announce your scores. All Might boomed. Izuku privately thought of a few ways to get back at his mentor for not telling him this entire time what he scored, but he refrained from acting on any of those thoughts as All Might continued with his speech. You did very well on the written exam, scoring a strong 97%. Additionally, during the practical, you took down enough robots to receive 17 villain points. Izuku paused the projection and tentatively thought villain points? Before he forced himself to continue on. This alone would not be enough for you, but we wouldn't be the best heroic school if that's all we graded. Your actions in saving the other examinees, your competitors, could not go unrewarded. As such, you have been awarded 85 rescue points. Izuku paused the recording before letting out a silent scream. His breathing picked up from his excitement and he, once again, forced himself to continue watching. This brings your score to the top spot with 102 overall points. Congratulations, young Midoriya. And welcome to your Hero Academia. At that, the projection shut off on its own as Izuku stood stock still before registering a few of the vestiges offering him their congratulations. He couldn't help but cry from the sheer happiness he felt. He was finally working towards becoming a pro hero. He was finally getting that dream he had always wanted. It was an incredible feeling and he wished he would have ignored the pang in his chest when he realized he wouldn't be sharing the success with anyone other than Yagi-san. But that didn't matter. Izuku would show his mother that he was someone to pay attention to love. He would prove to her he was worth it to have her focus and time once he made it. That's all he would have to do. Izuku carefully didn't think about how she had been content to ignore him even before the quirkless diagnosis came in, nor how he didn't know if he could prove his worth when he hadn't physically seen her in 5 months. Izuku just determinedly nodded to himself, feeling his resolve strengthen. He was going to be a hero now and prove to the world that he wasn't worthless. He would show everyone. He has to show everyone. Hawk's speedy takedown. Article written by Curious. One of our fastest heroes, Hawks, successfully took down a serial robber last night when the villain approached 2 victims and one cried out loud enough for Hawks to hear her. Hawks agreed to an interview with us, citing that he simply did what any hero would do when they heard a call for help, although he refused to comment about why he was in Musafata right now. That is still left to speculation at this point. Read more about Hawk's speedy takedown on PAG. Hey, watch where you're walking, kid. Izuku waved his hand, taking the steamed bun out of his mouth as he slipped the magazine he had gotten under his arm, sheepishly looking back at the guy he had bumped into as he crossed the road. Sorry. He turned back around with a grin and sprinted back towards his apartment. Izuku's past week was busy, which is honestly how he wanted it. He finally moved the anxiety from his stomach to his hands and began filling out all the necessary forms for his enrollment. He knew his mother wouldn't mind him forging her signature, although he opted to only put Yagi-san's contact information down as an emergency call if needed. Hopefully his mentor wouldn't mind. Izuku refused for his mother to start thinking about her child as a glass china doll that needed protecting from the world of heroics like she had done when he was younger once she started paying attention to him again. He, admittedly, screamed again when he found out that he'd been offered a full scholarship because of how well he scored on the written exam. It was even complete with a lunch card and everything. Izuku took a while to thank God once he got his bearings after seeing that wonderful news. No longer was he worried about making tuition and spending his days working odd jobs during his first year at UA. It took longer than he wanted to admit to decide on a hero costume design. The letter included with the disc had stated they would be taking care of any and all designs he wanted to go through, but the vestiges and him weren't agreeing with much. Most of them had been underground heroes, while the first couple were considered vigilantes. Which makes sense, since the laws they had now wouldn't have been around for a few of them. Anyways, after Izuku and the rest of the vestiges finally came to a compromise on his hero costume, with Third's insistence to add throwing knives, he finally found himself looking at the UA uniforms he had been sent. He didn't want to ask for more than 2, they're already paying for so much on Izuku's behalf, so the 2 pairs were currently hung up in his closet with the most care Izuku could manage to place them there with. Sure, it's the morning of his first day at school, but Izuku just wanted to sit right here on his bed, eat his food, and admire it before anything else happened. Move it or lose it, buddy. Izuku let out a soft smile at Fifth's insistence and carefully changed into the uniform. He frowned at the tie and opted to ignore it until he was on the train could ask for one of the vestige's assistants. He made his way out of the apartment, taking care to lock it up and remember to take his keys as he left. He had gotten up a little too early because of his nerves, so he was taking the early train to UA this time. He wasn't rushing around the station and freaking out. He was busy trying to tie his tie with the instructions Third had brashly recited to him, but his fingers were refusing to cooperate. Suddenly, someone was in his space and he tensed. You're from the exam, right? Izuku finally decided to look up after they finished speaking and was pleased when he recognized the gravity-defying purple hair and matching lavender eyes. Yeah. Oh, sorry about yelling at you back then. Izuku responded, rubbing the back of his neck bashfully. He really kinda felt bad about it all, but at least Purple Guy made it into UA. No. I mean, it's okay. You got me to start taking the exam more seriously. I'm Shinso Hitoshi, by the way, he said, obviously nervous. Izuku's eyes focused on the other boy's uniform and noticed the second stripe on the sleeve, noting his admittance into the heroics track. He also, not so subtly, eyed the other boy's perfectly tied tie with jealousy before he realized he should respond. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku replied. Apparently the both of them didn't have very cultivated social skills because the conversation lapsed into awkward silence until Izuku couldn't take it anymore. You can say no, but can you help me tie this thing? Izuku held up his misshapen tie that was around his neck and Shinso just stared at him. Why would you let the villain kid close to you? Shinso asked. Izuku just tilted his head in confusion before understanding filled his eyes. The boy had seemed unnaturally angry during the exam, but Izuku supposes that would happen when you're potentially stuck with a mental quirk and were fighting robots to prove your heroic worth. You're in the, heroics course, right? Izuku prompted. He hoped the other boy would understand his point after this. Shinso just nodded warily and Izuku spoke again. So there's no way you're a villain. No matter what your quirk is, you made it as a hero in training, which means that, you don't have a villain's quirk. It also helps that such quirks don't exist. Izuku cut himself off before he could go on a mumbling spree about the different types of quirks and looked back up at Shinso. Shinso looked at Izuku with something close to awe in his eyes before he wordlessly took Izuku's tie and began to untie it. The silence wasn't oppressively awkward now, just a tad odd since they're both still new with each other. So, Shinso started. You didn't get your quirk until the entrance exam? Izuku's breath caught, forgetting he had indeed yelled that out at Shinso during the exam. Izuku just closed his eyes and nodded, resigned to losing another potential friend. Shinso tapped his fingers on Izuku's forehead and he tentatively opened his eyes to see Shinso frowning towards him. I was just gonna ask what it is, Shinso said before leaning forward, and Izuku could feel his breath next to his ear. Mine's brainwashing. Shinso quickly moved out of Izuku's space and Izuku was vibrating in excitement. Oh, gods. That's like the quirk to have for heroics, Shinso-kun. You can take down villains with potentially zero collateral damage. Is it response-based? Your voice is very soothing to listen to. Almost like it draws you in and makes you want to respond to you. That's so interesting. Shinso poked Izuku's forehead again, but the boy looked like he wanted to hide in his hands. Shinso had a beautiful blush taking over his cheeks at Izuku's words, and Izuku had to hold back a grin at that thought. Oh boy, Fourth said, sounding exceptionally done. Shut up, Izuku hissed. Well? Shinso cleared his throat and retook the tie he had dropped sometime during Izuku's excitement. Yeah, it's response-based, but I have to ask a question for it to work on someone. What's yours? I saw the lightning but not much else. Izuku nodded, using this explanation as practice for anyone else that would be curious. Well, we think it's an energy-based quirk. It sorta relies on an outside source for energy which is, apparently super dangerous, and the doctors think it would have blown my limbs off if I had, manifested it any earlier. Izuku grinned toward Shinso when he realized the other boy blanched. Blow your limbs off? Shinso repeated, a bit shrilly. He nodded and Shinso just sighed and let go of Izuku's perfectly tied tie. Holy F dash dot. Izuku just nodded again and gathered his things once he realized their stop was coming up. Shinso was surprisingly nice to talk to, when they weren't screaming at each other during an exam. And Izuku thought giddily, he can tie a tie. Oh my Jesus! First muttered. Izuku paid the comment no mind and wandered off the train with his new friend. The two boys started discussing the intricacies of cat cafes when they passed one and fell into a comfortable conversation, hardly realizing that they had finally arrived at UA. Both boys paused their conversation to stare at their new high school. It finally felt real that he was so close to working towards his dream. With a new bounce in his step and a determined smile, Izuku started dragging Shinso with him as they walked through the front doors and throughout the halls. Izuku hesitated in front of the large 1A classroom doors, but Shinso just sighed and shoved it open. Cannot disrespect UA property with this behavior. I demand that you remove your feet at once. The robotic-looking blue-haired guy from the entrance exam was yelling at Kaken. Izuku subconsciously placed himself behind Shinso and walked in right behind him, careful to make his footsteps light and movements as graceful as Shinso's. Izuku's new friend honestly moves like a cat and it's mesmerizing. Thanks. Shinso murmured towards Izuku, a slight flush running down his neck. Izuku felt his face burn up when he realized Shinso had heard him complimenting how he walks. Oh my god, this is going to be a long year, Izuku thought, and he bit back a whine when he heard every vestige agree with him. Shinso sat down and Izuku moved to his own seat, which was right behind Kaken. Great, at least he's in front of Shinso, when the blue boy finally noticed him and marched right over with a 90-degree hand chop following him. Hello. I am Ida Tenya. I wanted to say that I was sorry for underestimating your ability to participate in the exam. I didn't realize you had figured out the hidden point system. Ida bowed slightly and popped right back up as Izuku continued to lean further away from him. Alright. Izuku responded before hurriedly trying to placate whatever worry Ida had. It's fine, but I really had no idea what was happening during the exam. Izuku finished, chuckling to himself. Like a headless chicken, first offered, obviously trying to find ways to describe what Izuku had looked like during the exam. Deku! Kaken yelled, whirling around and inserting himself in their conversation. Ida immediately jumped to reprimand Kaken again, and Izuku didn't stop himself from rolling his eyes at the action before waving shyly to his oldest friend. Izuku-kun. Shinsu-kun. A girl said next to his face, and Izuku leaned even further away, absolutely not ready to deal with this many new classmates. At least she's dragging Shinso down with me this time, Izuku thought as he noticed the grimace overtake Shinsu's face. I just wanted to thank you two for saving me back there in the exam. That was really awesome of you guys. She cheered. Izuku took a moment to place her name and brightened up once he remembered, still wary of his space being invaded. Thanks, Uraraka-chan. Glad we could help. He stuttered out. Internally cursing his social anxiety, Izuku nodded along to whatever Uraraka was saying as Ida came back over and began talking with the girl. Izuku just wanted them to get away from his seat so he could sit down and crawl in a hole for the next few days when he noticed it. A large, demented-looking yellow sleeping bag inching across the floor and towards the teacher's podium. What in the F is that? First asked. Izuku made eye contact with whoever was inside and panicked, trying to convey the issue with his mind and eyes to the people who were still standing near his desk. And then suddenly, the sleeping bag stood up in front of the podium and Izuku blanched before hauling but to sit down in his chair, classmates in his space med. Izuku knew Shinso saw it too because he looked just as terrified. The dark eyes flashed a brilliant red and Izuku felt his mind clear and quirk disappear for a moment. He panicked for a second, worried that he had lost one for all somehow before he felt the pool of energy return and first's yelling came back. That's when the sleeping bag things spoke and unraveled themselves. You all took 8 seconds to quiet down and only 3 of you noticed my presence. Izuku was vibrating in his seat when he saw a flash of the man's yellow goggles and white capture weapon. He only knew one hero whose costume looked like that, and it was Eraserhead. Don't fanboy. It looks like you've got work to do, Sonny. Nana chided him softly. He threw various gym uniforms on the teacher's podium before saying, I am Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me on the field in 5 minutes. With his final piece done, Aizawa-sensei slinked out of the room and Izuku jumped up to grab a uniform, spurring on the rest of his classmates, with only one thought running through his mind. Holy shit, he's intense. Present mix love affair? Article written by Curious and Company. Oh my. Present Mike was just spotted earlier this week walking next to a potential future partner. They spent the day walking around Central Park in Mizudafu, though these two seemed to have deeper roots than just a one-date hookup. Nearly 15 years ago, present Mike attended the same high school, UA High, as the woman in the photo there, now identified as someone named Kayama Namuri. Reportedly, these two got along and were even in the same friend group despite not being in the same year. Perhaps this is the love story where the two youngsters reunite as adults and give romance a shot. Read more on PG-13. F-. Shoyuta smirked as he walked into the bathroom, listening to Hisashi make them breakfast. The man always manages to burn himself or spill something while he's in the kitchen, but since Shoyuta liked to laze around in the mornings and avoid making anything before noon, Hisashi was stuck learning how to operate basic kitchen equipment. He stepped onto the small platform and turned on the water, quickly rinsing himself off before washing himself and hoping he had enough foresight to wash his sleeping bag last night. He had no idea though, since he has been half aware at best for these past 3 weeks. He had pulled double shifts for as long as he could afford to while also taking on the daunting task of teaching All Might how to make a lesson plan that would actually benefit the students, which made him lose hope in humanity every time it happened. Shoyuta did not like walking into work, his husband by his side, only to see All Might sitting on the couch, looking more awkward than anyone should has ever seen while reading through the files of all of the students he'll be teaching. He knows All Might probably won't be able to memorize their names and know their strengths as soon as school starts, but at least the man would have seen their faces and was given the chance to figure it out. He sighed to himself, turning off the water and grabbing at the towel folded in the stool next to him. Shoyuta quickly finished up, throwing on his hero uniform and walking down the hallway and smiling as he walked into the kitchen. Shoyuta watched with a fond smile as Hisashi glared at the pan in front of him, tiredly drinking his tea as he moved their eggs around. Hisashi hummed lightly, turning around and tapping on the rice cooker, obviously feeling a bit impatient. Shoyuta smirked as he walked through the threshold, kissing Hisashi on the temple before moving towards the coffee machine. "Mornin' show," Hisashi murmured, kissing him back before tapping on the rice cooker again. Shoyuta nodded, grunting to acknowledge him before busying himself with making himself some coffee, taking the sugar and pouring an ungodly amount before pouring in the coffee. Most people think he drinks it black, but Shoyuta just hates the taste of creamer. So, his coffee is filled with sugar, but still looks black, and that makes a small part of him grin inside, knowing people would always wonder how he did it. Hisashi smirked at him, probably amused by Shuta's greeting, and he rolled his eyes, walking around to set the table for them. Quickly, Hisashi brought out the food and both of them sat down to enjoy their meal. Breakfast went with the fanfare that usually accompanies it, that is to say, none at all. Both Hisashi and Shoyuta are quiet throughout the mornings, especially before they have their fill of coffee. Shoyuta lets the warmth from the coffee and their home seep into his bones while Hisashi tries to find the energy for his present Mike persona. They finally drag themselves out their door and to the car before heading off. Like always, Hisashi turned on some music in hopes of stealing the singer's energy while Shoyuta held onto his thermos like a lifeline and kept his eyes closed. Way too soon, in Shuta's opinion, they arrived. Shoyuta felt Hisashi drive them down into the underground parking lot Nedzu had created when he first became the principal. It was surprisingly well lit and spacious, although Shoyuta expected nothing less from the Chimera. They parked and Shoyuta groaned loudly while getting out of the car and Hisashi laughed at the display. Hisashi had apparently figured out how to steal the singer's energy from the radio since he was dimming near bouncing next to Shoyuta in the elevator. As soon as it dinged, Hisashi took off towards the bathroom to style his hair in the ridiculous style of present Mike, and Shoyuta was left standing in the dust. Shoyuta just rolled his eyes and walked through the private corridor towards the teacher's lounge. As soon as he entered, he noticed Maijima holding his head in his hands while Snipe and Namuri were pretending to console the evacuation hero. "It's okay, Maijima," Namuri cooed as she rubbed his back. "I'm sure you'll survive." "Snipe, put me out of my misery," Maijima groaned. Snipe shrugged. Nedzu wouldn't approve. Maijima groaned louder and Namuri smirked. He elected to ignore whatever chaos those two were putting Maijima through and slipped into his desk chair to look through his new schedule. He needed to have his notes and lesson plans ready to go by the afternoon for their annual after-school meeting. It was usually to report about the potential students as well as any mental and behavioral issues that they're working towards rectifying. The meeting is just a fancy way of saying that Snipe, Hisashi and Nedzu would be terrorizing the other teachers while they discuss the best plan of action for the kids. It's also a fancy way of saying Shoyuta gets to watch Small Might be scared of his husband while sharing popcorn with Namuri. Safe to say, Shoyuta cannot wait for the end of their first school day. The warning bell finally rang and Shoyuta tossed his sleeping bag over his shoulder, ignoring the pointed snort from Snipe, and made his way to his new homeroom class. He can only pray that these brats won't be worse than the last class he had to expel. He knows how most of them did in the entrance exams, with Greenie taking the first spot down to Kaminari Denki, who only took the 34th spot because of how bad his quirk drawback looked. Honestly, Shoyuta was concerned about that particular boy and hoped he could get it through his head that short-circuiting out in the field would create an unnecessary liability quickly or he'd be forced to expel him from the heroics track. In better news, Purple ended up getting his sheet together after his talk with Greenie, which was a topic of interest amongst the teachers, especially Shoyuta. They all had a bet going about what Greenie had said to the kid to get him to start charging at robots and slicing at them with unearthed stop signs. Of course, Shoyuta was interested in meeting the kid because he had managed to score within the top 10, all without a quirk that could physically help him. Shoyuta couldn't help the grin that rested on his lips because he finally got a student whose quirk wasn't a physical powerhouse. No, just a mental powerhouse, and Shoyuta couldn't wait to hone the boy's skills. Shoyuta switched into Aizawa-sensei mode while wrapping himself up in his sleeping bag and dropped to the ground silently. He quickly opened the door before slinking his way towards the teacher's podium when he felt eyes on him. Interesting. With a quick glance around the noisy room, he noticed Purple seemed to be staring at him in concern and fear from his place at his desk while Greenie was glancing at him while standing near his seat awkwardly since Tensei's younger brother and Uraraka kept talking to him excitedly. Glancing around once again, he noticed Todoroki staring at him intently, although he really couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Once Shoyuta stood behind the podium, Greenie paled and dropped heavily into his seat and glanced between his classmates and Shoyuta, who still weren't taking the obvious hint. With a quirk-induced glare towards his new students, he waited until they were all unsettled enough to begin speaking. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down and only 3 of you noticed my presence. Shoyuta ignored the fear that was radiating from his new students in favor of grabbing the gym uniforms he kept stored in his teacher's podium and throwing them on top before stepping out of his sleeping bag. I am Aizawa Shoyuta, your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me on the field in 5 minutes. With his final piece said, Shoyuta slinked out of the room with growing excitement as he heard a few kids getting up and moving. Quickly, Shoyuta turned at the end of the hall, careful to not let any of his students see him, and continued his walk out to the field. It was a nice day to be outside and he had absolutely no desire to listen to Nedzu speak longer than strictly necessary. Another added benefit was to gauge his new students' personality and determination. Sure, he says he's looking at their abilities, but he wants to see the potential they can bring to the table, he wants to see how they interact with other powerhouses with large egos, and he wants to ensure that they aren't becoming heroes without knowing what career path they were getting into. Yes, Shoyuta can be a bit of a hard-ass and expel-happy, but he refuses to settle for less. All of his previous students who've graduated are alive, whether they be retired or not, and they've done well for themselves. Shoyuta refuses to send someone out into a battlefield if they cannot deal with the world they live in and refuse to see the state of Japan for what it truly is. Japan is filled with too many heroes who focus on being celebrities and not heroes. Too many use their platforms for their own gain while subconsciously pushing out quirkist views and beliefs for the public to grab onto and follow. Shaking himself out of his spiral, Shoyuta finally reached the edge of the field and stood in front of the testing equipment that had been set out. He crossed his arms and did his best not to look interested when he realized that Greenie and Purple were the first ones out. If this is a quirk apprehension test, then feel free to use me, Shinsaku-en. Just make sure I don't use anything over 4% and we're all good. Greenie was obviously wearing Purple down with his speech. Shoyuta didn't want to know why the kid wanted Purple to use his quirk on him so badly, nor why he seemed to be bouncing on the ball of his feet when he noticed Purple hesitantly nod his affirmation, but he did well with ignoring their antics once more and more of the students continued to filter out to the field. although he wanted to know why Greenie wasn't using more than 4% of his quirk. Something interesting he'll have to look into later, Shoyuta supposes, especially if he's just being an overconfident brat. Right now, he needs to strike the fear of God himself into a few hero hopefuls. Night Demon sighted again. Tsukimiboki 110. I know it sounds crazy, but I saw the demon everyone was talking about on here. Just last night. In person. So, let me set the scene. It was night and I was walking back home from a long day at work and drinking and such, and then this guy comes up to me and tries to rob me. Super scary stuff and WDR. But, as soon as I was about to hand him my cash and stuff, a demon fell from the sky. He had red eyes that lit up the night and wrapped the man up with his white curses that were floating around him. It was so insane, but you have to believe me. I even got a photo. I will admit, it is shaky, but if someone enhances it, then I'm sure we could figure out which demon it is and why it seems to help the helpless at the dead of night. Reply to this thread with your own stories if you can. I'm trying to figure out which demon saved me, smiley face. After the two boys had grabbed their gym uniforms and practically sprinted their way to the locker room, Izuku let himself burst into the locker rooms, out of breath. That was Eraserhead, he said, slightly hysterical. Thankfully, Shinso didn't seem to mind because he looked like he was fanboying too. I know. Shinso said before throwing on his shirt. Izuku threw his on, taking a moment to mourn his perfect tie for a few seconds, and nodded towards Shinso before grabbing his arm and forcing the both of them to take slower steps so they didn't burst out of the locker room doors and freak out their new teacher, Eraserhead. Too much. They finally left and did their best to remain calm when they noticed all of the equipment laying out and about. I swear to Gandhi, if this is supposed to test our quirks, I'm dropping out. Shinso muttered while Izuku took stock of everything. I think it might be. He muttered back before noticing Shinsu's distaste. Quickly, he tried to make his new friend feel welcome. If this is a quirk test, then feel free to use me, Shinsu-kun. Just make sure I don't use anything above 4% and we're all good. Shinso nodded hesitantly and Izuku started on a mumbling spree about Eraserhead's stats as a hero while Shinso chimed in occasionally. It was very nice to be able to go on such long tangents around people who not only don't mind, but can keep up and offer their own input as well. Izuku watched as the girls came out onto the field and started dragging Shirnu with him over to a girl with dark hair and earphone jacks at the ends of her ears. Hi, she said once Izuku stopped. He didn't want to crowd her, but he just needed to make sure she'd be okay during some of these tests where Kaken would be able to let off loud blasts. Hi. You have advanced hearing, right? He said hurriedly. He could see Kaken coming from the corner of his eye and was not interested to see how he'd respond to Izuku talking about him. The girl nodded and Izuku continued. When Keisi Bakugu goes to use his quirk, it might be best if you cover your ears. He can create explosions with his hands. The girl nodded again towards Izuku and whispered a quick, thank you, as she continued walking, and Izuku let out a small sigh of relief before migrating to the back of the group. He had no interest in his classmates staring at the back of his head and refused to keep the attention of Aizawa-sensei for too long. He may have a quirk now, but he knew his presence tended to annoy teachers, so it'd be better for him if he stayed under the radar for now. You all made it out here before your 5 minutes were up. Good. Aizawa-sensei said. Izuku couldn't help but perk up at the idea of doing something that pleased the Eraserhead and found himself listening more intently to his teacher. Behind me are a series of different tests you will all be competing in. The ball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, long distance running, grip strength, repeated side steps, seated toe touches and sit-ups. And then Uraraka just had to ask, what about the assembly? Honestly, did she not know the man's reputation? Granted, Izuku only knew of it because of how often he scrolled through forums talking about the heroics department, specifically one. Safe to say, Izuku is thoroughly intimidated by his new teacher, even if some of the stories that he saw turned out to be rumors. Aizawa-sensei seemed to grin at her question, and Izuku decided to mentally write his will while 1st and 6th just laughed at his dramatics. He wasn't being dramatic, this was truly life or death right here. As a pro hero, you will not have time for such mundane and meaningless activities. Here at UA, the teachers are allowed to run their courses however they choose to. Midoriya Izuku-sensei called out, and his heart jumped in his throat. First was not helping with his murmurs of, "Oh, busted. In middle school, what did you score in your ball throw?" Izuku was freaking out. In middle school, they wouldn't let him do anything. They thought he would break himself if he so much as stepped inside a gym for PE and then proceeded to turn a blind eye to all the bullying and burns he had to put up with. Izuku was getting off track, but the point was, he had absolutely no idea how to answer this. "Say 50 meters, Midoriya-kun." Shinso whispered into his ear. Izuku forcefully smoothed out the tremors running through his body and finally found his voice. Around 50 meters, Izuku-sensei." Izuku signed a quick, "thank you," behind his back and prayed that Shinso could understand sign language before fumbling with the ball Izuku-sensei had just thrown at him. Before he could question it, Izuku-sensei spoke up. "Step into the circle and do it again. Use your quirk this time." Izuku glanced at Kaken and noticed how angry the other boy was, so he just took a deep breath in and started his trek around the entire group instead. Yes, he knew it was longer, but no, he could not care. Not when Kaken was looking at Izuku like he had stolen his moment away from him, and Izuku knew how dangerous of a look that was, but at least he wasn't ratting Izuku out for lying to his teacher right now. He finally made it to the middle of the circle and tossed the ball up and down with one hand experimentally. "Ninth, you know how to do this. Just reach for it and breathe. Nana coaches." Izuku couldn't help but smile as he took a deep breath in, found his stance and called upon one for all, letting it settle at a comfortable 3%. The smell of ozone and the feeling of energy enveloping him still amazed him. He breathed out and chucked the ball far into the air. He felt the dirt and dust rise around him before settling down, and he let go of one for all as he turned back around to address his teacher and peers. His classmates all seemed amazed at the little box Izuku-sensei was holding and was confused until it was tipped towards him and he saw 783.02 staring back at him. Izuku felt his jaw go slack for a second, but then he tensed. Because Kaken was marching towards Izuku and he couldn't run away. "Du!" Kaken shouted, making Izuku cringe. He was really hoping that nickname wouldn't stick with him this year. "You cheating little h." Kaken's screaming was suddenly cut off as a piece of Izuku-sensei's capture weapon caught Kaken around his chest and arms while also wrapping around his mouth. Izuku turned to stare at the man in awe and finally noticed that his teacher was also using his quirk. "So cool. Bakugu. Settle down, your temper and attitude is giving me dry eye," Izuku-sensei said, speaking in a bored tone. Izuku didn't think he could be more impressed by his new teacher, but he was wrong. Izuku-sensei spoke to Kaken as if he wasn't impressed by him. His actions, his behaviors, his quirk. Nothing seemed to impress Izuku-sensei, and if Eraserhead wasn't already Izuku's second favorite hero, this moment would have made that change quick. "As I was about to say," Izuku-sensei said, pointedly looking over at Kaken. Izuku wandered off to get back to his spot next to Shinso as he kept talking, already thinking of a few things he could do to repay the man for his kindness. It is illogical not to use your quirks to see their full extent. These physical tests are so I can properly evaluate your abilities and potential. Izuku glanced over and noticed how nervous Shinso looked and stepped in front of him, careful not to show too much of his back to Izuku-sensei. "Shinso, I promise you can use your quirk on me. This is a quirk apprehension test after all, so okay?" He whispered. He waited for Shinso to look at him and nod before he offered a small smile in response and stepped back into his previous spot. Izuku listened as a few of his classmates started to look relaxed and shouted about how fun this would be. He tensed before Izuku-sensei even opened his mouth. "Fun? You assume that these tests will be for fun? Let's up the stakes then, shall we? Whoever scores the worst overall will be expelled from my classroom." Izuku froze. He was distantly aware that Shinso had frozen too, but he couldn't focus on that. Expelled? Izuku could get expelled on the first day of school if he didn't get his act together. It reminded him of middle school, where teachers would accuse him of starting fights and cheating on exams and drag him to the principal's office where they could privately talk about how much of a disappointment he was before he could go home and... "Oh, that was Nana. What does she want?" "Ninth, I want you to breathe." Breathing. Izuku should do that. He took measured breaths as he listened to the chaos surrounding him and finally registered what Uraraka had yelled out a second ago. Privately, he wondered if anyone in the class had a quirk that could let the ground swallow him up so he could never have to deal with this class again. Because fair? Uraraka thinks anything about Aizawa-sensei is going to be fair. They're seeing the same guy as him, right? Fair. Aizawa-sensei questioned, raising a disbelieving eyebrow towards them, and only continued to rip into the class once everyone had quieted down again. You will experience no fairness during your careers in heroics. Nothing is fair about natural disasters or destructive villain attacks. You will not have fairness on your side as you fight bloody battles. I suggest everyone here begins expecting unfairness before that line of thinking injures or kills you out in the field. Aizawa-sensei paused for a moment as he looked over the class and tilted his head just so. Now, line up and we'll begin with the standing long jump. Izuku and Shinso followed the rest of their classmates towards the standing long jump and watched as each person found a way to use their quirk to make it over the sandbox. Izuku watched as Kaminari almost tanked it but ended up on the outside of the sandbox all the same. Izuku was a bit worried for Kaminari, since he obviously had an electricity-based quirk, but he didn't seem to know anything about how to control it, especially if his aversion to using his quirk was any indicator. Izuku resolved to corner Kaminari after this test. He couldn't let his new classmates fail this. Shinso, you're up. Aizawa-sensei called. Shinso looked. Like every step he was taking took all of his concentration and effort, so Izuku made sure to walk with him, bumping his shoulder a few times to make sure Shinso would know Izuku planned on being there for his friend. Izuku pretended not to notice Aizawa-sensei's questioning eyebrow and turned his body so he was on the other side of Shinso, making sure he didn't have to look at Aizawa-sensei as he used his quirk. Midoriya-kun, are you sure this is okay? Shinso asked. Izuku found it fascinating how compelled he felt to answer the other boy. I prom, Izuku started to say before he cut himself off and felt himself go slack, awaiting any order Shinso could ask of him. It was like the entire outside world was dimmed and it was only Shinso and Izuku here in the depths of his mind. What the F is happening? Oh, and the vestiges were here too. How wonderful. We are wonderful company to have. If Izuku was in control of his own body, he would have rolled his eyes at that comment. Sure, they were wonderful and very smart, but they didn't need to sleep. Jump us across the sandbox. Izuku compiled almost immediately. He bundled his friend in his arms in a bridal carry and felt as green lightning took over his form. He panicked for a second, since he could start to feel the pinpricks of him pouring too much into his quirk, but before he could get too nervous, Shinsu's voice rang out again. Only 3% Midoriya-kun. Izuku's mind and body followed his friend's orders and launched them across the sandbox, clearing it without a problem. Shinso let go of his control once Izuku touched the ground, and he hurriedly let go of Shinso and beamed towards him, shouting, "That was so cool." Shinsu's hands didn't let go of his shoulders and, instead, pulled him closer to the others so he could whisper in his ear. Thanks. Anyways, I heard Aizawa-sensei try to cover a laugh with a cough. Wanna see if we can get him to break? Izuku could feel Shinsu's grin as he spoke and felt himself grin back. Genji marry this guy. And that was first. Or maybe just his own thoughts, who knows? Certainly not Izuku. All he knows is that he was frantically nodding at his new friend while they moved slowly towards the next physical test. Chaos. That's the only word that Shoyuda would use to describe what exactly was happening with his homeroom class right now. Granted, Shoyuda honestly expected it and enjoyed it, as soon as he mentioned the possible expulsion for last place. Although the pure terror in Koda, Midoriya, Shinso and Shuji's eyes were almost enough to make him back out of the logical ruse. Sure, he liked it when they had a healthy fear of him and respected him, but to be terrified of the teacher that's going to be training them? That wouldn't be a healthy relationship, and he can only hope he'll be able to rectify their trust when he doesn't expel any of the brats. And that's riding on the hope that these kids will have potential in the first place. And even though those four were obviously more than terrified of Shuda's logical ruse at this point, each of them seemed to shake themselves out of their shock and discomfort and put their all into the tests that were lined up for them. Shoyuta was pleased to see each student had determination written all over their bodies as he walked them through each task. Shoji and Tokoyami were obviously using their height and quirks to their advantage during the tests, although they both seemed to be uncomfortable with using their quirks for prolonged PRDS of time. Odd, but not unsurprising considering most people with mutant-type quirks are discriminated against heavily. Another interesting match was Ishido and Kirishima. They seemed to know each other from before UA, and Shoyuta was just happy that they got along. People coming from the same middle schools were always weird to teach, since they always liked each other, or hated one another. Looking back around the field, Shoyuta let himself just observe his new class of hero hopefuls. Even with some of their obvious drawbacks, they were still putting in the time and effort and dedication that Shoyuta liked to see. He groaned to himself a bit at that thought. He might actually have a full class this year. Although, he might have to watch out for Todoroki. It was obvious that the boy could wield both fire and ice, but he was only using his ice, not even bothering to melt it as he went through the long distance running with his group. It could possibly be because Todoroki couldn't see any other applications for his fire for the tests and preferred to use his ice? Honestly, the kid's control was impeccable, so Shoyuta couldn't discount him for only using that half of his quirk. He'll just have to remember to keep an eye out for him during combat exercises to make sure there wasn't anything going on. Ignoring the thoughts circulating throughout his mind, Shoyuta called Shinso up to do the standing long jump. He couldn't help it when his curiosity piqued as Midoriya also came up, walking alongside the other boy. The two boys walked together and Midoriya turned so that he was facing Shoyuta. He felt the corner of his mouth tick up when he watched Midoriya give Shinso an obvious breather from having to look over at Shoyuta as he used his quirk. Which was more than a bit worrying if he thought about why Midoriya would go through such lengths to help Shinso take his mind off of Shuta's presence, but he was content to just chalk it up to nerves for now. He didn't have enough information to make more than an educated guess at this point. Although Shoyuta could really benefit from knowing more at this point. He still couldn't forget the looks he had gotten from 4 of his students as he announced his logical ruse. He, honest to God, was forced to cough to cover his laughter as Shinso brainwashed Midoriya and ordered the boy to jump the both of them across the long standing jump, and Midoriya quickly moved his purple friend into bridal carry and Shinso blushed hard before hurriedly yelled out, "Only 3% Midoriya-kun," and the boy geared up his lightning before jumping the both of them across. It was, admittedly, an impressive display of power if that was only 3% of what Midoriya could do, but that just raised the other questions Shoyuta had. Why was he only working with less than 5% of his quirk? And, assuming that the percentages could equate to 100, how the hell was he only able to use 3% right now? Did he just refuse to train the rest of it? No, Shoyuta thought to himself, almost shaking his head to clear the thought. But the kid is obviously thinking of solutions to the physical tests for himself and Shinso as they ran through them together, so that wouldn't make sense. But if it's not arrogance, then what is it? How hard was it to even train his quirk if that's the most that he could use right now? Was it uncontrollable, or was there something else to the quirk that Shoyuta just wasn't privy to knowing? Shoyuta just resigned himself to getting his answers later as he focused back on the 50-meter dash he was getting set up for the students as both groups started coming to an end with their respective tests. And he just knew there was going to be a later. Because, as far as Shoyuta could tell, this batch of hero hopefuls were here to stay. No way! That's super cool. Ishido grinned, giving Uraraka a thumbs up. The other girl smiled proudly. Thanks. I practiced that trick for years. Shoyuta groaned when his phone rang and pulled it out, ignoring everything else. Hello. Aizawa. Nedzu squeaked from the other side. He sighed. Nedzu, what do you want? Bring me Midoriya Izuku when you're done running your students through your little test. He spoke like it was a suggestion, but Shoyuta knew better than to think he had any power in this decision. What if I don't see any potential in him? He asked curiously. Then I'd suggest a sabbatical and perhaps an eye appointment. Nedzu threatened lightly. Shoyuta nodded. He'll meet with you as soon as we're done here. Wonderful choice, Aizawa. Nedzu cheered. See you soon. Shoyuta hummed. Yep. See you soon. He hung up the phone and looked back towards his students, watching as Midoriya and Shinso danced around each other, laughing as they whispered in their ears and tripped over themselves with the inherent awkwardness that came with being a teenager. Despite himself, he couldn't help but look at the scene with a less calculative look than he had in the past, especially as Tokoyami and Shuji started talking with one another with Kuda and Sato joining their little group. He supposed having a class of 20 wouldn't be the worst thing. For the 50-meter dash, Izuku went first and was partnered with Kaminari. Finally, once they were both finished, Izuku made sure he had enough time before Shinso was up and rounded on Kaminari. "You have an electricity quirk, right?" He started off, near demanding answers from his classmate. Izuku figured out he should probably back off when Kaminari's eyes went wide. "Ding, you don't hold back." And first is laughing again. "Shut up," Izuku hissed back, hoping his annoyance wasn't showing on his face. Man, I can't really use it for most of these tests though." Kaminari answered, awkwardly rubbing the back of his wrists. Izuku couldn't help but berate his classmates' previous quirk counselors. He knew how society worked and was fairly certain his classmate had to deal with people telling him to worry about having a large output, never mind the fact that most humans went down with a freaking taser, instead of teaching him control. It would obviously take longer than this simple physical test, but Izuku had faith his classmate could learn quickly. That's fair. A lot of these tests are focused on physical strength, although I wonder if you could use your electricity to enhance your stamina and possibly your reaction time. Another day we can focus on that though. I was more worried about why you weren't using it. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly while Kaminari just stared at him. "Oh, you're smart, dude." Kaminari cheered. Izuku watched as Kaminari took a deep breath and continued to rub the back of his wrists. "And you're right. I haven't used my quirk cause I can only use it in one shot before I go stupid." Izuku frowned. Go stupid? Yeah. It's kinda like my brain short circuits after I use my quirk in combat. I can charge cell phones and stuff like that, but that's more of a side effect. He replied, apparently seeing no issue with short-circuiting. Izuku let a harsh breath out before speaking again. "Your quirk counselors were stupid." Izuku wanted to curse his brain-to-mouth filter once again, but he plowed on. What I mean is that you should have been shown how to control this. I have a couple ideas if you're comfortable. You obviously don't have to say yes." Kaminari seemed to be looking at him with stars in his eyes while he nodded vigorously at Izuku. "Okay, first thing I want you to try to control the voltage that you emit. What's your maximum?" Kaminari grinned and said, "Oh, I can get to 1.3 million volts now." Izuku near groaned but refrained and offered a tentative smile to his classmate. "Did you activate it like a light switch then?" At Kaminari's enthusiastic nod, Izuku continued. "I want you to start thinking about it like a dial. Realistically, 8,000 volts is enough to stun and apprehend most humans. I'm guessing that if you use less than that, you can potentially boost your own stamina for the long-distance run. If you want to try, of course." Kaminari looked stunned, and before Izuku could freak out about annoying his new classmate or being too creepy, a large and genuine smile overtook Kaminari's face. That's a really good idea, man. Thanks. Did you want to get started stretching with me?" Izuku let a relieved smile show on his face before turning back towards where everyone was still doing the 50-meter dash, noticing how close Shinso was to the starting line. "Sorry, Kaminari-kun. I'm gonna wait for Shinso-kun." And it was really no problem. Izuku hurriedly made his way towards the starting line where Shinso was now standing and let out a sigh. He couldn't stop thinking about how so many people kept failing kids with strong quirks. Hell, Izuku had to find a very roundabout way for Kaken to figure out any semblance of control of his since everyone was so worried about how strong he could make his explosions and not helping him with his direction control. Izuku just mentally shook the thoughts away from the forefront of his mind. He couldn't be distracted while he was waiting to help Shinso after all. Izuku's new friend offered him a tentative grin and he felt himself return it when Shinso asked him, "Are you ready?" Izuku nodded and replied, "Ye dash," and he felt the familiar sensation of the world being tuned out. Izuku wasn't going to lie, being brainwashed has its benefits. "Bend your knees slightly and allow me to climb onto your back." Izuku did as Shinso asked and felt his friend climb atop him. Izuku felt a little off, but he was guessing that was because of their height difference. Yeah. 'Cause you're short. First laughed out. Izuku also heard a snort coming from fifth and spent his time thinking of ways to get revenge on the two while he waited for Shinsu's next request from him. Use 3% of your quirk to run this track. Stop running once you cross the finish line. Izuku geared himself and his quirk up, getting ready to race before Shinso spoke again, a bit more hurriedly this time. Wrap your arms around my legs to secure me. Again, Izuku did as was asked of him and took off, G through the test. What was terrible planning on both of their parts was requesting Izuku to go from very fing fast to absolutely nothing at the finish line. Izuku stopped as best he could, but the two boys ended up face-planting at the end, the mind control on Izuku snapping from the hit they took. Both boys pretended to and groan as they got up and did nothing to hide their smiles when they noticed Aizawa-sensei pointedly turn away from the two. Izuku high-fived Shinso and suddenly they were off doing the next test. Honestly, Izuku found it weird how trusting he was willing to be with Shinso, but it was like they could read each other. Maybe it came from having similar terrible experiences throughout their time in public school, or that they both seemed to have an aversion to flashy and strong quirks even though they were in the hero course. Maybe it was because Izuku knew the only people who got anywhere near the amount of horrible treatment as him were people with quirks society deemed weak or villainous. Or, mused sixth, maybe you two just have the same gremlin brain. Izuku nodded to himself, thankfully not gaining any weird looks from his classmates. Yeah, sounds about right. Honestly, Shoyuta is 75% certain that Greenie and Purple are trying to break him out of his hard-ass reputation with the stupid stunts they keep pulling. Throughout the run, Shinso used his quirk to get Midoriya to piggyback him and ran through the test before scoring a 3.58 and then promptly fell on his face. The only other person faster than that time was Ida, the kid with FING engines in his legs. Next issue was when they started making friends and fawned over Shoji's grip strength score. Yeah. It's a quirk test, so obviously you'll use more than one hand, but still. That's almost twice the amount needed to crush a human skull. Midoriya's shrill voice made its way to Shoyuta, forcing him to cover up his laugh with another cough. Shoyuta wasn't going to lie, it was certainly a score to fawn over, but the two boys were so dramatic about it, and he couldn't keep watching the two freak out once Greenie pretended to faint and pulled Purple down with him unless he wanted to lose his well-earned reputation. During Shinsu's grip strength test, when Midoriya was brainwashed into doing that for him, Orgio came up to him and quietly asked if that was even allowed. Apparently it wasn't quiet enough because Midoriya was blatantly glaring at Ojiro as if he was daring him to make some quirkist remark about the whole situation. Shoyuta just sighed. Teamwork isn't allowed, he said, making sure to keep his voice loud enough for the other students to hear. But using your quirks throughout these tests creatively is. Ojiro looked confused and a bit wary but nodded at Shuta's cryptic explanation and went back to stretching for his group's long-distance run. Shoyuta could only pray that his one seemingly normal student wasn't quirkist and went back to prodding the tests. All went well throughout the rest of the tests and with little fanfare from the two dramatic gremlins, because that's what they are. Shut up Zashi, it's not dramatic, until the ball throw. Obviously Midoriya didn't need to do it all again, so there was some confusion as to why he was up there with Shinso, but Shoyuta just let them wonder since he wasn't planning on outing the boy. Shoyuta watched out of the corner of his eye as Shinso started speaking with Jiraiya once he was done, and Midoriya bounded his way over to Yaoyorozu. Shoyuta assumed they were branching out, finding new friends, whatever kids did these days, while he watched Kirishima creatively use his quirk to distance his throw. He had to give it to the kid, there weren't a lot of ways to use a hardening quirk to distance a ball throw, but Kirishima managed to do it. Once Bakugo stepped up to the plate, Shoyuta noticed how many of the kids were bracing themselves and Jiraiya already had her ears covered. Shoyuta took a page from their book and lifted his shoulders so his capture weapon would cover his ears as soon as Bakugo smirked to himself. Die! The boy screamed as he released a large explosion on the ball. Shoyuta just sighed as his ears continued to ring and watched as all the students dropped their hands from their ears as soon as the angry blonde turned back around. Shoyuta dutifully showed off the score from the device to the rest of the class, which read as 705. He could almost see fumes coming from the boy when he realized he didn't have the highest score in anything other than the sit-ups challenge. And then Yaoyorozu walked up to the plate, gracefully took the ball, and proceeded to build a missile launcher from her stomach and shoot it. Shoyuta showed off her score to the class as he noticed Midoriya's excited bouncing, Shinsu's grin, Jiru's thumbs up and Yaoyorozu's bashful smile. Oh my Kami, they're all little gremlins who have potential. Shoyuta couldn't even find it in himself to be irritated by their newfound friendship. Not when Midoriya had, quite obviously, intercepted Kaminari and helped him use his quirk without short-circuiting from overuse sometime during the tests. Not when Yaoyorozu was getting her confidence built up from Midoriya while Jiru and Shinso were sarcastically commenting on Midoriya's resemblance to a bunny. Shoyuta just steeled his shoulders as he looked over his class. This time last year, he only had about 14 students and now he was going to deal with this, Shoyuta thinks to himself, is what karma feels like. Here are the final results. Shoyuta spoke up, keeping his voice carefully monotone. All at once, the students' heads whipped towards the projection and watched as their scores came in. Yaoyorozu Momo, Todoroki Shudo, Midoriya Izuku, Bakugu Katsuki, Tokoyami Fumikage, Shoji Mizo, Shinso Hitoshi, Ida Tenya, Sato Rikido, Kirishima Ijiro, Ishido Mina, Kotakuji, Kaminari Denki, Siro Hanta, Jirakyuka, Hagakure Tour, Mashireo, Aoyama Yuga. Shoyuta almost expelled Aoyama for the boy's dramatic gasp, but he refrained when he noticed the terrified glint in Shinso and Midoriya's eyes came back. It wasn't the same, basic, scared glint the other kids were wearing, but it was something that looked like it came from experience. And, well, Shoyuta had no desire to be a teacher that they expected cruel treatment from or couldn't trust, and so he SED it up and let his logical ruse grin break out over his face. It was satisfying to see the students back up half a step when they noticed it. I will not be expelling anyone. That was just a logical ruse to ensure you'd be giving these tests your all. Shoyuta said, ignoring the cries of relief and protest ringing out from the students. If Izuku had to describe the long-distance running with one word, it would come out to be torturous. Seriously. If a villain chases him for this long and Izuku isn't in the middle of saving someone, he has no qualms with dropping to the ground. Izuku glanced over at where Shinso was laying and the taller boy seemed to share the same sentiment. Gremlin brains think alike, first piped up, interjecting himself, again, within Izuku's thoughts. Honestly, he might start getting gray hairs if this keeps up. Shut up, you love us. Izuku just rolled his eyes fondly, not willing to deny that statement but absolutely unwilling to confirm what they already know. Soon enough, they moved on to the grip strength test and Izuku was pleasantly surprised with his score. That trash beach did many favors for Izuku. Shinso grabbed Izuku's arm and dragged him back to where their other classmates were doing their tests and parked himself right next to their massive classmate who had 6 arms that all seemed to be made out of muscle. Izuku sent a questioning look towards Shinso and the boy just pointed at the screen that was glowing 540 kilos and Izuku's jaw dropped. That's almost twice the amount needed to crush a human skull. Oh, what lovely and helpful information Nana decided to bestow upon him. That certainly doesn't make him nervous or anything. Once Shoji was done, he looked questioningly at Izuku and Shinso and Izuku pointed at the screen and dropped his mouth open, hoping to exaggerate the awe he was feeling. Next to him, Shinso was nodding vigorously and pointed between the screen and Izuku every few seconds. Shoji seemed flustered and tried to play it off, stating it was only that way because he used 3 of his arms and Izuku was quick to stop him. Well yeah. It's a quirk test, so obviously you'll use more than one hand but still. That's almost twice the amount needed to crush a human skull. Izuku will admit, he did get nervous and semi-shrilly at the end of his speech but he continued to show his awe by shaking Shinso's arm while the other boy continued to nod, much like a bobblehead. Thank you both of you, but I assure you this is nothing to gawk at. Izuku spluttered at that and then came to a decision when he noticed Aizawa-sensei was staring at the 3 of them. He's got a powerful kid's quirk now. Time to make this sheet count. You're not safe from detentions just because you have a quirk now 9th. Nana berated him. This is how I feel about how well you did. Izuku said, internally praising himself for not stuttering once during the sentence and promptly dropped to the floor, pretending to faint. He did not take into account the fact that he still had Shinso's arm locked in a death grip, and he let out a soft grunt once Shinso elbowed him in the gut. Although, Izuku decided he would take several more hits just like that when he noticed how amused and happy Shoji seemed. Izuku's classmates deserved some pride of their own, and Izuku was all too willing to help foster that. He had caught Kaminari's eyes after their long-distance run, and from what he could see, the boy had figured out to rework that way he thought about his quirk. Which was super impressive, by the way. It takes a lot of dedication to refigure out how your quirk can work for you in such a short amount of time, and Izuku needs to give his congratulations to Kaminari next time he can talk to him. Two of Shoji's arms appeared in Izuku's face, and he blinked in surprise before smiling sheepishly, realizing he was still on the ground. Taking one of the offered hands to haul himself up and watching as Shinso did the same, Izuku spoke. Midoriya Izuku, by the way. This is Shinso Hitoshi. He didn't have to hazard too many guesses about why Shinso hadn't spoken to any of his classmates yet, but Izuku had no problem speaking, so he could and would be the spokesman for their friendship. If what Izuku was guessing about his new friend's childhood, he was honestly surprised his friend had spoken to him so quickly, let alone brainwashed him on the first day. Shoji nodded to them both, and Izuku watched in fascination as a mouth grew on the forearm of his middle arm. Nice to meet you. I'm Shoji Mizo. Izuku nodded towards him and waved him goodbye when Aizawa-sensei called out Shinso's name. Shinso brainwashed him again and had him do the grip strength test for him. Once the score had been written down, Shinso's hold dropped from him and Izuku finally caught on to the tail end of someone's sentence. Even aloud? A blonde boy with a large tail, Oju, you saw it on the board, Izuku, had asked Aizawa-sensei, not so subtly glancing in their direction. Izuku didn't even notice he was glaring at the boy until Shinso elbowed him in the ribs gently. Izuku didn't bother listening to what Aizawa-sensei had said to his classmate. He knew Shinso was playing by the rules, and that was enough for Izuku. Shinso and Izuku ran through the sit-ups and toe touches before the class began migrating back over to the ball throw. Shinso brainwashed Izuku for that. Since the boys still wanted to maintain a good place in the rankings, neither of them felt like getting expelled just yet. That thought continued to loom over their heads as they went through each test, and when he came out of it, Izuku noticed how odd everyone was looking at them. Izuku refused to pay it any attention though. Shinso would tell everyone what his quirk was when he was comfortable, but right now, they were all just classmates that could turn on them. Izuku not so much, not anymore, but if they found out his late bloomer status, he would surely be kicked out to make room for someone else who knew what they were doing. With Shinso though, he still had his quirk. The quirk that Shinso himself had referred to as villainous, and even if it was obvious the boy didn't believe it as he said it, the term was obviously something he had become familiar with. So Izuku ignored all the odd glances and questioning looks from everyone as he made his way towards the back of the pack once again. Midoriya Izuku, right? A girl with a black, high ponytail asked him. It took a moment to remember which name was correlated to her since he only briefly glanced at the seating chart and where his classmates sat. Izuku doesn't care that he has a quirk now, he was still going to memorize everything he could, and finally placed her name. It's me. Yayorozu Momo, see correct. She smiled towards him and nodded. Yes. I noticed that you helped Kaminari with choosing which tests he should use his quirk in. Do you mind if I ask you a question about this test? I'm just not sure what I should make. Izuku could almost guarantee he had stars in his eyes as he nodded excitedly towards her, faintly aware of Shinso wandering off, presumably to find someone else to talk to. Wonderful. I was thinking about making a cannon, but after making so many items today, I'm not sure if it would be feasible. Izuku nodded along, half aware that his finger was tapping against his chin and wishing that he had brought his notebook out here. What does your quirk use to make things? Why, you can make anything, alright? Yayorozu shook her head softly. My quirk uses lipids to create whatever I want as long as it's non-living and I know the complete molecular structure of the item. Oh. You must have studied intensively to have such an understanding of your quirk. And a regular cannon might take too much out of you, and this is just a quirk test. Not something to throw yourself into quirk overuse for, Izuku hummed as he thought of a few items, trying to figure out what would feasibly get her to achieve the same amount of firepower as a cannon before lighting up, completely missing the blush that had developed on Yaoyorozu's face. Oh, why you know how to make missile launchers? That would definitely get you close to the score you could achieve with a cannon. Yaoyorozu smiled and nodded, looking mildly pleased at his response. Yes, I do understand the makeup of a missile launcher, although it won't have as much firepower as something military-based. Izuku just waved his hand dismissively. That shouldn't be a problem. It'll still give you a relatively good score while limiting the amount of lipids you use. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. You've helped me greatly. She praised. Izuku just blushed from head to toe and did his best to stammer out excuses before Aizawa-sensei called Kaken up to perform his test. Izuku still couldn't get over it. Anyone can do the things that he does. It was only a matter of time before someone else could come along and help his classmates much better than he was. There was no real reason to thank him, or, Kami forbid, compliment him. But there was no time to dwell on his inner turmoil as he turned to his classmate. Yaoyorozu-chan, you may want to cover your ears for this. He's a bit loud. Izuku explained with his hands already halfway up to cover his ears. He noticed how Yaoyorozu didn't even question it and followed suit. Glancing around, he noticed how most of his classmates were already bracing themselves and most of the girls plus Shinso and himself were holding their hands to their ears. Even muffled, Izuku could still hear his trademark scream and ground-shaking explosion. Quickly, he dropped his hands, making sure Kaken wouldn't notice what he was doing and didn't see how quickly his other classmates followed suit. They were glad they followed Midoriya's actions once they noticed the angry snarl adoring Bakugo's face. No one wanted to be in the blast zone of that. Suddenly it was Yaoyorozu's turn and Izuku was bouncing in his place, excited to see how his classmate would do. He felt Shinso come back and glanced at him, noticing his small smirk. You bounce around like a bunny. Izuku felt his face flush and pouted. It was painfully obvious Shinso was trying to hold in a laugh while mirth filled his eyes. That's so true. A voice said from his left side. He jumped in surprise and held a hand over his heart before noticing Jairu had wandered over to stand next to him. Call him dramatic, but he almost died. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. That's okay. I didn't see you there. Izuku responded, a forced laugh coming from him as he tried to calm himself down from his heart attack. Jesus, calm down ninth. Shut it sixth. Izuku responded. Jairu just twirled one of her ear jacks and used the other to point at Yaoyorozu. So, do you have any idea what she's making? Izuku let himself grin and nodded excitedly. Why? She decided on a missile launcher. You are way too peppy about her using a missile launcher. Shinso drawled. Jairu just nodded from his other side. Izuku tried to pout but found that he couldn't stay down for long because Aizawa-sensei had finally shown them the score. 1,100 kilometers. Izuku was vibrating in excitement and smiling widely at Yaoyorozu, content to ignore the comments Jairu and Shinso were making about his bunny-like resemblance as she walked back and Izuku congratulated her on her success. Here are the final results. Aizawa-sensei said dully, successfully putting a stop to all conversations. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he noticed how close to the top Shinso and his names were. Looking down towards the bottom, he noticed Aoyama's name in last place, trying hard not to think about what that meant for the boy. He couldn't get it out of his head though. If everyone else had had this long to work on and hone their skills, how fast would Izuku be kicked out of here? It probably wouldn't take much, especially considering Aizawa-sensei was close enough to Shinso and him that he overheard Shinso telling him to only use 3% of his quirk. What if he was kicked out for not giving enough effort? What does Aizawa-sensei even think of him for not putting his all into these tests like his peers had been doing? I will not be expelling anyone. That was just a logical ruse to ensure you'd be giving these tests your all. Aizawa-sensei's voice rang out, cutting through his dark what-ifs. Izuku couldn't even breathe a sigh of relief because he knew what the man had done last year to his homeroom class. It felt cruel not to correct Yaoyorozu's statement and let the rest of his classmates live with it. False sense of security, so he spoke up. Guys, Everyone quieted down and turned their gazes towards Izuku, and he fidgeted in his place, but continued on. Why do you know he expelled his entire class L last year, alright? Chaos. That seemed to be the only way to describe the scene in front of him, with Uraraka looking deathly pale, Yaoyorozu looking scandalized, and Bakugo looking as angry as ever. But you have to admit, their reactions are very funny. First said, laughing through his words. Izuku's mouth twitched up at that, but he forced the smile away, not wanting to seem like he said this all because he wanted to see the outcome. Although, it is an added benefit. Go back to the classroom once you've all changed. There will be a syllabus and a UA policy guide sitting on your assigned desks for each of you. That's all for class. I will see you all tomorrow for a proper school day. Aizawa-sensei dismissed them. With all the grace that supernatural 14-year-olds could have, they stumbled back towards the locker rooms, the tension visibly draining from their shoulders. Izuku smiled a bit to himself when he noticed Shinsu's smirk was still in place from his earlier comment. Together they began to walk back and join their classmates when Aizawa-sensei's voice rang out once more. Midoriya, stay behind for a moment. Oh shit. Izuku stood stock still. Maybe not literally, since he was still breathing, still aware and coherent enough to wave goodbye to Shinso and his new friends, but he could feel the bone-deep terror spread like ice through his veins that threatened to halt every movement he dared to make. Because he forgot. He forgot that his teachers pretended to hate him solely due to his quirkless status, instead of just hating him. He finally remembers how Ms. Madanako, his homeroom sensei in elementary school, told him that she didn't care about his quirk status. The quirklessness just gave her a better reason to abuse her position as an authority figure. He can't believe that he had forgotten. Izuku honestly tended to push authority figures out of his mind, content to ignore them while they ignored him. It was a mutual understanding that every sensei in the Aldra district seemed to have with him. Each sensei differed in the homework they would hand him, either high school level math or third grade English, and graded him as average as possible, punishing him if he got too high of a score and lowering the grade level they would teach him if he scored too low. Besides, Izuku had been nearly self-sufficient when his mother only left him money and notes, explaining she'd be out of the house for days and weeks at a time. Once he turned, he'd grown up scouring the internet and basking in the freedom of reading interesting hero forums and watching exciting videos in the late hours of the night. He grew up teaching himself with the well-researched journal articles he found online or with the textbooks that he found in the backs of libraries. He taught himself how to ration certain amounts of money at a young age, making sure he'd have enough for groceries that week. He found HeroTube videos on how to use a stove and oven as he began learning how to cook, no longer content with surviving off of instant meals. He, quite honestly, didn't give a thought about what an authority figure actually looked like until he met Yagi. Yes, All Might is and will always be a hero and strong authority figure, but with Yagi the authority is more mutual, like it isn't looming over Izuku's head, taunting him with every breath he takes, all because he wasn't the spitting image of the perfect child. For his mother, he was too tan and had untamable curls, just like his father. For his teachers, he was underdeveloped and not worth teaching. To his friend, he'd always be the kid who got in his way. He never knew his father's reasoning for hating him, but he could guess all the same. The point is, authority and Izuku don't mix well. It's not as if he's ignoring their commands and needs out of malice or teenage rebellion. It's just that authority has failed Izuku for so long and he can't see how it would be any different, so he chooses to ignore them in hope of them ignoring him back. So, with trembling hands and deep resignation beginning to flow through him, Izuku turned back around to look at Aizawa-sensei. It felt as though his foot weighed down with the force of 1,000 bricks. He didn't want to move. Could hardly stand to get closer to the one sensei who hadn't outright hurt Izuku yet. But he willed himself to fall forward, foot set out to catch his attempt at walking. Distantly, he could hear the vestiges and their murmuring voices. Nana's soft words echoing around in his head until he couldn't remember what she had said, couldn't hold onto the empty comfort she was trying to provide. He tried reaching out, figuring out what they were saying, but still, it all felt dull once the words were spoken. Nothing but whispers and general feelings of comfort and warmth and safety flowed around him. But Izuku didn't want to feel that just yet. He didn't want to accidentally associate Aizawa-sensei with those feelings. He didn't want the possibility of getting attached to the one teacher who had seen him messing around with Shinso, who had stood up for him against Kaken and his cruel words and hadn't reprimanded him yet. Izuku knew, distantly, that Aizawa-sensei had spoken to him. His sensei had said that he wasn't in any trouble, but then what was happening? Izuku felt too out of his depth. He had a cruel mathematics sensei once, one who entertained Izuku by saying he wouldn't be in trouble for raising his hand in class or using the restroom during lunch, promising Izuku's safety in his classroom before violently ripping it away. He didn't want to feel like that again, not with a sensei so obviously dedicated to his students like Aizawa-sensei. And it hurts. It hurts so much when he imagines Aizawa-sensei supporting the rest of his classmates and leaving Izuku to teach himself. Just like how it always is. It hurts so much when he thinks of all the things Aizawa-sensei would be willing to explain to the other students when he knows how much trouble he'll get in if he utters a word. He doesn't want to feel this way towards his heroes, but he can't help it. Because they're teachers too, academic authority figures. And Izuku may have studied extensively about heroes and quirks and fighting styles and personalities in the battlefield. But he knows what teachers do to him alone. He's survived and endured. Too much to ignore how he feels towards his teachers by favoring their hero personas. Izuku forced himself to lick his lips, grimacing when the taste of iron sat on his taste buds. He forcefully unclicked his jaw and spoke when his tongue no longer felt like it was made of lead. Where are we going? Izuku finally said, cursing his stutter once again. Teachers never liked it when he stuttered. Always saying how he should stop looking for extra attention, always explaining that he shouldn't speak or mumble in class if he was going to stutter through his sentences. He should have just kept his mouth shut and let Aizawa-sensei continue to lead them to whatever hellhole he wanted. Principal Nedzu wanted to speak with you. Aizawa-sensei's words rang through his ears and made their way towards the dark thoughts that lingered within Izuku's mind. There were, admittedly, many things Izuku could be going to Principal Nedzu for. Aizawa-sensei might want to speak with the stoat about how poorly he did during the quirk assessment test today and explain his ground for expulsion while gesturing to Izuku's meek form. It might be that the principal had asked for Izuku himself and Aizawa-sensei was just the transit to his office. Izuku was painfully aware of the fact that he had forged his mother's signature on at least 4 different forms he had turned in. He knew how close to expulsion he was with every step he took. Each step he took thundered within his eardrums, threatening to deafen him, so he forced himself to step lighter, feeling a minuscule amount of tension seep from out of his shoulders, down his arms and make its way into his fingertips, where he fidgeted with the hem of his gym uniform. Izuku decided he should stay quiet. In elementary school, he had found out that apologizing for his actions, no matter if he did them or not, weren't enough and always led to him being suspended or put in detentions. He learned early on that an apology was as good as admitting that he had done something wrong and they had caught him in the act. Izuku didn't want to be suspended or expelled from UA. Especially not on his first day. Yes, he had done something wrong, although no one else has ever called him out for it before, but as long as they didn't ask, he wouldn't tell. And there should be no reason for them to ask. Yes, he did a terrible job of laying low today, but tomorrow, during official class hours, he can make up for it. As long as he didn't draw extra attention to himself and continued being the plain, unassuming kid that teachers had to deal with for a semester. Abruptly, Aizawa-sensei stopped and went to knock on a plain wooden door, one that looked like it belonged to an abandoned classroom. Before his fist could make contact though, the door slid open. Aizawa-sensei just walked inside, lowering his hand in resignation like this had happened more often than not, and Izuku followed. He noticed the large wall of widows staring at him from across the room, took in the plush couches that sat towards the end of the room Izuku was on. He saw the coffee table sitting between 2 plush, baby blue couches that held a chessboard, set up for a new game. Scanning the rest of the room, he noticed the wall behind the principal's desk was lined with bookshelves, all textbooks and human ethics books down to psychological and behavioral analysis of teenagers. Shifting his gaze back over to the principal, he noticed how the stoat's eyes seemed to sharpen when they made eye contact. He noticed how the principal seemed a bit too eager at being able to talk to Izuku. Something in the principal's gaze made him flick his eyes back over to Aizawa-sensei to await further confirmation for the reason he was here. Yes, Izuku knew the dangers of looking to his teachers for guidance, but Aizawa-sensei seems so nice. And sure, that could all be an act and Aizawa-sensei could give it all up within the week or two, but he hasn't given it up yet. So Izuku plans to use it. Plans to allow himself this small bit of reprieve and use it so he can understand why he's been called here. Welcome Aizawa-kun. Midoriya-kun. Am I a bear? Am I a dog? Am I a mouse? Most importantly, I am Principal Nedzu of UA. Please have a seat. The cheer in the principal's voice was so impossibly fake, and it set something inside Izuku tight, winding around his lower abdomen like a snake would wrap around its prey. Although, Izuku couldn't hear any change of tone or inflection in the principal's voice when he suggested what animal he could be, and he couldn't help but wonder why the principal seemed so content with throwing off his visitors. Perhaps it was because he was an animal and he too understood what it was like to be intrinsically worthless and decided to use that for his own gain. Or maybe he just wanted his audience to feel slightly off-put once they entered into his domain, allowing his free reign and total control over their actions, thoughts, and questions. Either way, Izuku could help the confused and curious expression that overtook his face. Maybe if Izuku played his cards right, he could prevent these two from prying into his life, content to look at what he's shown on the surface. He turned his body to be, forcefully, more open towards Aizawa-sensei, and the man just looked over at him, a silent question prodding at Izuku through his eyes. Izuku made sure to whisper, a bit louder than normal, but if he was right then Principal Nedzu wouldn't have any issue hearing his question. Isn't he a stoat though? Izuku startled a bit when the principal began cackling, nearly spilling his cup of tea over his suit as he laughed. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if the principal had to practice how to emit human behaviors since the laughter seemed just to the left of genuine. Like the stoat's real laughter wasn't shining through, but he was enjoying himself all the same. Izuku was, again, startled out of his thoughts when he heard an exasperated groan coming from Aizawa-sensei. He was surprised to notice how the exasperation seemed to be born out of the situation rather than the question Izuku had just asked. Aizawa-sensei didn't answer Izuku though, just continued to walk towards the chairs set up in front of the principal's desk, slightly lower than the chair the principal was sitting in. Against his will, Izuku found it fascinating that Principal Nedzu would use such subtle manipulation tactics for making himself the biggest threat in the room, figuratively and literally. Izuku found his steps coming easier than they were earlier, almost as if Izuku's body noticed how his question had the desired effect on his audience, though he was sure the deflection was far from over. Izuku sat down on the far right chair offered, leaving an empty chair between him and his homeroom teacher. He knew the principal took note of the placement he chose and how he sat down. He was acutely aware of the dark eyes of the principal watching his every fidget and minuscule facial expression. He wasn't keen on figuring out why the principal seemed so content to observe him, but he supposes he'll be figuring it out sooner or later. You would be correct. Would you care for some tea, Midoriya-kun? Nedzu asked, as cheery as ever. Izuku just nodded, not trusting himself to speak up quite yet. He still needed to see where they would take this, needed to know what exactly they needed to know from him. Although, he allowed some small part of him to become distracted with the warm feeling of being right and feeling something akin to pride with his observations. So he just sat back as much as he could allow himself and watched as the principal grabbed an extra teacup, filling it with warm and freshly made tea before offering it over to Izuku. With a soft, "Tea thank you," Izuku took the cup that had been set down in front of him and let the harsh warmth burn through his skin and seep into his bones. He didn't particularly mind the rough grounding the heat provided for him, forcing himself further into his body so he wouldn't have to worry about the possibility of drifting off in their presence. He then realized how quiet it was. This was new territory for him. Everyone in Aldra had no issues ripping into him, pinning him down with their own mistakes, ravaging his self-worth to make sure he wouldn't be left with any. The teachers and principals there were never ones to sit quietly and wait. Izuku didn't know which one he hated worse. At least he was used to the terrible insults they would throw around and the jabs they speared him with. He didn't know what to do with himself in the silence, surrounded by heavy gazes, one curious, one merely there, but both were threatening enough. The silence ate at him. It dug into his warm soul and made room for its dark and cold presence. He just forced himself to study the tea in his hands, making sure his shoulders weren't hunching in. Teachers never liked to watch him become meek, they just wanted him to be meek. He carefully watched as the dark drink swirled around calmly, unaffected by the tension building in this office, and felt that familiar swirl of jealousy right before he forced that down. Now really wasn't the time to be getting jealous over a cup of tea. It was Nezu who finally broke the stifling atmosphere a few moments later and snapped Izuku out of his spiraling thoughts. Midoriya-kun, I wanted to speak with you about your score on the written exam. Izuku stiffened as his mind raced once again. You showed promising intelligence throughout the tests. I believe it's in your best interest to nurture that talent. Izuku's mind was officially blown. Nezu wanted to do something about his test scores? He didn't assume that Izuku cheated his way through the test? Izuku didn't, but still. Nezu believed he showed promising intelligence. They planned to do something about it? That's insane. Izuku had somewhere that wouldn't mind helping him over the other quirked kids? Well, it's official. He has never been in this position before. Forget this being new territory, Izuku got shipped off to a completely different country. What would it mean to nurture this? Izuku asked, cursing his fear of authority once again. The stutter is always worse when he's in a new environment, with new people, let alone new adults, and presented with new situations. He's entirely unprepared for what it looks like to have such a present role within the school. His intelligence has always been something to downplay and refuse attention towards. And now they're asking him to present it in the open for the rest of his teachers and peers to see. He's going to stand out. That's the very situation he wanted to ignore and make impossible. He has absolutely no idea how to stand out and call attention to himself. Well, Midoriya-kun, I have a few placement exams, so we'll know which level of understanding you have on certain subjects and adjust your classes accordingly. We'd prefer if you could finish the placement exams today so you have more time to become familiar with the odd schedule, as long as that's preferable for you as well. Nezu explained. In all honesty, the plan didn't sound half bad, but he still didn't want unneeded attention on him once he started wandering into different classes than his classmates. I am okay with taking the placement exams today, but, Izuku trailed off and lifted his head so he could see the two adults in front of him. Nezu looked curious and contemplative while Aizawa-sensei looked inquisitive. Both were giving him their full attention though, so he continued on. Will I continue to have the same homeroom? Nezu's smile seemed to soften as he answered. Of course, Midoriya-kun. Your homeroom class and your heroics courses will remain the same, no matter how you score on these placement exams. Izuku nods along to Nezu's explanation and reassurances. Izuku almost feels content with the ways Nezu is setting this all up, making sure he knows which classes will be the same and which ones have the possibility of changing. In fact, since the only classes that may or may not be moved around are the general courses, Izuku feels 10 times better. The general courses are something he can do, something he knows how to do and how to research, so even if he gets forced to be an outcast in those classes, he knows what he's doing. You have the option to set yourself up here at the desk or on the couches. I'll go ahead and gather the placement exams. The only time you have is the end of the day. Go ahead, Midoriya-kun. Nezu said, and Izuku hesitated before Demon near sprinting to the plush blue couches he had seen when he walked in here. Once he sat down, Nezu handed him 5 different placement exams and a few pencils. Nezu nodded to him and he nodded back before setting aside the placement exams and picked up the first one, only to pause at the title, Physics. He's going to have fun with this one. Izuku grinned at first comment, privately elated that he could finally make out what the vestiges were saying again, and responded cheekily. Think I might. Shoyuta admittedly did feel bad for the silent panic that seemed to be radiating off of his student as they made their way to Nezu's office. Logically, Shoyuta knows anyone would be nervous and fearful of garnering the attention of their principal within their first day at the school. But just like during the quirk assessment test, this seemed amplified. Midoriya truly had no reason to be muttering things about expulsion on their walk here. Shoyuta is certain that if he even tried to expel the kid, Nezu would force him to fight for his job. For God's sake, the two only formally met today, and Shuta's boss already looks at him like he looks at Hizashi and Snipe. Once Midoriya sat down at the couches and began taking his placement exams, Shoyuta sat with Nezu as they quietly observed him. Midoriya seemed much more relaxed and confident while he was filling out the papers. Shoyuta had to do a double take when he noticed the smirk adorning his student's face as Midoriya proceeded to fill in a certain question with ease. Shoyuta wanted to shudder when he noticed Nezu's broad grin. Those two will be cooking up world domination plans if Nezu has anything to say about it, and he does. And then, Nezu quietly got up and gave Shoyuta a mug. A mug with coffee in it. This is the mug Nezu tends to break out when they're about to find out some unsavory things. Ready to throw himself out the window, Shoyuta just sighed and took a sip of the offered coffee before gesturing at Nezu. His boss slipped him printed grade reports from Aldra Middle School for their student. Shoyuta almost spat out the coffee when he noticed how painfully average the grades were. It painted Midoriya to look like a kid who never once tried at his schoolwork. He honestly needs to start writing down a list of the questions he had for the problem child at this point. Why would a middle school not see, or intentionally not notice, this kid when Nezu took interest in him immediately? How dumb did they have to be? Sure, it's been a few years since Shuta's been inside a middle school, but he knows the hierarchy. He knows most of the students he gets would have been closer to the top of the chain in school, so what benefit would a middle school have to let one of their powerful kids remain as average as humanly possible? Nothing about Midoriya was adding up. These kids just started high school for Kami's sake. They shouldn't have unexplainable pasts such as this kid. It was obvious Midoriya was a hard worker. Shoyuta had seen Kaminari's switch when Midoriya finished talking to him, possibly a bit too shy, although Midoriya had nothing on Shinsu's ability to keep quiet, most likely an unregistered genius of some sort, and possessed one hell of a quirk if the boy stuck under 5% the whole time. He should have come out of middle school more like Kirishima or, God forbid, Bakugo. Midoriya should, by all means, have a harder time making friends with Shinso and Yaoyorozu. Teenagers growing up with powerful quirks almost always hold some sort of resentment towards other powerful quirks, and they are usually wary of mental quirks. So what the hell made Midoriya so special? Shoyuta was shaken out of his thoughts when Nezu placed a sticky note over the grade reports. Nezu looked a bit too gleeful at the idea of investigating the middle school, but Shoyuta nodded at the rat all the same. He needed some answers, and he highly doubted he had the trust from Midoriya to get them from him. Which took him straight back to his other issue. He had a reputation for being a hardbutt, and it was well-founded. Midoriya knows about his expulsion rates, probably knows other things too, and he can't play his logical ruse game too much anymore. He still plans on pushing the students to their limits. That was obvious. But this might be the one time he wished his expulsion rates couldn't be found. He doesn't take pleasure in watching his students' eyes fill with dread and resignation. He's blunt and strict, not cruel and sadistic. Shoyuta really never has to foster trust between himself and his students like this. Usually, his students come through with the normal level of high school drama and teenage trauma, and he can work through that. This seems like he'll be systematically deconditioning what they've learned throughout their time in school and reconditioning each of them into accepting regular teachings. Shoyuta resigns himself to looking through the files of Shoji, Koda, Shinso, and Midoriya more extensively this week. Those four don't have easy tells to read off, but Shoyuta is an underground hero for a reason. He'll have to make sure they won't feel under watch as he looks out for them. That should be the biggest roadblock to his observations, though. Shoyuta wrote back to his boss through the sticky note and got the promise that he'd be receiving each of their files around Wednesday. Not too bad with time, and it also gives Shoyuta a chance to start putting the puzzle pieces together for himself before he reads through their past teachers' comments and suggestions. There's a reason that UA doesn't look through the students' files without getting to know them first. Specifically Shoyuta. He wants to get an unbiased view of the students first before he looks any deeper. Usually, the only student files he reads through are the teenagers he kicks from the hero course or the school altogether. It's not every year he signs himself up to look through random students' files, so he knows he'll have to explain his motives to Nezu before he gets to take an extensive look at their previous schooling careers. Jesus, this is going to be an unnecessary headache. Why did he ever get into teaching again? I'm finished. Midoriya piped up from the couches, back to looking incredibly awkward. That's right. Shoyuta wanted to guide heroic wannabes into a better path. He really should have quit when he had the chance. Lovely. Please, bring the packets over to me, Midoriya-kun. Nezu cheered. Midoriya gathered up each of his tests and the pencils before heading back towards Nezu's desk. The kid seemed to hold himself differently this time. Head tilted towards the ground so they could only see his eyes through his fringe, shoulders almost hunched and tucked in close. Shoyuta didn't want to know how his student could make himself look completely different just by walking a bit differently and changing the slightest things about his posture. From this angle, Shoyuta wouldn't be guessing that Midoriya had a powerful quirk and an innate ability to attract gremlin problem. Children. Not at all. This Midoriya was hardly the same one that chaotically ran through the quirk assessment test and almost made Shoyuta laugh at their antics. It made something churn uneasily in his stomach. He had a feeling he wouldn't appreciate the things he found during their investigation. Here's everything, sir," Midoriya said, ducking his head down as he placed the exams and pencil on the desk before scurrying over to the seat he previously sat in. Shoyuta idly wondered if the small, barely noticeable, power-tripping tactics were working on the boy. Nezu knows how to make himself look as menacing as possible when the time arises, but when you hang out in the office for too long, you start to notice how off things feel. Nezu looks like he's holding back a gleeful cackle as he starts reading through the placement exams. Shoyuta can only hope the rat will understand that Midoriya will need human interaction and cannot stay in his office all day under the guise of a personal student. That honestly might be the biggest reason Shoyuta was still here, to make sure the educational agreement they come to accommodates Midoriya's emotional and mental health needs. Shoyuta needs to figure out how to placate Midoriya somehow, especially if this is how he sits in a classroom. He personally feels that if Midoriya continues to bounce his leg that fast, it may just fall off. He might also be a bit curious as to whether or not the kid is subconsciously using his quirk along with it, because there is no way anyone can bounce their leg at such inhumane speeds and not be using their quirk to do so. Also, Midoriya is wringing his hands like he'll be ripping off the skin next. After seeing the kid's grip strength scores, Shuta's inclined to say that he is not being dramatic at this moment. Shoyuta honestly doesn't think he's seen so much anxiety in one body before. Before he can figure out how to placate Midoriya here and now, Nezu speaks up, typing into his computer as he speaks. "Well, Midoriya-kun, it looks like we could allow you to skip a full grade ahead if you'd like, although you will be with the 2B homeroom for obvious reasons. I'll be sure to notify the teachers for the second year and provide you with the updates towards the schedule tomorrow morning. Is this arrangement preferable for you, Midoriya-kun?" Shoyuta glances over to look at Midoriya sitting ramrod straight in his chair, although the boy's head was nodding vigorously. Midoriya seemed unnaturally shocked that UA would be willingly to academically move him along to this extent. Yes, Midoriya is a special case considering UA hasn't had a reason to move students this far along in a while, but other students pop up here and there, especially in management and support, and UA does its best to accommodate. It would be illogical to ignore their students' academic needs, especially considering they're a high school and are there to promote growth. Yes, that'd be wonderful, Principal Nezu. Thank you. Midoriya responded. Nezu accepted the delayed response easily and merely turned his snout towards his soon-to-be personal student. Shoyuta knows it'll happen, it's just a matter of when. Of course, Midoriya-kun. I'll let Aizawa-san walk you to your classroom then. Your new schedule will be on your desk in the morning. Shoyuta just sighed and stood up before turning on his heel and walking slower than usual so Midoriya could say his goodbyes. Surprisingly, Midoriya seems to stick further away from Shoyuta than before. Looking back, Shoyuta realized Midoriya was holding a hand over his mouth as he seemed to mumble to himself during their walk. All Shoyuta really wanted to do was sit Midoriya down and possibly have a mind-reading quirk so he could figure out what was wrong with his student. Logically, he knew that wouldn't solve anything and would foster more distrust than there already is. Illogically, Shoyuta still wanted to shake the boy's secrets out so he could figure out how to help his student. Sighing, Shoyuta opened the classroom door and noticed Shinso sitting down at his desk with headphones in, head in his arms like he was trying to sleep. Shoyuta relates but sighed a bit more dramatically than he normally would in hopes of subtly getting Midoriya's attention off the floor. Like a charm, Midoriya's head pops up and wide eyes snapped in his friend's direction before he frantically bowed and hastily said, "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei." Before Shoyuta could begin to make sense of that, or tell Midoriya there was no need to thank him for doing his job, the boy dashed over to Shinso and excitedly tugged him and their book bags out of the room, leaving Shoyuta alone. Shoyuta sluggishly grabbed his papers before throwing his sleeping bag over his shoulder. If he was lucky, he'd be able to get a small nap in before he gets to watch his colleges terrorize Small Might. Shoyuta walked down the corridor with a grin intact. Hopefully this meeting will allow him to remember why he decided to teach. "Shoyuta!" Snipe called out, lifting up his mask to show off his feral grin. Shoyuta shivered. "No. Waff. Leave me out of it and stay away from me." Shoyuta protested. Snipe threw an arm around Shoyuta, ignoring the warnings and sighed. "You've got to loosen up, cowboy. Even Hizashi agreed to join me. All the more reason to avoid you." Shoyuta shot back. Snipe laughed heartily, throwing his head back as Shoyuta unwillingly dragged him along. "Avoid me? But Hizashi sent me. You're still not giving me a reason to talk with you. Aren't we talking right now?" Shoyuta huffed, rolling his shoulders to knock him off and sped up. "Nope." He opened the door and dipped inside, quickly slipping into a seat next to Kiyama, kicking his feet up to save a spot for Hizashi. "I swear to God those kids have it out for me." Ectoplasm sighed as he sat down across from Shoyuta. "At least they're engaging with you. I'm pretty sure half the class fell asleep." Cementos grumbled, clicking his pen. "My kids nearly got into a fistfight over a Kahoot game." Kiyama groaned, rubbing her eyes and adjusting her glasses as she leant back into her chair. "I honestly thought Togata was gonna swing." "Swing at you?" Shoyuta asked. Kiyama shook her head. "He was after Tamaki." She grinned then. "He got first while Togata got third." "I had to ban Kahoot." Ectoplasm said. "It just got too intense." "I understand." Hizashi jumped into their conversation as he moved Shuta's feet and sat down next to him, putting his feet on his lap. "The only ones allowed to play in my class are the third years." I hear that." Snipe nodded. "Those first years get way too into it." "Shut up. You're the reason they went off the rails in the first place." Maijima rolled his eyes, sitting down next to Vlad King. "Whatever could you mean?" Maijima scoffed. "Snipe, we could hear the gunshots from the basement. And I still have the tapes." Shoyuta said with a grin. "How do you have those?" Ectoplasm gaped. He shrugged while Kiyama wiggled her eyebrows. "He bribed Nedzu." "What? No way. Not buying it." "Hizashi definitely got it for him." Snipe grumbled, glaring their way. The three of them smiled, Shoyuta grinning wider when Snipe shuddered. "No intimidation tactics at the conference table, you three." Maijima admonished them, throwing a paper ball their way to get their attention away from Snipe. Hizashi's jaw dropped and Kiyama liked her lips, sitting up in her seat. Shoyuta smirked as he watched Maijima shift uncomfortably. All right. Nedzu called out. He scowled as Maijima relaxed. "Last one to settle down cleans out the records room." The room went still, with only Yagi looking around in confusion at the reaction everyone else had. Shoyuta crossed his arms, glaring at his boss. He refused to clean out the old library UA has in the basement, not because he's scared about whatever is down there but because Shoyuta absolutely hates libraries. With a passion. "Excellent." Nedzu smiled, clicking a projection on and showing the amount of students in the first year, separated by departments. With the amount of children going into support and management classes dropping every year, Kiyama and I have begun an initiation project that will span over 5 years, essentially selling the careers someone could follow if they studied under those departments. On top of that, Maijima, your request for materials is still being reviewed by the school board, and Snipe, your request for new weaponry is also at a standstill. I understand. He nodded. I'll do my best to expedite the process, but don't rely on using those items before the month is over. Thanks, Nedzu. Now, Snipe. Any eyes on anyone? Nedzu asked, flipping the projection again. Snipe opened his notebook and slid it across the table to him. Those are the list of first years I want checked out. I think the system we had last year where we called them for a physical and had recovery girl and her assistant report their conditions to us, but I'm open to other suggestions. The top 10 are underlined because I'd like to have them checked out this week and the rest looked at before the sports festival. Nedzu nodded, flipping the notebook pages as he scanned the list. Give a copy to Recovery Girl and I'll send out an email to the parents to inform them of the standardized physical. Consider it done. Wonderful. Nedzu moved his attention away from him, sliding his eyes to connect with Hisashi's. Yamada, anything to report? Nothing definitive so far. Hisashi spoke up, tapping a pen to his papers. I have a few questions, but this early into the school year is too quick. I've already faxed over who I'll be observing and what for. In the next week I'll send you a list of students to use a number of tactics on. Any in particular? Intimidation tactics might be used. Hisashi casually said, nearly making All Might spit his tea out of his nose. Of course, those will vary, but we may need them depending on my findings. Excellent. Let me know the chosen location and purpose approximately 3 business days beforehand. Yes, sir. Wonderful. Anything else that you feel I should address before the sports festival? Nedzu asked, waiting patiently for everyone to shake their heads. He nodded. All right then, our next meeting is the first Monday after the sports festival. Remember this week I need your assessments and lesson goals for the semester. Make sure to turn those in before Friday or else there will be consequences. The room seemed to get a few degrees colder and Hisashi squeezed Shuta's knee. In comfort or fear he wasn't sure, but he knew for fact that he would be turning in his paperwork before Friday and prayed Hisashi was planning on doing the same. Was there anything else we needed to discuss, sir? All Might asked, half of his attention glued to his phone screen. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at the silent conversation they seemed to share before Nedzu nodded. Yes, of course. Everyone can consider this meeting adjourned. Nedzu said with a smile, his beady eyes lighting up as they all grumbled and broke off into their own conversations and Hisashi started talking animatedly with Snipe and Nedzu. How's Yoshio and them doing? Hisashi asked. Yoshio seems to be doing better. Snipe smiled fondly. The whole class has really grown since last year. They certainly have. Nedzu agreed, his eyes shining. Shoyuta rolled his eyes at the 3 and settled further into his sleeping bag, shutting his eyes and letting the white noise wash over him as he took a small nap. Hitoshi felt justified in freaking out as he watched his admittance into the heroics course over and over again after he got back home from his first day at UA. He already had a list of reasons why it would be okay to freak out again, which includes but is not limited to Hitoshi, someone who has been told the only thing he'll ever amount to is a petty villain by classmates and teachers ever since he got his quirk, got into and was currently a part of UA's heroics course, aka the heroics course to be in. Before he knew of his acceptance, a feral-looking kid roughly gave him a pole that had most likely been ripped out of the ground and was told to essentially CK it up and fight. Said green-haired child had crackling energy swarming him, even as he yelled at Hitoshi that he had just gotten his demon quirk during the exam, which was terrifying to think about. Hitoshi had no doubt the boy could have made it in without his quirk, and he was slightly in awe and afraid of that. Hitoshi's first day at school consisted of him fighting for his spot in the classroom, terrorizing his new teacher to see where his boundaries were, realized green-haired child was a genius and his friend that couldn't tie a tie to save his life, and didn't make any obvious enemies. Hitoshi's younger sister, Mayumi, keeps standing in his doorway when she's bored. She's not doing anything but she keeps staring and that does not help his anxiety. Now, he could keep going and continue listing reasons as to why a mental breakdown was bound to happen, but he won't. Because he got in. And he's staying in for now. The kid who was destined for villainy finally got into a heroics course and could save people, just like he always wanted, and he could rub it in his middle school's face. It felt like a ridiculous dream, one that wasn't sure if he wanted to wake from or not. This was a start. It felt like the beginnings of something phenomenal, something big. Toshi, I'm so proud of you. Hitoshi was knocked out of his inner monologue when his older sisters decided to body slam him into a bear hug as per their custom greeting every diamond time they came over. He couldn't hide his small grin at their antics as he hugged them back though. He had been a bit bummed that he hadn't been able to fawn over his acceptance video disc letter thing with them since they were completely swamped with their work for the past 2 weeks. Kaori, his eldest sister, had moved to Tokyo to chase down a promotion. She recently became a licensed psychologist and is working overtime so she can keep up with her new duties. In Hitoshi's humble opinion, she's more of a menace than Hitoshi ever has the chance of becoming and should not have been granted access to helping other people with their mental health at the ripe age of Sachiko, his other sister, just turned 18 a few months ago and moved into her own apartment in Hosu so she could be closer to her job. She'd finally gotten hired as a support designer for a decent heroes agency and she's still in the middle of proving herself as an asset to the company. Hitoshi was a bit surprised to hear about her working in a hero agency instead of a support company, but he knew she'd still keep up with her daily pranks throughout the office, if their group chat was to be believed. Hitoshi honestly misses seeing his sisters, but he refuses to tell them that. Just being around them has helped lessen the residual anxiety he had from his first day at UA. Yes, he cares about his parents and younger sister, but his 2 older sisters had been a permanent staple throughout his life and it's been quite the change with both of them out of the house. Kaori was the one who taught him how to make his bullies scared of him. Kaori and Sachiko were the ones he watched chick flicks and horror movies with when their bouts of insomnia acted up at the same time. Sachiko was the idiot that always dared him to do stupid parkour stunts off of the monkey bars every time they passed an empty park. Kaori and Sachiko were the ones who fed his inner gremlin by starting a mattress hide-and-go-seek prank that lasted the better part of 2 years. So yeah, Hitoshi has a bit of a soft spot for his gremlin sisters. And he may have missed the chaos that they tended to cause throughout their daily lives, but they were finally home to help him with a few pranks he hadn't been able to get past Mayumi, and he couldn't be more grateful for them. Sachiko grinned brightly towards Hitoshi after she let him out of her death grip and kissed his cheek at the same time Kaori ruffled his hair up from behind. Hitoshi takes it all back. He didn't miss these gremlins and he cannot wait until they get kicked out by mom and dad in a few days. "We knew you could do it, buddy," Kaori cheers as she continues to F up his hair. She doesn't understand his struggle since only he and Sachiko share the same gravity-defying hair. Honestly, he doesn't even know where the gravity-defying part came from. As far as he knew, everyone else in their family could keep their hair flat besides them, and no, they aren't jealous. "Come on," Sachiko whines, pulling the both of them towards the living room. Kaori just laughs and goes easily, pushing Hitoshi along. "You have to tell us everything." Hitoshi made sure to dramatically groan as he flopped onto the couch. He was quickly flanked on either side by his 2 sisters and he smiled to himself a bit before he launched into the most dramatic retelling he could manage. They both acted accordingly, laughing when he talked about tying Midoriya-kun's tie, gasping loudly at the quirk assessment test announcement, and grinning a bit too widely when he told them about the antics he and his new friend, Midoriya-kun, had done throughout the day. So, Sachiko started, still grinning like a madman. Hitoshi really didn't want to be the one receiving that look from her. People thought Kaori was an incarnation of chaos, but they would be wrong. Sachiko is the one you truly have to watch out for. "When do we get to meet Midoriya-kun?" Kaori finished Sachiko's thought. Hitoshi privately wondered if it was the gremlin part of their brains that could match up to whatever the other one was planning on doing or saying. The amount of times his sisters had stopped talking mid-sentence and nodded at each other were terrifyingly astronomical. "What do you mean, when do you get to meet Midoriya-kun? Why do you want to meet him?" Hitoshi leaned back into the couch and crossed his arms, glaring at his grinning sisters. Sure, he might have been a bit defensive over his first friend, but you can sue him for all he cares. Midoriya was his friend. He would not let Midoriya deal with his sisters if he can help it. Hitoshi honestly thinks the world would come to an end if he introduced Midoriya to the family. "Well," Kaori drawled, wiggling her eyebrows. Hitoshi just groaned and shoved his face into his hands, not wanting them to know how heavy his blush was. "No." "Oh, come on Toshi," Sachiko said, her grin evident in her voice. "We just want to meet your new, what was the word you used, friend?" Hitoshi shook his head, which was still in his hands, Honestly, why did he have to be so pale? He couldn't ever hide it when he blushed like this, and groaned again. This was his first friend, for crying out loud. He didn't want to complicate this. They had only had like 3 conversations so far. No. I'm trying to save Japan from you 3. He deadpanned, causing the girls to laugh brightly. We just want to make sure he's good for you, Toshi. Kaori said through her laughter as Sachiko nodded along enthusiastically. Make sure who's good to Toshi? Mayumi called out as she raced around the corner. Sachiko grinned at her and opened her arms as Mayumi flew into them. Just his new boyfriend, Yumi? Sachiko responded as she brushed her hands through Mayumi's hair. You have a boyfriend? Hitoshi glared at his youngest sister, who was not put off from the look. Kami, he needs better glares. No, I don't. Mayumi just tilted her head and hummed, her dark purple eyes faintly glowing as she used her quirk and turned back towards Sachiko. Toshi is right, but he also thinks his new friend is hot. Kaori burst out laughing while Sachiko just shot him a sheet-eating grin as he groaned once again. Kami, he's actually going to have to deal with this. He doesn't know how to deal with this. These emotions are not logical or easy, and he has no clue how to react to them. He planned on stuffing them into a box and refusing to let them see the light of day, but that plan just went out the goddamn window. It's not his fault he's a gay disaster. He refuses to take the blame for these emotions. Dinner's ready. Tomoko, Hitoshi's mother and a godsend, turned the corner as she called them all back to the kitchen. She rolled her eyes at their antics, grinned fondly as she spoke. Kaori, Sachiko, lay off your brother. Mayumi, let's go wash our hands. Hitoshi cackled at their dismay from being found out and sprinted up the stairs towards his bedroom so he could finally get out of his UA uniform and into some more comfortable clothes for their dinner and movie night. Quickly, Hitoshi threw on sweatpants and a long-sleeve shirt before racing back downstairs. Growing up in a large family and being the only boy, Hitoshi had to race against time so he'd get the best portions of the food. As soon as he was back into the dining room, he ran around to snatch the plate from Kaori's hands and began making his food while fending off her grabby hands. It had been too long since he just got to terrorize and be with his older sisters. Their dinner had been a more lively affair than usual. Hitoshi knew his parents were going through some kind of empty nest syndrome and were happy to have their kids in the same place again. Honestly, the girls came back at the right time because he didn't know how much more clinginess from his father he could take. Hitoshi's mother was known for relaxing in the presence with loved ones, which meant Hitoshi and Mayumi had taken to spending most of their free time in the living room so their mother could be near them without making it weird. But Hitoshi's father had no qualms about invading their space and striking up a conversation with them until he could feel their annoyance. Hitoshi felt himself relaxing even more as he listened to his sisters catch everyone up on what had been happening throughout their lives, using wild and dramatic gestures to engage everyone in their stories. It felt normal to quietly clean up dinner with Kaori and watch Sachiko splash herself with the dishwater as they cleaned. He smiled to himself as he watched his 2 older siblings bicker about which movie they'd be watching together, shouting across the living room as they flipped through multiple different streaming channels just to find a genre to enjoy together. And then the girls snickered throughout the movie, braided both Hitoshi and Mayumi's hair, and indulged their parents with cuddles. Hitoshi honestly felt all of his anxiety about his new school come back after the movie ended, and they all went to bed with the 2 girls reclaiming their old rooms that they had turned into guest bedrooms. Hitoshi just stared at his ceiling, wide awake, counting sheep as he heard his door creak open and his 2 older sisters giggling as they made their way into his room. Hitoshi let himself sigh as Kaori took the left side of his bed and Sachiko draped herself on his right side. So, lil bro, how does it feel? Kaori asked. Hitoshi turned his head towards her and furrowed his eyebrows. What do you mean by that, KK? She seemed to smile as turned on her side and propped her head up with her arm. I mean, how do you feel at this new school? You're training to be a hero, sure, but are they nice and all? Hitoshi just sighed and ran his hands down his face. I don't know. They don't all seem to hate me, which is a step up, but they don't even know my quirk. They're just making guesses about it since they saw me use it during the apprehension test, but I never said anything. Hitoshi huffed and let his arms drop back down before staring back at the ceiling. The only one I know doesn't hate me is Midoriya-kun, and he won't even be in my normal classes. Sachiko just ran her hands through his hair and quickly undid the braids that were still there. You don't have to tell them about your quirk, but it might make it easier to anticipate if you did. Is your sensei good this time? Kaori seemed to growl at the reminder of Hitoshi's previous teachers as he softly smiled. Yeah, Kohi is. You'll never believe it, but Aizawa-sensei is actually, like, the underground hero. Kaori and Sachiko gasped dramatically, pulling a snort from Hitoshi. And you didn't think to tell us? Kaori whispered dramatically. We've been betrayed. Sachiko bemoaned, falling back onto the bed with her hand across her forehead. Hitoshi just huffed out a laugh as they continued to fawn over the things they missed with him. Eventually, he got out of his bed and pulled out the acceptance disc so they could fawn over it with him properly. Quickly afterwards, they all fell back down onto Hitoshi's bed and stared at the ceiling together. You know, we really are proud of you, Toshi. Kaori murmured, getting a hum of agreement from Sachiko. Yeah, buddy. We can't wait to see you out there kicking some villain butt. Sachiko said, laughing a bit to herself. Hitoshi fell asleep quickly after that with a small, fond smile on his face after that, soaking in the comfort of being surrounded by his sisters. This was what he needed to feel right about going to UA. Toshi, wake up. Kaori sang from outside his door. Hitoshi groaned loudly in response before he looked at the time and groaned again. KK, I've got like 5 minutes left before my alarm. Hitoshi yelled back, not caring that his sister had already opened the door. She had a grin that promised chaos, and Hitoshi didn't appreciate it one bit. Not when that sheet was being pointed at him at 6 in the goddamn morning. He appreciates chaos. He really does, but there is a time and a place for gremlin beings. Right now, they are not welcome, and Kaori didn't get the message. Out of the corner of his eye, Hitoshi saw Sachiko sneak into the room right behind Kaori and quickly bolted out of bed. I'm up, Kami, he said, trying to placate whatever plan the two girls had in mind. It seemed to work since Sachiko looked a bit bummed and Kaori had narrowed her eyes at him. He grinned tiredly, knowing that he only put a pause to their chaos and didn't actually prevent it, before walking into his bathroom and closing the door. After getting ready for the morning and throwing on his school uniform, Hitoshi finally walked out of his room and down towards the kitchen in desperate need of some coffee. He almost groaned when he heard Kaori and Sachiko giggling in the dining room and whispering about how Sachiko's office could use new decorations when she gets the chance. He would feel bad for her coworkers, but she had sent him too many pictures and videos that implies they all share at least one gremlin brain cell. Quickly, Hitoshi grabbed a mug and made himself some coffee before shuffling out to the dining table and plopping down in the seat next to Mayumi. She turned to blankly stare at him before returning to her breakfast and shoveling it down. Their mornings in the Shinso household are usually only chaotic and loud when Kaori and Sachiko are home. No one else has the energy to give a DMN about anything other than coffee and stumbling out the front door in time for their trains. It's probably one of Hitoshi's favorite things to watch his father glare at the girls when they're being too loud. People thought Hitoshi was bad at being a morning person, but they've never seen the person he gets it from. Hitoshi's father, Dr. Akihito, was not someone you wanted to PSS off in the mornings. He was often out of the house the most since he worked at the General Muzutafo Hospital as their prized psychologist for ridiculous hours, so the man usually used his mornings as a way to regenerate from whatever bullshit he had to deal with the previous night. Hitoshi still fondly remembers the one time his father came home and brooded for hours before staring the girls down with his infamous death glare. Hitoshi swears it's appropriately named because they tried to switch the sugar and salt for their coffee when he stumbled into the kitchen that morning, still very much set off at whatever happened at work. Safe to say, the girls now run their morning pranks past their father so they don't have to deal with a devil on their tails. Hitoshi finished off his coffee and stared into his mug sadly before getting up to grab another cup since he knew he might see Midoriya in the morning and the other boys seemed to be a morning person. There was only so much energy he could handle before school, and it was only made possible by the caffeine in his system. Hitoshi, food too. His mother tiredly called out, smiling in amusement towards him. He watched as his father nodded along as she spoke, but he clearly had no idea what he was nodding to since the man was still holding his coffee mug in a death grip and hadn't looked up from his plate. Hitoshi made sure to nod back to her and ran around to grab some eggs, rice fish and a bit of miso soup before making his way back to his seat. As soon as he sat down and started digging in, Mayumi let her head begin to fall. With the grace of someone who deals with this on a daily basis, Hitoshi quickly slid a spare folded towel on the edge of the table and watched his younger sister's head hit the towel, completely dead to the world. Yeah, and people try to say Hitoshi is the worst at being a morning person. Hitoshi half-heartedly listened to his sisters giggle quietly while laughing about the new office pranks they were planning on doing once they went back to work in a couple days. He really should have been paying attention though, because a few minutes later, they were both staring at him, identical grins intact. No, Hitoshi grumbled out before grabbing his empty plate and turning to throw his dishes in the sink. He heard their chairs slide across the floor as they got up, presumably to follow him. Hitoshi just groaned. Ah, Kaori whined in fake disappointment. We just wanted to send you off to school, lil bro. Sachiko whined along with Kaori. Hitoshi let himself groan again as he wandered out towards the living room where he had left his bag. Turning around, he tried to level them with one of his glares. Hitoshi had to stifle a suffering sigh when he noticed the glare did absolutely nothing to quell the chaos still swimming in their eyes. He hoped it was just because he was tired. He remembers the days where his sisters used to be worried about his glares. Hitoshi just pinched his nose and closed his eyes, praying to any deity out there that he wouldn't be dealing with too many of their antics on the train. Fine, he grumbled, wincing when they started to squeal like they were pre-teenagers again. But I want a semi-normal train ride. This means no bothering other people, no mother henning, no fake mother henning, and no pranks on the train. The girls easily nodded along, which made Hitoshi want to crawl in a hole and hide there for the next 3 to 5 business days. Instead, he just sighed and walked back to the foyer while yelling out his goodbyes to everyone before walking out the door. Hitoshi could truly and honestly say that he was not awake enough for this bullshit. Kaori was looking way too excited about the prospect of taking a train all the way to Ue just to drop him off at school, while Sachiko's eyes were still sparkling with chaos and mirth. He had no idea what they were planning to do, so he just opted to ignore the two girls as they cooed over his uniform and how handsome he looked in it. And then they got into the train car that Hitoshi had picked last time. That was problem number 1. The second problem came in the form of a sunshine smile, golden green eyes, dark green hair, and tan skin. Kami, Hitoshi was so gone for this boy and he didn't even know much about him. The third and most important problem came to light when Kaori started speaking. Who are you ugiling at? Do you know that boy? And then she gasped and hit Sachiko on the arm repeatedly. KK, what do you... Is he holding a tie in his hands? Is that Midoriya-kun? Sachiko squealed in delight. Hitoshi just kept his eyes on Midoriya, who had steadily grown more confused as the two girls continued talking around him. He gave up on those two being semi-normal on the train and moved to stand next to his new friend without talking to the two of them. Hey Shinsuke-kun. How are you? Midoriya asked cheerfully, still flicking his attention around from Hitoshi to his sisters in obvious confusion. Hitoshi coughed lightly in his hand, feeling incredibly awkward since he knew his sisters were watching their interaction like hawks. I'm good. Hitoshi did a weird gesture with his hand towards Midoriya's tie and raised his eyebrow as a silent question. Kami, he could not deal with this. Midoriya just looked towards his tie and laughed lightly before bringing his free hand up to rub the back of his neck. Alright. I was wondering if you'd be comfortable tying this for me again. Me and ties don't seem to like each other all that much. Hitoshi just forced a lazy smirk into place and wordlessly grabbed the tie from Midoriya's hands, expertly ignoring the pointed gasps coming from his sisters from somewhere behind him. Midoriya seemed to furrow his eyebrows as he glanced over to where Hitoshi's sisters were and glanced back at him, leaning in and making it so Hitoshi could no longer see the tie. Apparently, Midoriya had no qualms about getting that close to him, and Hitoshi had to take deep breaths to avoid blushing. Do you know those two? I can get us out of here quickly if they're a problem for you. Midoriya murmured in a low voice, making him sound more dangerous than he looks. Hitoshi felt his face flame up as he mentally ran through every prank he could manage against the girls when school let out. He could not believe this was happening to him. Clearing his throat to make sure no unneeded voice cracks would be happening, Hitoshi sighed. It's okay, Midoriya. Those two are my older sisters. They're just nosy. Hitoshi watched as Midoriya's face pulled away from his shoulder, looking panicked. Sorry, Shinsuke-kun. I didn't have dashed. Hitoshi snorted as Midoriya kept trying and failing to explain himself, although something warm seemed to be creeping through his chest at the thought of Midoriya being ready to defend him as soon as he said the word. He decided to take pity on the other boy when Midoriya started to look like he could cry. The one with dark purple hair and light eyes is Kaori, she's the oldest, and the one next to her with the high ponytail is Sachiko. Hitoshi watched as Midoriya glanced between Hitoshi and his sisters before nodding slowly. Hitoshi grinned to himself. I have one other sister but she's 9 and her name's Mayumi. They're all gremlins, I swear. Hitoshi watched as Midoriya seemed to light up at the extra information about Hitoshi's family and heard Midoriya mutter, probably to himself, they do look like each other. Maybe pretending to be stalkers is something older siblings do, and perked up towards Hitoshi. Midoriya flicked his gaze away from Hitoshi's but came back and leaned in. You said they're menaces, right? Hitoshi nodded warily, already worried about the connection of Midoriya's gremlin brain and if it had come in contact with his sisters. One look at Midoriya's grin confirmed his worst nightmare. They could help us with the Aizawa-sensei project. Why, if you wanted to keep doing that. He said, looking at Hitoshi with a mixture of hope and mirth. Hitoshi cursed Kami out as he tried to keep a straight face towards his friend because no one person is supposed to look that excited about being a gremlin monster. Resigned to his fate and the fate of Japan, Hitoshi just sighed with a small grin intact and gestured to his sisters and they came running over, making Midoriya back up a step and Hitoshi mental sigh at their enthusiasm. Hi, Midoriya-kun. I'm Shinso Kaori. Just call me Kaori though. Kaori said with a smirk, taking her place to stand right behind Hitoshi. Midoriya looked startled at her addressing him by his name but nodded towards her with a sunshine smile before looking over at Sachiko, who was standing on the other side of Hitoshi and seemed to be physically holding herself back from vibrating in excitement. I'm Sachiko and don't worry about calling me anything else, she said with a grin. Sachiko glanced over at Hitoshi and winked towards him before pointedly looking at the tie that was half done around Midoriya's neck. Hitoshi flushed but stepped forward and began to finish the job as Sachiko started speaking again. So, we heard you were having some fun with your new teacher. Planning anything specific for today? Midoriya sent an amused glance towards Hitoshi, making him duck his head down in embarrassment as he listened to Midoriya respond. Actually, we were wondering why you guys had any ideas for today. W will be in the C classroom all D-Day so I don't have many ideas that would work. Hitoshi glanced at Kaori, who seemed to be grinning wider and wider each time she looked at Midoriya, obviously satisfied with Hitoshi's new friend and kinda crush. That made Hitoshi feel somewhat better about this. He didn't know what he would do if his siblings didn't like Midoriya. Well, Sachiko said, letting her smirk grow wider, making Hitoshi mentally curse when he saw how excited she looked. I'm sure we can think of something together. We've got 20 minutes left after all. We'll come up with the perfect plan with you guys. Kaori added on. Hitoshi let himself groan when he noticed Midoriya was wearing a small grin and had the same promising look of chaos swirling through his eyes as his sisters did. Kami help us all, Hitoshi thought as he listened to the 3 cook-up terrifying plans only a gremlin would be capable of thinking about. Hitoshi spent the rest of the train ride looking around their group to see if anyone was listening in on their plans and glaring at anyone who stared at them for too long. Sure, you could call him paranoid and weird, but these gremlins weren't giving any context when they randomly said things like, kidnapping? No, that would take too much time, and quickly moved on. So, yes, he was playing lookout to make sure they wouldn't get the police or a hero called on them for stupid plans being thought up right in front of random civilians. Hitoshi probably wasn't helping matters by acting weird and jumpy whenever he locked eyes with someone. So, once it was their stop, Hitoshi rushed the 3 out of the train before someone ended up tattling on them for being idiots or something insane. And also since the three of them were too engrossed in their conversation to care about the stops. He was also thoroughly intimidated by his new friend, and maybe crush, and terrified of how happy his sisters were. Those three meeting was a terrible idea, and Hitoshi could only let himself watch the fallout while they all reached new levels of insanity together. Although, it was amusing to watch Midoriya slowly get more and more comfortable with his sisters, hands animatedly moving, almost as fast as the words streaming from his lips, and explaining just how amazing it would be to use the vents to scare Aizawa-sensei, to his older sisters, who were eating up the attention as if they didn't get enough at home. Hitoshi let himself grin slightly as he listened to the three gremlins bake terrifying but unharmful plans filled with chaos. And the psychologically damaging, they're just mind games, Shinsukuin. Pranks were a bit more entertaining to listen to, even if they were the more nerve-wracking ideas the three came up with. He really did almost feel bad for Aizawa-sensei, freaking Eraserhead, but Hitoshi just told himself that he was saving the rest of Japan now that the gremlins had a target. The worst thing Hitoshi has come to learn is that he cannot, under any circumstance, let them get bored. Boredom means the death of sanity for anyone in immediate proximity and quite possibly the world if they aren't satisfied enough. In other words, bad things happen. So, like he said before, he almost feels bad about Aizawa-sensei being subjected to these three. But, he is trying to be a hero for the rest of the country right now. If he has to make a sacrifice play towards someone he has no doubt could handle it, then that's what Hitoshi will do. This is a lose-lose situation for anyone that doesn't associate with the three chaos incarnates. In an odd moment of feeling like it was too soon and not soon enough, they reached the front gates of UA. Hitoshi just watched as both of his sisters sandwiched Midoriya between them, pulling the boy in a tight hug that he was floundering in. Hitoshi allowed himself to smile at that a bit before Kaori turned to grin at him and opened her arms before making grabby hands. Sachiko mirrored her older sister's grin and Hitoshi blanched as they came speeding towards him. Hitoshi thought he heard Midoriya snicker to himself as he braced for impact, but he wasn't super focused on that. His attempts of bracing himself seemed to be futile though, because all three of them ended up sprawled and dramatically groaning on the sidewalk as his two sisters latched on tight to him and blubbered out the stupidest and sappiest goodbyes Hitoshi has ever heard. He rolled his eyes fondly and patted them on the back, even though he remembers telling them not to fake mother hen him during this trip. Although he knew why they were doing it. Midoriya had been concerningly awkward around them at the beginning and watched their hands like a cat would watch a laser. And he was awkward whenever the girls would touch him and brush past him, like he just didn't know what to do. And now that Hitoshi was looking up and his eyesight wasn't blocked by an insane amount of purple hair, he noticed Midoriya looking much more relaxed and at ease as he seemed to be fondly watching Hitoshi's sisters fawn over him as they said their goodbyes. Finally, Hitoshi was let go and pulled himself to his feet, brushing off dirt from his pants and blazer so he could look semi-ready to walk into UA. He squeezed out of the additional hug Kaori trapped him in only to see Midoriya trapped in another tight hug from Sachiko, back to looking incredibly confused and awkward as Sachiko pretended to blubber goodbyes at him. Hitoshi grumbled prank threats under his breath as he pulled on Midoriya's arm and saved him from his family of idiots before they could get trapped in death hugs again. Midoriya Sunshine smiled towards his sisters and yelled out a bright, "Thank you. Have a good day," before linking his arm more comfortably around Hitoshi's own and near skipping towards their homeroom. Hitoshi had to remind himself how to breathe as they walked towards the main building when Midoriya jostled his arm or moved both of his hands too quickly and pointedly ignored his sister's twin Cheshire grins from behind them. Hitoshi was honestly sweating buckets right now. Sure, he wanted to see what Aizawa-sensei's reaction to them scaring the shit out of their new classmates would be, but never did he think Midoriya would successfully rope him into crawling through the surprisingly spacious air vents just to drop on their desks from above. This was one of Midoriya's long con pranks that relied on a certain number of things to fall into play. First thing, they needed a reaction from one of the students so that Aizawa would know about what happened but not being able to bear witness to it. And they also needed their classmates not to turn out to be huge tattletales. Second, they needed Aizawa to be curious enough that he asked the principal for a recording of the display so he'd be able to see what kind of chaos they were willing to bring to the table. Midoriya also explained that if Aizawa did get interested enough to look for the video, they would be able to tell from the man's eyes. Midoriya said Aizawa-sensei wasn't very good at keeping his eyes as unimpressionable as his face, and this would lay the foundation for pranks to come. For Hitoshi, this also meant he could figure out what exactly he was allowed to do in UA before he got expelled for his villain potential conveniently outweighing his heroic potential. However, Hitoshi wasn't too scared of that possibility anymore. Not with the knowledge that Midoriya was DMing near half-family at this point and would stick with him no matter what happened. It might have only been a few days, but Hitoshi genuinely believes in Midoriya's loyalty, especially since Kaori and Sachiko didn't pick up any ill intentions from him as they interacted. That made Hitoshi feel so much better about the ridiculous things those three were planning on doing to their new homeroom teacher. Mostly, the man's reaction to their stupid stunts yesterday also helped Hitoshi convince himself that he wouldn't be expelled on the spot. Soon enough, Hitoshi stifled a groan at the volume of his new classmates. It's not that he hates talking to people, but he just can't stand loud people. His frequent migraines and dull pain behind his eyes can attest to that fact. Maybe that's why Midoriya is a perfect friend for him. He's bright and energetic but quiet and reserved enough not to give Hitoshi headaches. Oh, and Hitoshi is absolutely using his sunshine demeanor to have the loud classmates go to Midoriya and serve as a buffer for him. That's also a major plus. Hitoshi stopped crawling when he realized he was 2 paces away from ramming into Midoriya's feet. He listened as Midoriya quickly unlatched one side of the vent cover and caught the thing before twisting it and lay flat on the outside of the vent. Hitoshi's heart beat faster when Midoriya turned to look back at him and grinned a particularly chaotic grin. Hitoshi felt himself grin back towards his friend as Midoriya nodded seriously, like they were in a FING movie, and situated himself to be hovering over the opening. "See you on the other side, soldier," Midoriya grimly whispered, and Hitoshi had to try valiantly to stop himself from snorting. Midoriya gracefully dropped, landing on silent feet right on top of Todoroki's desk in a crouch. The boy gave no indication he was surprised except tilting his head. Midoriya just nodded grimly at Todoroki, who nodded back just as seriously. Midoriya crawled off the desk and motioned to Hitoshi, which made Todoroki look up. Hitoshi was honestly freaking out, although a large part of his brain wanted to laugh at his classmates failing to notice his bright green friend hopping out from the ceiling. He supposes he can offer some credit to the fact that Todoroki's desk is in the back corner, so not many people would be looking back there anyway. Hitoshi just steals his breath and swings his legs out before letting himself drop. He felt himself land with a stronger thud than Midoriya did, but that was to be expected. Hitoshi had absolutely no training making himself smaller and quiet. Even in middle school, the most he did was slip away from his bullies and other peers before they could have a chance to try and mess with him. Hitoshi looked down at Todoroki from atop the desk and nodded as seriously as he saw Midoriya do, receiving a nod as well, and crawled off the desk. Hitoshi heard a small gasp come from the side of him and turned to see Yaoyorozu staring at the both of them. Before either of them could say anything, the bell rang and the two of them scurried back to their desks. Once Hitoshi was sliding into his chair, the door slammed open and Aizawa-sensei stalked in, looking incredibly done with today and too tired to deal with their bullshit this morning. Their teacher got to the podium and, before he could begin with his announcements, the vent cover Midoriya had pushed aside slammed shut. Hitoshi tried to sink down in his chair when Aizawa-sensei's eyes narrowed at the vent cover and he watched Midoriya in front of him slowly try to do the same as he was grabbing something from his desk, only for their teacher's eyes to snap back to them. He can only hope that Aizawa-sensei is curious about it but not curious enough to ask the class. Hitoshi has no idea how well Todoroki or Yaoyorozu can hold a secret, especially since they're both legacy kids as far as he knows. Aizawa-sensei seemed to be debating something before he turned his attention to Todoroki. Hitoshi felt his heart jump into his throat. "Todoroki, do you know why the vent cover had to shut itself closed?" Todoroki just continued to stare at their teacher with a blank expression, although the boy's eyes were telling enough. Hitoshi had to hold in a groan when he looked at his classmate. "It looks like they found another gremlin. I assume that was because the vent cover was open, Aizawa-sensei." Hitoshi heard Midoriya stifle a snort, which made Hitoshi have to work hard to keep the smirk off his face as Aizawa-sensei's eyes panned over the room and seemed to linger on Hitoshi and Midoriya. Hitoshi had to give props to Midoriya for this plan. Even though none of their classmates are ratting them out, Aizawa-sensei still knows they were the most likely ones to do something like this. The best part is, Aizawa-sensei looked like he wanted to and groan, but he didn't do any of that. The most their teacher did was sigh before moving on to morning announcements and then wrapping himself up in his yellow sleeping bag cocoon thing before effectively turning them loose. Hitoshi caught Todoroki's eyes and the other boy nodded just as seriously as Midoriya did before turning back to the book he was reading. Midoriya turned around in his seat to stare at Hitoshi while the two boys were still valiantly trying to hold off their laughter. Suddenly, Midoriya grabbed the envelope that he had put in his lap and started tearing it open. "Is that your new schedule, Midoriya?" Hitoshi asked. He honestly believes he won't be asking any questions to his other classmates for a while, but Midoriya had already proved himself enough. During the quirk assessment, the brainwaves Hitoshi was controlling only felt like excitement and happiness and the smallest amount of exasperation, but there was no struggle against his quirk at all. Which, in turn, means Hitoshi didn't have a raging migraine throughout the rest of his day, only a dull headache from using his quirk so much. "Yeah, you wanna look?" Midoriya asked excitedly, although he was still whispering, and handed over the schedule. "It looks like only my core class got changed, so I'll be able to eat lunch with you guys and everything for the heroics track stays the same." Hitoshi looked it over and had to admit, this schedule was completely tailored for his friend. He pushed down that familiar swirl of jealousy as he looked through it. Hitoshi knows what happens to kids who've lived their lives quirkless. He used to have one girl, Akane, in his class before she decided to take her life. Hitoshi still remembers how their classmates laughed at her, all because she had dreams to own her own FING flower shop. He can't imagine the sheet Midoriya was put through when he wanted to become a hero. So no, Hitoshi refuses to be jealous of Midoriya because, from the looks of it, he deserves to finally have somewhere that'll help him grow, even if it's only because he has a quirk now. People will have to care about his friend. Hitoshi felt a soft smile slip onto his face as Midoriya started mumbling about his new classmates, what they'll be like, their quirks, and potential hero names. Hitoshi let himself become excited on behalf of his friend because sure, this is a big change for him and Hitoshi will be losing his only friend for most of his morning, but Midoriya will come back. So Hitoshi looks up from the schedule and back to Midoriya, who's still muttering about what his teachers will be like and how they'll run their classes. Hitoshi tapped on the side of Midoriya's temple and waited until he had his attention before speaking. "This is a great schedule, Midoriya. You'll have to tell me all about the classes and your classmates during lunch." Hitoshi watched as Midoriya started nodding vigorously, sending a beaming smile towards him. "Of course, Shinso. I'll tell you everything I can remember." Hitoshi felt his smile sharpen into its regular state, although Midoriya didn't seem to shy away from it and nodded. Hitoshi let himself relax as Midoriya quietly muttered about how likely it was that Eraserhead, their teacher, had gone on a raid last night and that's why he would be so tired this morning. Sure, if Hitoshi lets himself zone out, Midoriya's muttering kinda sounds like someone summoning a demon, but it's honestly endearing either way. Suddenly the bell for the end of homeroom rang and Midoriya started to look awkward as Aizawa-sensei stood up. Hitoshi swore he saw Aizawa-sensei's lips twitch up before he hid the bottom half of his face in his capture weapon and called out to Midoriya. "Midoriya, come with me. The rest of you, your English teacher will arrive soon. Don't cause trouble while I'm gone." Midoriya stood swiftly, grabbing his atrocious yellow bag and whispering to Hitoshi, "He looks curious enough. Wish me luck. I'll see you at lunch," with a smirk before bounding over to their teacher and out of the classroom door. As soon as the heavy door shut, the rest of Hitoshi's classmates all started whispering about what happened and if their new peer was in trouble or something. Hitoshi felt eyes on him and turned back to look at Todoroki and startled when he glanced over at Yaoyorozu, who seemed to be staring at him as well. Hitoshi can't deny that the both of them are kinda weird, but if Hitoshi is being honest with himself, Todoroki looks almost as socially adept as Midoriya and Hitoshi are, and Yaoyorozu looks more curious than anything. Hitoshi sent him another nod and nodded once to Yaoyorozu before turning his gaze back to his desk, trying to ignore the weird nodding language that seemed to have been created, even if Hitoshi has no idea what is being conveyed through said nodding language. Hitoshi lifted his gaze when someone slammed the door open with a loud, "Hey listeners! Who's ready for English?" Hitoshi wanted to groan when he realized Present Mike, a fantastic hero, one that he looks up to, but he is just so loud, would probably be the source of his morning headaches for the next couple days as he got used to the man's volume. He hoped Midoriya was having a better time than Hitoshi was. Izuku was freaking out. Obviously, he had known that getting a different schedule than his peers would result in different classes. But he really forgot about the whole navigating the maze of UA in the process. Izuku doesn't think he's exaggerating when he calls his high school a jungle. Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei seemed to understand his awkwardness, so he helped get Izuku out of the classroom. He was so nervous that he would just have to get up and walk out without an explanation. And then they were walking, with Izuku letting himself trail just behind Aizawa. The man sighed to himself but didn't say anything. And for that, Izuku was grateful. He did not want to have to figure out how to navigate a conversation with his homeroom teacher as he was walking towards 1,000,001 unknowns. Although, it was kind of interesting how Aizawa-sensei seemed to hold himself. He always acted like he'd rather be anywhere other than here, but his eyes told a different story. He had watched them interact this morning with intelligence swirling around his eyes, as if he was dissecting the relationships they had already formed. But he also watched them with a sort of softness too. It was weird. Not unwelcome, but definitely weird. All too soon, they arrived at a door that had a red 2B on the side of it. Aizawa-sensei glanced over at Izuku and he opened the door. There were groups already formed within the class. Izuku forced himself to acknowledge that fact with a fresh pang of worry coursing through him. 2 girls were hovering over a boy's desk, looking intently at a few strewn papers covering his desk. In the far right corner, a girl sat, arms crossed and eyes closed. She seemed to be glaring, even when she couldn't see the target of her ire. Towards the middle of the room, a group of 5 or 6 people seemed to be congregating. They were all paused in their movements, resembling more of a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar rather than hero students. It was refreshing to see a side to them that he could relate to. Walking in, Izuku had fully expected to be meeting people who reminded him of his rigid classmate Ida, or perhaps the slightly aloof, very silent Todoroki. It was amazing to watch the whole class settle down as soon as they collectively broke out of their stupor, warily glancing back and forth between Aizawa-sensei and Izuku himself. Most of them blanched and hauled but to find their proper seats as he walked further into the room. "Aizawa-sensei!" A boy cheered, breaking Izuku out of his observations. Izuku shot a soft smile his way when the boy glanced over at him. He grinned, although his grin seemed a bit forced, possibly due to the looming teacher figure standing in between them. The bright boy was interesting. He had thick pale green hair that seemed to be freckled with dark greens. It was amazing to see such hair. Even in a world filled with unique people, Izuku found himself fascinated by his hair. Or maybe it was the fact that his skin seemed to follow the same pattern as his hair, littering his face and arms with light greens and dark brown spots. The boy blinked as Aizawa-sensei rubbed the bridge of his nose and glanced back over at Izuku with his striking hazel eyes, as if to say, "How is he this exasperated this early?" Izuku almost smirked in response, but forced himself to hold back. He didn't want to overstep any boundaries. He didn't know if this boy was just being nice and possessed a friendly demeanor or if he was actually attempting to befriend Izuku at this moment. The boy held himself confidently, although he was leaning away a bit from Aizawa-sensei, like he was expecting to get in trouble. Aizawa-sensei just sighed, snapping Izuku out of his mini-analysis, and pinched the bridge of his nose. "I don't know what you did, Yoshio, but don't make it my problem." The boy, Yoshio, let his grin become a bit sharper, spine straightening a bit as he mock-saluted Aizawa-sensei and said, "You got it, boss." Aizawa-sensei sighed again and gestured to Izuku. All eyes turned to him fully, and he wanted to sink into the ground to escape from their interest once he noticed. "This is Midoriya Izuku. He'll be joining you for your classes in the mornings. Take care of him." Izuku tried to weakly smile at them and a few grinned back, which eased a little bit of his nerves. Aizawa-sensei just gestured to an empty desk next to the window in the middle of the row and spun on his heel, walking out of the classroom. Once the door shut, Izuku felt his eyes widen and he scurried over to the desk and plopped down, mortified that he had just stood up in front of them like that. He heard a few of the vestiges sigh exasperatedly at his thoughts, which helped calm him down further as he tried to ignore the eyes on him. Just relax, ninth. You're here to learn, the same as these children. Nana reassured him softly. Izuku smiled at that thought and sunk further into his chair, feeling a bit more comfortable now. Suddenly, the person in front of him turned around and smiled softly. They had black, thick hair that flowed around their head, though it wasn't long. It seemed to be cut at their shoulders with small curls forming at the ends. Their black eyes were piercing, interestingly enough. As if they could see something he was not privy to. They cleared their throat. I'm Umamoto Kazuki, Class 2 BS Class President, and Yoshio over there is our Vice President. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded and gave a tentative smile back as Umamoto seemed to remember something and spoke again. Oh, and they/them pronouns for me, please. Izuku nodded vigorously and decided to officially introduce himself since Umamoto was taking their time to do the same. Oh, of course. I'm Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A, and he/him pronouns, please. Umamoto's smile seemed to become more genuine once Izuku said his pronouns. Maybe they had to deal with rude people before? Either way, Izuku felt happy that he could reassure Umamoto silently that he wasn't an a-hole. Umamoto nodded, tilted their head and looked him up and down and furrowed their eyebrows. Before Izuku could ask about his tie or something, they spoke. How do you have so much anger and spite in your body? Ha, they just called you out, ninth? Fifth yelled out in between his bouts of laughter. His laughter mingled in with the rest of the vestiges' laughter and, to Izuku's despair, he even heard a small chuckle from second. Izuku felt a furious blush rising to his face, but his mind was running a mile a minute. How did they know what he felt like sometimes? I mean, he already knew he had some repressed feelings of frustration and annoyance. He wouldn't call it anger, he would admit to the spite though. Maybe it's their quirk? That would be interesting and super helpful in heroics. He wondered if they could tell when a person was lying or not. Most people feel a sense of unease when they lie, so it's totally possible. Although they shouldn't rely on that method. They could totally help victims out too, especially since they'll know if they need calm down or hell. Whoa, slow down there little kohai, Yoshio said. He was suddenly right next to Izuku, out of his desk from across the room and grinning a bit like a shark. Izuku leaned back a bit, chuckling nervously. Umamoto here can't answer your questions if you speak too fast. Izuku felt his jaw drop. They didn't mind? Of course we don't mind, Midoriya-kun, Umamoto said, looking a bit hurt. Probably since Izuku could only feel awe and confusion right now. He wondered if their quirk was passive or not. He wondered how they differentiated the emotions they cowl. Just slow down and I'll tell you everything I can. Izuku nodded dumbly, still slightly in awe of his new classmates who didn't seem to seriously hate him for some unknown reason, and whipped out his notebook, startling both Yoshio and Umamoto. Once he had grabbed his pencil and looked up, they both gulped at the gleam in Izuku's eye. Oh yes, he was going to have fun here. In all honesty, Hitoshi's core classes aren't that bad. The most they did was reintroduce themselves to their new teachers and go through their syllabus for the semester, which calmed Hitoshi. He liked knowing what would be expected throughout his classes and what kind of workload he could expect for the year helped tremendously. It also helped that they were encouraged to introduce themselves with their names and a hobby or something about their family, nothing about a quirk at all. Hitoshi chose to say his name and explain his family, gaining a few happy smiles from the girls and an inquisitive look from Azui. She explained her large family instead of a hobby as well, which seemed to prompt Zero to explain his. It was interesting to learn about his classmates like this, especially since his middle school experience was saying your name, quirk, and its activation requirements before you were allowed to get your seat number. Yeah, this was a lot better. The bell finally rang for lunch, just in time as it looked like Semita-sensei was planning on going on another tangent with Tokoyami about Gothic literature. Hitoshi started packing up his notebooks and sliding his newest syllabus into his bag as Azui made her way to him. Shinso, right? Hitoshi nodded and Azui tapped her finger to her chin. I'm usually pretty blunt when I say things, Ribbit, and I just wondered how young your family is. Hitoshi nodded his consent and started zipping up his bag. 2 of my sisters are older, one is 24 while the other is 18 and I have one younger than me. She's 9. Azui nodded again. What was with the nodding today? That's interesting, Karo. My siblings are all younger than me. They're younger than you, Hitoshi said questioningly, although he made sure it didn't come off as a question. Yep. My brother and sister are twins and they're 10, Karo. And my youngest brother is 6. Azui said. She seemed happy to talk to someone else with a large family since most people in Japan never really have too many siblings. Hitoshi was honestly happy about it too, since it looked like he could potentially have someone to fondly complain to about his sisters. Your brother is still in his demon stage? Hitoshi asked. He continued with his question when it seemed like Azui didn't understand. That's what we called it when Mayumi was younger. She's mellowed out since then, but 5 and 6 were her demon years. Azui seemed to laugh a bit into her hand as the pair walked out of the classroom and towards the cafeteria. He's nearly out of those stages, although each of them seemed to have an attachment to fire, Karo. My mother was worried Samidare and Satsuki, the twins, would turn into arsonists. Hitoshi let himself crack a smile as they walked through the open doors and they were hit with a large wall of noise once they entered. Kami, he could feel the migraine already. They quickly walked over to more secluded area and sat down. Hitoshi pulled out the bento his sisters had made with him last night and looked up as Azui grabbed her own. Shinsukuin! Midoriya yelled, racing straight for them with a wide grin on his lips, the older students behind him laughing at Midoriya's excitement. He assumes those were Midoriya's new classmates, but he's not entirely sure, since Midoriya was currently talking a mile a minute. Oh my Kami! That was incredible! I mean, at first I was scared, who wouldn't be, but then I basically got the okay from their class president, who is amazing by the way. Their quirk is called empath and they can basically see and manipulate people's emotions. Cool, right? Midoriya didn't even wait for Hitoshi to nod before continuing. Anyway, they walked up to me and said, how do you have so much spite and anger in one body? And then we talked about their quirk and suddenly the entire class was being nice. Hitoshi chuckled at his friend's excitement, which seemed to knock him out of his mutterings as said a sheepish sorry before sliding into the seat next to Hitoshi. Finally, Midoriya seemed to notice their new friend and beamed again. Oh hi Azui-chan. Sorry, I was just so excited about my new classes. I didn't mean to butt in here. Azui waved her hand dismissively as she ate. Don't worry, Karo. And please call me Tsu, both of you. We were just eating. What classes are you taking, Midoriya? Midoriya rubbed the back of his head sheepishly but answered anyway. Hey, Tsu-chan. Well, I got placed in a few upper core classes than everyone else, so I'll be with Class 2B for their classes this year. Apparently they test you according to your written exams if you did well enough. As Tsu blinked and seemed to accept that explanation as she continued eating. A few moments later, Jiro and Yaoru stood in front of their table with trays of food balanced in one hand. Yaoru asked if they could join and Midoriya, of course, beamed and nodded towards the girls, both seemingly happy they're allowed to join at the table. Hitoshi was happy with this group. They seemed to like to listen to Midoriya and his new stories while asking questions and throwing him into more tangents and deeper rabbit holes. It was relaxing since everyone here was content to include him in their discussions but not expect to talk as much as Midoriya was. Granted, he's pretty sure no one would expect him to talk as much as Midoriya does, but still, it was a nice, unspoken gesture. Midoriya-kun? Yaoru spoke up then, looking incredibly nervous for talking to a boy who literally personified happiness and excitement. Yes, Yaoru-chan? Midoriya prompted. The girl just waved her hand dismissively as she looked at the both of them. Oh, just refer to me as Yumomo please. I know my family name is a mouthful. At both of their nods, Yumomo continued. I was wondering about the little entrance you guys made this morning. Midoriya glanced over at Hitoshi and smiled sheepishly towards the girls. Alright. Well, the vents are pretty spacious and the hallways were really loud. Jairu snorted and waved her chopsticks around, as if to say they were preaching to the choir. Hitoshi cracked a smirk at that. Oh, I see. Well, that was very inventive of the two of you then, she said, shocking both Hitoshi and Midoriya into a few rounds of laughter. Inventive was one way to describe their gremlin nature. Soon enough, their lunch PRD ended and they all walked back to their classroom together, with Midoriya bouncing around at Hitoshi's side. His friend seriously looks like a bunny every time he is too excited about something. It was amusing and endearing in the best way. Looking around, he could tell the other girls felt the same. Hitoshi let himself sigh contentedly before they reached the classroom. He thought he might actually enjoy his time here at UA for a change. Once the group finally found their seats, with Midoriya expertly ignoring the foot Bakugo intended to trip his friend with, and sat down, Hitoshi did his absolute best to avoid looking nervous about this class. It helped to fixate on the mystery mess that was Bakugo and Midoriya though. Hitoshi honestly wanted to know what their deal was with each other. Midoriya seemed to be too nervous and scared around the other boy and Hitoshi didn't trust it at all. Midoriya looked at Bakugo the same way Hitoshi looked at his bullies. That didn't make him feel okay in the slightest. Before he could dwell on it for too long though, a loud and excited voice accompanied their new heroics teacher as the door slammed open. I am coming through the door like a normal person. The class flipped out as they realized their teacher for foundational heroics would be All Might, the #1 hero in Japan. Sure, Hitoshi didn't like many limelight heroes, but Midoriya's palpable enthusiasm for the man was enough to make Hitoshi okay with this. Yes, he wanted, selfishly, to be taught by Eraserhead for this class, but it would make sense that UA would teach their students more about limelight than anything else, especially since All Might has been the face for limelight and rescue heroics since he began. Suddenly, Hitoshi realized he zoned out because there was a whoosh coming from the wall to his left and All Might was gesturing to the area with a remote in his hand. A hero needs their costume first, though. Change and meet me at ground beta. All Might, Aizawa-sensei said as he stepped through the door, making every student freeze. The man sounded said, livid even, and no one wanted to get in the way of that. Aizawa-sensei turned towards them and sighed. Grab the costume cases according to your seat number and change. We'll be meeting in Gym C in 15 minutes. Don't be late. Once he said his piece, Aizawa-sensei stalked out of the door, gesturing for All Might to follow him. Hitoshi is glad Aizawa-sensei changed the place because he had absolutely no idea where ground beta was. The gyms were obvious and easy to find, but the mock cities that were strewn across UA grounds? Yeah, Hitoshi had no idea where to go for those. Once it seemed like most of the crowd had died down, Hitoshi and Midoriya got up to grab their costume cases before leaving the room quickly, speed-walking towards the locker room closest to their gym. On their walk, Todoroki seemed content to walk next to them. He didn't acknowledge them or anything, just walked next to Midoriya as he rambled about his costume and wondered if he would have all the support items he requested. Another anomaly was Shiro, who seemed to be throwing glances at their little group when they walked into the locker room. Hitoshi could tell they weren't bad glances, just curious and maybe a bit interested. Not romantically, not at all, but Shiro definitely looked like he wanted to talk to them about something. Whatever. Hitoshi wasn't going to dwell on it for too long. He quickly made his way into the bathroom area of the locker room and found a stall next to Midoriya. He knew why he didn't like changing out in the open. Too many sneers and taunts from middle school kept him from comfortably changing around his peers, and he could, sadly, hazard a few guesses as to why Midoriya wouldn't be changing outside either. Hitoshi opened the silver case and took a second to marvel at the black fabric that was sitting underneath a letter. Ignoring the letter for now, Hitoshi pulled the black long sleeve on, happy that it was almost form-fitting but still baggy enough to hide most of his upper body. Quickly, he also pulled on the dark gray combat pants, complete with all the pockets he had asked for. He's not particularly fond of the utility belts that hang around people's waists, so he made sure to ask for loads of pockets to place any weapons or first aid supplies he'll want on hand. The next thing he grabbed were the black combat boots, hopefully reinforced, and threw them on over the bottom of his pant legs. Peering inside the case, he decided to open up the smaller box that was lying in there, shocked and excited to see his voice modulator and distorter sitting inside, and placed it around his neck. Sure, he was good with replicating voices, but it always sounded the tiniest bit off when he did it. Hopefully, the device will work out any KNKS he has. It would not be good if a villain found out they weren't speaking to the person they thought they were before he could grab a hold of their mind. Another small box sat in the case, and he opened it to reveal basic first aid supplies and a few bombs. He decided to leave the bombs and first aid supplies in the case, knowing he wouldn't be needing them on his first day. Quickly, he grabbed the letter and began reading through it. It was a surprisingly thorough analysis of his equipment and costume. Apparently the pockets on his pants were reinforced so his supplies wouldn't be knocked around or break during a fight. His top was also reinforced to protect his vitals and was woven with a strong cork-resistant fabric, just like his pants were. The combat boots were, indeed, reinforced with a steel toe, which made him happy to see. There were a few things about his voice modulator, but he assumed he could deal with all that during class today or tomorrow. He quickly packed his school clothes into the case and stepped out of the stall, making his way to an empty locker that he could use for the time being. Shinso. Wow, you look so cool. Turning around, Hitoshi once again blessed whatever deity up there that he had time to build his apathetic mask so he wouldn't be caught gaping at his friend. Midoriya was dressed in a dark green jumpsuit with a hood attached at the neck and a matte black mask hanging loosely around him. He could tell there was some sort of turtleneck undershirt under Midoriya's jumpsuit and was fiddling with the black gloves that went up to the middle of his forearms. Looking down, Hitoshi felt his mouth dry when he realized his friend's pants were the same dark green but more form-fitting than his own, which means he was noticing just how strong Midoriya really was. A dark red utility belt hung around his waist, splitting up the dark greens, and he wore combat boots that were the same dark red as his belt. Hitoshi shook himself out of his shock once he heard the locker next to his slam shut and realized Midoriya had been excitedly talking about what they could be doing today during class, not noticing that Hitoshi had checked out for most of the conversation. Small mercies. You look good, Midoriya. I like it. Hitoshi managed to say once Midoriya had paused from his mutterings about the various support gear. Hitoshi was met with a beaming smile and crinkled eyes as Midoriya grabbed his bicep. Thanks, Shinso. We gotta go though. I don't want to be late, especially if Aizawa-sensei is going to be there. Hitoshi found himself agreeing and let Midoriya drag him out of the locker room, most of the boys still yelling excitedly about their costumes and new gear. Once they made it out, Hitoshi noticed the pillars and obstacles set up throughout the expanse of the gym floor. Some of the girls had already made it out and were talking amongst themselves. Izuku-kun. Shinsu-kun. Whoa, you guys look super cool. Are you going into underground heroics then? Uraraka bounded over, with Ishido and Tsu following. Thankfully, Hitoshi just nodded and wasn't expected to say anything since Midoriya was already on it. Thanks, Uraraka-chan. And I'm not as sure yet. I just wanted to test out a few things to see where I would like to end up. With that said, Midoriya took an obvious once of the girls and frowned. Why the hell are you in heels? Hitoshi let out a snort as Uraraka looked down at her shoes and blushed. Oh, the paper said it was for shock absorption whenever I land, although it would have been nice to get a heads up. It's a little tight too, but it still looks alright. Midoriya frowned and gripped onto Hitoshi's bicep a bit rougher than he had been. Not that Hitoshi particularly minds. That's stupid. You could roll an ankle much quicker with those, not to mention the fact that you didn't ask for them, so there's no real reason to give you them. Lots of people have shock absorption equipment and they don't have heels. They also do nothing for marketability points either, so that's out of the question. I don't know why they made yours tighter than you wanted. That also seems stupid. Hitoshi flexed his bicep as Midoriya started to get too lost in his analysis of the girls and their costumes. Midoriya seemed to take the hint and snapped his eyes over to Hitoshi before smiling sheepishly at the girls. Sorry about that. Your costumes do suit you though. You all look amazing. The girls gracefully took the compliments, although the three looked a little stunned at Midoriya's concerns about Uraraka's outfit and were currently looking over their own. Hitoshi was a little disappointed in the girls and their costumes as they continued to walk out. Most of them were dressed in tight spandex that looked so uncomfortable, and honestly, Hitoshi wasn't seeing much protection built for them either. Hell, Hitoshi is almost certain that Hagakure was only wearing boots and gloves. The only costumes he semi-approved of were Tsu and Yamomo's. Tsu looked to be going for a family-friendly vibe, and it definitely suited her. Yamomo was wearing a cropped muscle shirt and combat shorts, and her outfit was bright and friendly. The belt on her waist looked to be the same ugly yellow as Aizawa-sensei's goggles. Sorry, Eraserhead, but it was blocky on the back, like she was storing mini-books or something. Hopefully that was the designer's fault and not Yamomo's, because there is too much DMN technology in this world for the girl to try and bring books onto a battlefield. That would just be plain stupid. Hitoshi felt someone slide up right next to him and looked over, only to have a heart attack. Todoroki Midoriya went to greet but choked on his words once he saw the insult of a costume that Todoroki had on. He was wearing a white jumpsuit, white boots, white everything, while 2 shoulder straps were fing beige. The worst part, in Hitoshi's humble opinion, was the fake block of ice situated over the entire side of his body, with a red eye in his half mask. Hitoshi tore his eyes away from the costume as he looked over the rest of the boys, trying to make sure he won't have to rip too many apart by himself. They weren't terrible, but they definitely all looked like first-year costumes and would no doubt be changing a lot once they got a feel for what they'd want. The only one looking super remarkable was Bakugo, but those huge gauntlets around his forearms were making him look stupid. Seriously, how's he supposed to help a civilian with those on? Also, what happens when they go off? If it's a bigger explosion than what he normally makes, Hitoshi's classmate is a walking advertisement for extreme property damage, and he can't say he's a fan. All right, Aizawa-sensei said, effectively shutting down everyone's conversations. Today, we'll be walking through each of your costumes, criticizing them, and then running through this obstacle course for you to get a feel of how it will work. You are not to use your quirk unless you'd like to test the durability of your costume. Come to me if you wish to do so. This is the time for questions, comments, concerns, or anything you might think of about your costumes. You'll be saving lives in these, so don't hold back. Grab a clipboard and pencil off the bench now. I'll call each of you up to talk about your designs. With Aizawa-sensei's piece finished, everyone scrambled over to the bench and quickly grabbed what they needed before making their way back to their teachers. Honestly, in Hitoshi's mind, it looked more like All Might was taking the back seat here and acting as a TA, which would make sense, seeing as this is the first year he'll be teaching. Maybe it's just a precaution. Bama, you're up, Aizawa-sensei called out. The sparkling blonde sauntered over to the 2 teachers. You look like a strong knight in shining armor, young Aoyama. All Might yelled out, making the blonde beam and sparkle more. How the hell did his classmate even do that? While Aizawa-sensei gave him an unimpressed once-over. Aoyama, what is the practical use of your cape? Aizawa-sensei asked. Aoyama spluttered a bit before answering. Well, it's, to look dazzling, monsieur. No, Aizawa-sensei said bluntly. Hitoshi heard Midoriya try to cover a disbelieving laugh with a cough as Hitoshi put his face in his hands to hide his laughter as well. It was obvious Aizawa-sensei wasn't trying to be funny, but all Hitoshi could think about was the old pre-quirk movie his father had forced them to watch, The Incredibles, where Edna shut down the idea of capes almost as fast as Aizawa-sensei did. You can have a cape so long as it gives real purpose. Turn it into a shock blanket for victims. Make it fire-resistant to aid rescue missions. As long as it has a purpose, you can use it. Same with the armor. Make it less bulky. That'll only get it the way. Make sure it isn't too heavy. The support department will have lighter metals for you to choose from. The reflective panels are good, but they're also clunky. Make sure there's a flow with your costume. Too many things to look at won't help you when you enter the field. Aizawa-sensei offered as Aoyama got over his shock and started writing down the issues as Aizawa-sensei was pointing them out. Aoyama, come back with any questions. Ashido, your turn. Everyone, Aizawa-sensei called out after Ashido walked away and Todoroki came up to stand in front of All Might and Aizawa-sensei. Hitoshi almost snickered at the dejected look their teacher gave Todoroki. Almost all of you are lacking protection in vital areas. I want it written down that you understand this for the support department to read. They will understand where and how much protection you'll need. If I notice your costumes haven't changed in 2 weeks, you will wish you were expelled on the first day. Am I understood? The entire class felt a chill down their spine and quickly announced their agreement. No one wanted to know what Aizawa-sensei would do to them if they messed up their costume badly enough for the man to step in. Now, Todoroki, do you understand why fake ice isn't going to help your costume? Todoroki looked a bit confused and maybe a little sad, but he nodded in agreement anyways and left to go put on a gym uniform once Aizawa-sensei dismissed him. And Hitoshi felt himself relaxing as it went on. It was amusing to watch Aizawa-sensei rip into people's costumes, even as All Might tried to praise them for their purposes. Yeah, All Might was definitely acting as a TA for now. Hitoshi and Midoriya had to hide their laughter a few more times after that. The most notable was when he ripped into Kaminari for literally only having a t-shirt and jacket which wasn't reinforced at all, though that might be more of a support department issue. Aizawa-sensei did say that Kaminari's glasses were a nice touch, although those would need to be reinforced as well to be of any use in the field. And then Aizawa-sensei did the same thing to Jiru when he realized her costume was even less enforced than Kaminari's, although he emphasized mobility over brawn more than once during his speech. Aizawa-sensei also looked like he was going to have a heart attack when Hagakure confirmed she only got boots and gloves for her costume and promptly sent her off to get a gym uniform on and all. But promised murder for whoever designed her costume. He also looked like he was having an aneurysm when he noticed Yaoyorozu had a literal bookcase on the back of her utility belt and no protection built in, which was very entertaining to watch. Kirishima, it's your turn. Aizawa-sensei called out before looking over at the boy and groaning. All Might's smile was tight and forced as he flicked his eyes all around Kirishima's costume. The red-haired boy bounded over and parked himself right in front of the both of them with a large smile intact. Kirishima, where is your shirt? Hitoshi couldn't hear his answer, but he could guess all the same with the way Aizawa-sensei pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. I will say this once, DNA-infused costumes are a thing. Go to the support department tonight after school and ask about them. They are a longer process than most costumes, but I believe the benefits will outweigh the time delay in your case. Run the obstacle course and come back with any questions. Shinso, you're up. Aizawa-sensei called out, looking oddly excited about this. Maybe the man is sadistic and they started playing pranks on the wrong person. One look at Aizawa's grin and Shinso concluded that, yes, Aizawa-sensei could possibly be the worst person to decide and prank at this moment. He might actually die today. Midoriya looked over and gave Hitoshi an encouraging smile, which eased more nerves than Hitoshi cares to admit. While Hitoshi made his way towards the area Aizawa-sensei and All Might were standing in. All Might gave Hitoshi a questioning look before understanding struck through his blue eyes and he smiled, a bit more genuinely towards Hitoshi. Young Shinso, you've done well picking out a theme. Your costume suits you. All Might said, giving Hitoshi a cheesy thumbs up. Hitoshi's going to have to change his stance on All Might soon because if he respects and is willing to train Hitoshi for a path in underground heroics, he'll have Hitoshi's respect. Hitoshi just nodded to him and nervously glanced over at Aizawa-sensei, who was looking just as bored as he did with everyone else. And sure, Midoriya might be right that Aizawa-sensei can't hide much with his eyes, but Hitoshi is refusing to make eye contact with the man just to make sure. You'll want something warmer for the winter months, but it is acceptable to have 2 different costumes. Look into getting sound-resistant boots, assuming you plan to go the underground route. Start thinking of long-distance and mid-range weapons as well that you can add to your costume at the beginning of your second year. You'll want a good baseline for whatever you decide to go with. Hitoshi nodded along as Aizawa-sensei clinically gave him new ideas for his costume. Honestly, he thought he was going to be torn apart rather than just getting pointers, but this conversation seemed to just be about adding or subtracting things to further the costume. He's a bit proud of himself for making a good baseline for him to start with. Run the obstacle course or write any questions you might have and come back. Midoriya, your turn. Hitoshi nodded and bowed a bit before turning dramatically on his heel like he's seen Aizawa-sensei do and rushed back towards Midoriya. Hitoshi was not going to do the obstacle course alone. Safety in numbers and all that. Midoriya bounded right past Hitoshi with a beaming smile and parked himself right in front of their two teachers. Hitoshi tuned most of it out, though he thought he saw a few tears coming from All Might as the man complimented his hood and color scheme. It was surprisingly wholesome, although Hitoshi does have to wonder why the man looked so interested in Midoriya's outfit specifically. Whatever. He'll put that on the back burner for now. Soon enough, Midoriya was bounding back over, muttering about new costume changes and what he needed to change. At one point Hitoshi saw him shake his head and mutter, "No. I don't need that right now, Kami," and Hitoshi ignored it while fondly rolling his eyes. Midoriya, Shinso. Hitoshi will deny to his dying breath that he almost screamed when he heard Todoroki call their names from right behind him. Though it looked like he didn't hide it well enough, since Todoroki's eyes seemed to sparkle like they did back in the classroom. So his classmate is sadistic as well as a gremlin. Good to know. At least he had changed into his gym uniform and wasn't wearing the abomination of a costume anymore. Todoroki-kun. Hi. Can W help you with something? Midoriya said, tripping over a few of his words. Hitoshi noticed he does that with any newcomer, but as soon as Midoriya seems comfortable, he'll be fine. I'm running the obstacle course with you, Todoroki said. Hitoshi honestly wonders what had to happen to this guy for him to be so deadpan all the time. It was mildly concerning when he thought about it. Midoriya didn't give him much more time to think about it though, since he had already grabbed Hitoshi's bicep and started pulling him towards the starting area while Todoroki calmly walked next to them and listened as Midoriya excitedly talked about what kind of obstacles would be in there. Did you want to race? Midoriya asked excitedly. That seemed to spark competitiveness in Todoroki's eyes as the boy nodded. From what Hitoshi has seen, he stands no chance going up against these two powerhouses, even if they were going through it without their quirks, but he nodded nonetheless. Alright, I'll count down, we'll go on 1, Midoriya said, determination taking over every muscle in his body. Hitoshi stopped his ogling as they all settled down into running stances. Hitoshi eyed the rock wall they had to get over first, internally thanking his sisters for getting him off his butt and making him go through the basics of weight training and forcing him on runs with them. 3. The temperature seemed to dip, although one glance to his left and he noticed Todoroki wasn't using his quirk. 2. He listened to Midoriya settle himself further down. 1. Midoriya took off like a shot, Hitoshi right behind him. It was exhilarating. Hitoshi reached the rock wall and climbed quickly, noting that Todoroki had passed him but seemed to pause at the top. Hitoshi looked over the wall as he came to a stop, noting the pool that was below them and shrugged before jumping down, letting out a hysterical cackle. His feet hit the water hard, although Hitoshi felt almost zero impact. He swam quickly, giving himself no time to be impressed at how quickly. Midoriya had raced through the water and ended up in the next obstacle. Hitoshi pulled himself up over the edge of the pool and got back to sprinting. The next obstacle was full of angled platforms, with more water under them, making it obvious Hitoshi was supposed to jump back and forth on the platforms. He jumped, not expecting the spring in the platforms, and almost ate the next one as he quickly righted himself in the air. This happened a few more times before he finally jumped off the last one and hit solid ground. He listened to Todoroki run past him and he sped up, not wanting to be left behind that quickly. The next, and what looked to be the last, obstacle was a balance beam area with a small resting platform in the middle. As Hitoshi expected, water was underneath this one too. Hitoshi quickly made his way down the balance beam, forever annoyed that Todoroki looked smug as he ran through this part of the course, and sprinted towards the finish line. You expect me to believe that, Huh. There's no way you could possibly be first. Hitoshi sprinted faster, noticing how Todoroki sped up as well. He was on Todoroki's heels when he heard the blast of an explosion. As quickly as the explosion came, Todoroki stamped his foot into the ground and a large wall of ice separated the explosion from Midoriya, although it looked like he had already gone through the ringer. Midoriya's hair and the left side of his face looked singed from the explosion, and he was holding the right side of his gut, like he'd been punched or something. Hitoshi felt his gut drop when Midoriya straightened himself out, took a deep breath and turned around, already smiling at them. Hey guys. Thanks for the wall, Todoroki, Midoriya said, happy as ever. Hitoshi wanted to curse himself for not realizing it sooner. Of course Midoriya's mask would be interwoven with how he truly felt sometimes. That's why the smile didn't look fake. Midoriya, Todoroki said, slightly frowning. You're burnt. Midoriya just waved him off and walked towards them, no limp or hesitancy in his steps. Hitoshi wanted to curse out anyone that had a hand in Midoriya's talent for hiding injuries and waving them away so people wouldn't look closer. Hitoshi vowed to never be one of those people. From behind the wall, Hitoshi could hear Aizawa-sensei reprimanding Bakugo, and based on the lack of explosions and screaming, their teacher was getting through to the other boy. On the other hand, he could also hear All Might calling out and asking if they were okay, sounding a bit too frantic for a guy who was the #1 hero. "You're fine, All Might sensei," Midoriya shouted back, cutting off All Might's more worried responses before turning towards Todoroki. Would you like to melt the ice or walk around, Todoroki? Todoroki seemed to look Midoriya up and down, probably gauging his injuries, and nodded before turning towards the corner of the entranceway that wasn't being blocked by the ice. Walk around. Midoriya easily agreed, and Hitoshi felt himself moving forward, finally shaken out of whatever it was that was forcing him to remain in place. He slid right next to Midoriya and essentially melded to the side of his friend while holding onto his bicep, which got him an appreciative glance. Once they were out from the wall, Todoroki slid right up to Midoriya's other side and seemed to meld himself to Midoriya as well. Well, Hitoshi thought with an amused glance, at least I'm not the only one feeling protective today. Aizawa-sensei assessed them with one look and ordered them to go to Recovery Girl for the rest of the time, while All Might frantically checked over Midoriya, looking more and more like a worried father as time passed. Hitoshi and Todoroki couldn't convince Midoriya to just go straight there, however, so they all changed back into their uniforms and walked down the hall, protests eventually dying from Midoriya when he realized Hitoshi and Todoroki weren't just going to let him walk away. It honestly baffled Hitoshi. How quickly Midoriya denied needing healed, how he was able to hide the injuries and look almost fine as if his hair wasn't singed. How incessant Midoriya was to take care of his costume and change back into his uniform before they left, showing more care towards his belongings than his own body. It baffled him as much as it angered him. Hitoshi's always been privy to the worst of what people have to offer for him, especially once they learned of his quirk. But Midoriya didn't even have that to cushion others' discrimination towards him. Or, at least, he didn't used to. Now that Midoriya has a quirk, one that others would call powerful and heroic, he's going to go through so much whiplash from the change. That obviously won't leave him with no side effects. There's just no way that could happen. Even with Hitoshi at UA, he's waiting for his classmates to corner him after school and demand to know what his quirk is before getting bumped to the lowest social standing the school has. There's no way Midoriya, the kid with a force-manifested quirk, wouldn't be waiting for the other shoe to drop either. So Hitoshi made his choice and went back to the locker room to grab his costume case and Midoriya's, Todoroki silent by his side as he did the same. They walked back to their classroom and placed the cases in the correct position before Hitoshi grabbed Midoriya's and his school bags and turned towards the door. "Where are you going?" Todoroki asked, looking as inquisitive as he could get without showing too much behind his normal aloof face. It almost impressed Hitoshi. "I'm going to wait at the nurse's office for Midoriya," Hitoshi said blandly, letting one of his eyebrows rise when the other boy started walking towards him, bag in hand. "I'm joining," Todoroki said, earning a curt nod from Hitoshi as the two boys set out to Recovery Girl's office. Mizudafu adopts new policy. Written by Curious and Company. The Mizudafu School Board unanimously approved a new system for evaluating campuses that district leaders vowed will make the city a national thinker in rethinking how to size up school quality. The new policy, named Continuous Improvement and Data Transparency, formally replaced the district's controversial school rating system, which had long come under fire for overemphasizing standardized test scores and unfairly labeling prestigious trade campuses. The new approach does away with the rating schools on a 5-point scale from 1+ to a separate policy the board approved will adopt 3 new labels that largely correspond to the state's designations for schools, as required by law. Under this new accountability policy, The district will compile a wide array of metrics and present them to parents and the public rather than using a complex calculation to produce a ranking as the old system did. A new dashboard with that data will go live sometime during the coming semester next school year. And, while the policy aims to hold the district accountable for providing money, guidance, and other resources schools need to improve, it does not spell out any consequences for campuses that are refusing to make headway. At the Monday board meeting where the policy was approved, District CEO Masaki Mineta said the new system reflects Mizutofu's commitment to equity and marks a break with a punitive approach to evaluating schools. He said national leaders, including Principal Nedzu, are watching Mizutofu's overhaul closely, though Mineta called it a current work in progress. The district will flesh out how to capture some metrics and create the public dashboard over the school year, officials promised. Ken Nishishiji, a professor and instructor at UA who was part of an advisory group that crafted the new policy, called the approach soft accountability. We are using a flashlight, not a hammer. He applauded the inclusion of more metrics that will attempt to capture how schools are supporting students on campus and calls this a step in the right direction. Izuku wanted a 5-hour nap, 4 cups of coffee and possibly some medicine for the migraine he was bound to have later. He wasn't confused as to why Kaken decided to seek him out. He also wasn't at all confused as to why Kaken had blown up, really. He had been avoiding the other boy since they got into UA because he really didn't know how to explain this. The fact that he got first place in the entrance exam when he wasn't supposed to. And the fact that he had a quirk. Because OFA was a secret. A national secret. And for good reason. The vestiges told him that there used to be a man who could give and take quirks who sought out every past user only for their altercation to end in tragedy, and everyone that knew about the quirk had also been hunted down or stalked by that villain. It was an incredibly dangerous thing to know about. So he knew that he couldn't just tell Kaken what was going on, especially since he's always been a terrible liar. Omitting certain details and warping the events? That was something he could do with no problem. But outright lying to someone was not Izuku's specialty. With that in mind, obviously Izuku was going to avoid the one person who would be able to tell if Izuku wasn't giving up the whole truth. And Kaken had always hated liars. Which means he currently, most likely, hates Izuku right now. So, again, Izuku wasn't too confused about Kaken figuratively and literally blowing up on him. He understands. What he does not understand is the pure venom in the vestiges' voices as they cussed out Kaken like he could actually hear them, and they're still muttering threats, as if his head wasn't already spinning from the sheer confusion running through his system. He didn't understand why Shinso and Todoroki helped him and followed him and made sure he actually went to Recovery Girl for something so minor. He didn't understand why Recovery Girl was currently looking at him with a stern look but soft eyes as she bustled around the nurse's office and sat him down on a bed before he opened his mouth to explain why he didn't need to be here. He didn't get that stuff. That didn't make sense. It was completely out of the norm for people to worry about Izuku and make sure that he was all taken care of like a normal human being. No one had really felt the need to do such a thing towards him for such a long time that Izuku couldn't help but feel out of practice and hopelessly lost with everything going on. It was also so very odd to see Kaken wrapped up in Aizawa-sensei's capture weapon and being firmly reprimanded for his behavior during class, as if their teacher genuinely cared about the little talk that Kaken and him had. And sure, it wasn't too odd to see All Might fussing over him, especially during those first few months at the beach when Izuku got a little too bold, but this was the first time his mentor had done so in front of other people. "Sonny," Recovery Girl said, a bit brashly but not unkindly, ripping Izuku from his swirling thoughts. Again, it didn't make any sense. Izuku looked up towards her, resolutely ignoring how he felt about what was going on, and she clicked her tongue as she tapped the side of his leg with her cane. "How well are you sleeping?" Izuku just tilted his head at her and asked, Why, in genuine curiosity. "With my quirk, I use a patient's stamina to heal them, so I'd like to be prepared if you plan on passing out on me, boy." She gave him a mild glare as he started thinking, and most likely muttering, about the applications of her quirk. "Oh," Izuku said once he broke himself out of his train of thought and looked over at the healer with a sheepish smile. I've been sleeping fine. I'll be okay." Recovery Girl briskly nodded, checked over him one more time and then gave him a light kiss on the forehead. Immediately, Izuku felt his eyes droop and shoulders sag as the stinging pain from his shoulder faded and the throbbing pain from where Kaken had nailed him in the stomach dulled. Wow, that was such an interesting quirk. He had no idea he would feel the effects of her quirk so soon. Izuku heard Recovery Girl click her tongue again and shoved a few gummies in his face, along with a water bottle. "Eat and drink, young man," she ordered. Izuku obeyed with little hesitation, although he felt like he was moving a bit slower now that he was tired and worn out. As he ate the gummies, the door opened and closed and Izuku saw Aizawa-sensei make his way to where Izuku was sitting. "Midoriya," Aizawa-sensei said, monotone as usual. Although, Izuku could see complicated and conflicting emotions flitting through his eyes and tilted his head in curiosity, wondering what could possibly make his stoic teacher look like that and if he had anything to do with the man's current distress. Knowing his track record, Izuku absolutely has something to do with the reason why Aizawa-sensei looked so exhausted. He couldn't help but hope that UA paid this man enough to deal with Izuku. What happened? A feeling of understanding suddenly overcame his confusion and worry about the whole situation. Of course they didn't know what happened. That's why they were so worried about this whole thing. Ninth, that's not it at all, Nana grumbled to herself, the vestiges agreeing with her. "Oh, we were just talking, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku said, trying to placate this. "Talking?" First mumbled incredulously. Izuku could feel the others felt the same as First and promptly ignored them. That was just how they talked, sometimes, more often than not. "Talking?" Aizawa-sensei asked, not unlike First had just spoken up. Izuku nodded earnestly. "Yeah, we were just talking with each other. And the conversation might have gotten out of hand a little bit, but, it wasn't anybody's fault or anything like that." Aizawa held a hand up, pausing Izuku's explanation that was rapidly turning into a muttering spree, and he winced. Sorry about that, sensei." Aizawa sighed. "Don't apologize." Izuku cleared his throat, feeling more awkward than ever. "Sorry, sensei." Aizawa sighed again and Izuku made a face, unsure of what to say now that he wasn't supposed to apologize anymore. "Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?" Aizawa prompted him, looking deep into his eyes. Izuku shook his head, glancing away from the man that he was frightened might be able to read his mind if he looked that deep into his eyes ever again. "That was all that really happened, sensei." Right. Aizawa-sensei finally said, although he looked like he didn't believe a word that came out of Izuku's mouth and seemed like he wanted to press for better answers. Weird, usually teachers were actively looking for ways to punish Izuku for bothering Kaken, or they did their best to actively ignore him. They didn't ever look like this. Aizawa-sensei was a very, very weird teacher. "Well, would you like us to call your emergency contact in, or are you well enough to get home? They've already been informed of the event." Izuku stared at his teacher, confused, until the pieces clicked in his brain and almost laughed. He still can't believe they thought he was hurt after that tiny explosion. It's not like Kaken was aiming to hurt him. He just wanted answers. Izuku understands why it happened, so there was no real reason to worry. And besides, why would he need All Might to take him home after something so small and minor? There was absolutely no reason for Izuku to waste more of his mentor's time. Fine, sensei. I can go home on my own." Nana sighed in Izuku's mind as Aizawa-sensei did a weird grunt thing before nodding and turning on his heel to leave, muttering something about punishments, therapy and Kaken under his breath. Izuku would have thought about that more, but then Recovery Girl came back to bustle around him, getting ready to send him off, and he just had so many questions for her about her quirk that Aizawa-sensei's weird behavior slipped his mind. Hopefully he'll remember to think about that later on. Hitoshi had no idea if he had dozed off while waiting for Midoriya to be healed or not, but he snapped back to awareness as soon as the nurse's door slid closed. Quickly, he turned towards Todoroki, who just said, Aizawa-sensei walked in, and went back to indulging himself with the book he was reading. Hitoshi slowly nodded as he came to, thinking about how Midoriya looked and if he was actually so much worse off than what they originally thought he was. Hitoshi would never forgive himself if he didn't notice something that he let Midoriya walk on. Even if he was in the nurse's office now, That still meant Hitoshi was letting him walk around with injuries. He just shook his head and took out his phone with the intent to tell everyone home that he'd be late from school today. Suddenly, the door slammed open once again and Aizawa-sensei stalked out and down the hall. Hitoshi took that as his cue to sneak in, feeling Todoroki right behind him. They let the door shut quietly and snuck their way over to the far bed Midoriya had walked to. Hitoshi could hear Midoriya animatedly talking about Recovery Girl's quirk and what additional applications it could have. He listened as Midoriya questioned if the kiss or her saliva was what was used by her to heal people, and he suddenly didn't want to listen to this anymore. Just the thought that her saliva would be the thing healing people and not the kiss made him want to throw up, if only a little. He could practically hear Kaori laughing at him, saying he was too gay for that kind of shit to happen to him. He kind of agrees with his mental Kaori. Fine, Sonny. But you're checking in with me tomorrow morning. If you try to skip, I'll make sure Aizawa-kun escorts you down here. Am I understood? Hitoshi heard Recovery Girl brashly say to Midoriya. He could practically hear Midoriya's beaming smile as he responded, Of course, Recovery Girl-sama. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Good boy. Now off you go. Recovery Girl dismissed and swept open the curtain the two boys were directly in front of. Hitoshi moved quickly out of the way, mostly so he didn't have to suffer from getting a cane whacked against his shin, and he saw Todoroki do the same. Recovery Girl paid them no mind and continued to walk back towards her office. Hitoshi turned his head and watched Midoriya stretch his arms out before bounding over to them. Hey Shinso, Todoroki, Midoriya said, tilting his head just so. What, are you guys doing here? Midoriya's eyes widened comically before either of them responded. Did you guys get hurt? Are you okay? We're fine, Midoriya. Hitoshi placated as he walked closer to his friend. We just stayed to see if you'd be okay. Midoriya scrunched his face together in confusion at that, making Hitoshi want to go on a rampage for him. Midoriya shouldn't, and you wonder why they were staying with him. That shouldn't even be a question, in Hitoshi's mind. Thanks guys, but, you didn't have to dash. No, we didn't, Hitoshi cut in. But we wanted to. Are you taking the train home? Midoriya slid right in between Todoroki and Hitoshi and nodded towards them. Yeah. Are you guys? Hitoshi nodded while Todoroki just tilted his head, just like Midoriya had done earlier. I don't take the train. Midoriya just nodded easily, not even second-guessing Todoroki's awkwardness about the topic. Well, we'll see you in the morning then, Todoroki-kun. Get home safe. Todoroki nodded and started to split away from them in the hallway. Todoroki going back towards their classroom and Hitoshi and Midoriya moving towards the front entrance. Just see you both in the morning, Shinso, Midoriya. They walked together in silence towards the train stop. Well, Hitoshi was silent and Midoriya was mumbling about missing out on seeing his new classmates and their quirks. Hitoshi's thoughts were running around far too quickly for him to put together a fully coherent sentence. That is, until Midoriya and him finally got into the train car. Hitoshi felt blessed that it was mostly devoid of people, with only an old couple sitting on the other end of the car, and turned towards Midoriya. Midoriya, what was Bakugo talking about back there? Hitoshi asked apprehensively. Midoriya's eyes widened and filled with an interesting mix of guilt and hurt. Well, me and Kaken grew up together, so, obviously he knew about. Yeah, so I think it just, I dunno, surprised him to see me with a quirk. Midoriya tilted his head down, obviously trying to keep back his unshed tears, with minimal success. Hitoshi gently continued to pry, trying to see what the root of the problem was. Right, but why did he go on about you being first in something? Hitoshi watched Midoriya flinch when he mentioned his friend being first in something. He wasn't sure if the boy was just nervous about this topic or if he actually didn't feel comfortable with being first in something. Worrying but not surprising if that was the case. Midoriya liked his lips and sent a fleeting glance towards Hitoshi before training his eyes on the ground again, steadily hunching his shoulders more and more. Kaken thought I tricked someone into giving me first place in the entrance exams, since that was supposed to be his spot. Hitoshi felt rage flood through his system towards the feral blonde and vowed to make him do something embarrassing later on. I get it. I do. And I had been avoiding him, so it makes sense he would ask during class. Hitoshi couldn't listen to any more of this. Was that really how he asks people things? I mean, I know I'm basically prying here, and you can tell me to stop asking any time. But, Midoriya, you know people don't use their quirks on others when they don't get the answers they want, right? Midoriya didn't respond and seemed to tense his shoulders as a few tears slipped down his face. Hitoshi prayed to the gods he wouldn't be overstepping with his next words, making sure to lower his voice and be as gentle as possible. Midoriya, you understand that I wouldn't use my quirk to force answers out of you, right? At that, Midoriya's head shot up and he frantically started waving his arms around to deny such an accusation. Of course not, Shinso. I wouldn't. I know you wouldn't dash. Then what? Hitoshi asked, voice dangerously soft. Makes Bakugo the exception? Hitoshi watched as Midoriya's protests died off and the other boys seemed to be trying to find an excuse for Bakugo's behavior towards him. Even if Midoriya had been considered quirkless for the majority of his life, the treatment Hitoshi has seen so far wasn't okay. Sure, the discrimination was probably the norm for Midoriya, but that still didn't make it okay. Hitoshi was fully prepared to hammer that into Midoriya's brain. I don't, Midoriya said softly, although it seemed like he was talking to himself. Hitoshi was content to let him until he started to sound desperate. I don't know. It was said in a whisper, something Hitoshi wouldn't have heard if the train was any louder or if there would have been more people occupying this car. But he did. Hitoshi heard the underlying hurt and confusion and panic coming from that one sentence. It's okay not to know, Midoriya, Hitoshi said, as genuinely as he could. You don't need all the answers right now. But it's always good to question the exceptions. Midoriya just nodded towards Hitoshi and went silent again. Hitoshi took no offense, noticing how much reflection his friend needed to do. Hell, if Hitoshi was going to UA, training to be a hero with a previous bully of his, he would need to do some heavy reflection as well. Granted, Hitoshi had always been pretty good at severing ties with anyone he didn't want to talk to. It was a blessing and a curse. Hitoshi offered to walk Midoriya to his house, but his friend just waved him off, stating he was going to be walking around anyways before going home so he could think. Hitoshi understood that better than most, so he just slumped back into his seat and watched as Midoriya walked towards the residential area. The rest of the train ride felt short and the walk to the house even more so. Once he got home, he noticed everyone seemed to be out, either at work, school, or just doing something, so he shuffled up the stairs and into his room before flopping on the bed and groaning. God, school was exhausting. Wednesday was much more eventful than Hitoshi had wanted it to be. It all started with Hitoshi and Midoriya walking into class, like normal people, this time, although they did greet Todoroki with their custom head nod, and Aizawa-sensei just kept glancing at him. Granted, Hitoshi had watched Aizawa-sensei glance in a few other people's directions, but he kept coming back to Midoriya and himself. It was unnerving. The glances didn't seem off. To be honest, Hitoshi wouldn't have even known their teacher was glancing at them throughout homeroom if he hadn't actively caught the man doing so. That might be what bothered him in the first place. Hitoshi didn't feel anything from the glances Aizawa-sensei was throwing at him. Usually Hitoshi has a knack for knowing when someone was looking at him. Then Aizawa-sensei announced that they were to choose a class president and a vice president. Hitoshi honestly thinks doing so would be a stupid idea, especially on the third day of school when they're all still trying to figure each other out. Of course, Aizawa-sensei slithered into his sleeping bag once the class started freaking out, trying to figure out who would be leading them as a class. Like a light bulb went over the guy's head, Ida started yelling about how yelling was unproductive, beautiful picture of irony, truly, and then settled the class by proposing a voting system. How democratic. Hitoshi decided to put a vote towards Yumomo. The girl was obviously a quick thinker with the way she could talk to Midoriya and keep up with his ideas. She seemed level-headed enough to make a sound decision in their best interests, and she didn't annoy Hitoshi at all. In Hitoshi's book, Yumomo hit all the checkboxes he needed to justify her being in charge of everyone. Granted, if she went off the rails with the power, Hitoshi is sure Midoriya would have no problem helping him with a class mutiny. Or maybe just an intervention, though that would be less dramatic than Hitoshi is gunning for. And it seemed as if the class agreed with him since their votes tallied up 4 for Yamomo and 3 for both Midoriya and Ida. Hitoshi had to stifle a snort in his hand when Midoriya shot up from his seat and passed the position over to Ida as fast as humanly possible. And then classes droned on. It was worse than yesterday, mostly because they were reviewing what they had learned in middle school, and Hitoshi could hardly make himself pay attention enough to take notes. Blessedly, the bell for lunch rang quicker than Hitoshi thought it would. That's because Hitoshi forced himself to stop staring at the clock and started doodling instead, and he was out of his seat and packed up as soon as the bell stopped ringing. He may have forgotten the fact that people willingly talked to him because he did jump just a bit when Tsu came over to him. He also seemed to forget about everyone else because as they were walking down the hall, Hitoshi could hear Yamomo and Jairu right behind him as Todoroki slid up to his left and walked silently with him. Tsu talked to Hitoshi the most, and it was mostly about the silly stories of her and her siblings from the previous night. It felt familiar as he sat down at the lunch table, surrounded by his new classmates as they waited for Midoriya to come over. Soon enough, Shinso turned his head when he heard Midoriya excitedly yell out, "Shinso!" and came speed walking over with a tray from Lunch Rush in his hands. He smiled towards his friend and listened as Midoriya detailed his morning with his new classmates. Apparently Midoriya had found yet another gremlin willing to give him more school-oriented pranks and tips on how not to get caught. The cherry on top was the fact that this gremlin was 2BS vice president. Before he could even think about how ridiculous that was, the alarms started blaring. Hitoshi clapped his hands to his ears and shut his eyes, groaning about the migraine he was going to have later from all the yelling and screaming everyone was doing. He felt Midoriya's hand grip his bicep in silent support, and Hitoshi will forever be grateful for that. Over the noise, he could hear Midoriya asking for something from Yamomo and then yelling to someone else. He felt Midoriya throw something, and a few seconds later, all he could hear was Ida screaming over everyone and telling them it was just the press breaking into campus. Hitoshi took a deep breath as he tried to calm himself down and dropped his hands from his ears as soon as he noticed the alarm was off. When he opened his eyes, he winced in sympathy at Jairu, who was still covering her ears and curled up onto the lunch bench. Yeah, he would not want to have super hearing as a quirk right now. Afterwards, the entire table tried to pull Yamomo out of the funk she was in. Tsu and Jairu seemed confused, but Hitoshi could smell her self-deprecation from a mile away. So he made sure to pull her to the side and assure her she did the most she could. Not only that, but she also isn't expected of too much since they're all still first years. Honestly, it's like everyone here forgets that sometimes. Sure, they're training to be heroes, but they don't have the experience yet that allows them to be efficient heroes. So of course they're going to freeze up right now and panic a bit before they take action. That sheet should be a given. Especially when an alarm throws the entire student body into a panic and no one knows for sure what's going on. They're training to work past that fear and become leaders, which is exactly what Yamomo was training to become. It seemed like that was exactly what Yamomo needed to hear, because she gave Hitoshi a very awkward hug and smiled at him before wandering off to go talk to Jairu and assure her friend that she was fine. Hitoshi got hit with a revelation just then. Maybe he hangs out with gremlin idiots so he can be everyone's therapist. Curse his hospitality working family. He'll blame Cory for this. Afterwards, he got to watch Midoriya basically vibrate in his seat as Aizawa-sensei taught them the fundamentals of hero laws throughout their afternoon class and nearly died of laughter when Todoroki raised his hand just to ask, "Which of these laws are we required to follow?" It was entertaining to watch Aizawa-sensei explain that every law should be followed, but Midoriya muttered, "Has he seen Slide and Go?" under his breath, and Hitoshi wheezed a laugh before coughing violently into his elbow. His playoff didn't work, however, and Aizawa-sensei tried to call him out in front of the class. "Shinso, can you explain the hilarity of following each heroic law?" Hitoshi didn't get a chance to do anything except stare at Aizawa-sensei like a deer in headlights before Midoriya shot his hand up and bounced around in his seat a little. Aizawa-sensei glared and gestured towards Midoriya. "I think Endeavor would be a good enough example for this question." Midoriya chirped, flipping through his notebook as Aizawa-sensei seemed to age 10 years as Midoriya kept talking. According to the charts provided by the Hero Commission, Endeavor has a terrible property damage count as a hero, holds the record for the amount of civilian injuries within the top 10 heroes, and holds the record for the amount of criminals and villains placed in hospitals instead of jail cells within the top 10 heroes. This means that Endeavor is responsible for continuously breaking at least 1 or 2 laws per patrol, not to mention the average he would be breaking during hero missions. Hitoshi spared a moment to look over at Todoroki and almost groaned when he noticed the other boys seemed to be smiling as Midoriya clinically and happily explained all the faults of Endeavor as a hero to their teacher, who looked like he wanted to take back every word he said. Kami, all of Hitoshi's gremlin friends just had to be traumatized, didn't they? Afterwards, Hitoshi spared a glance to Bakugo, who seemed to be both seething with anger and confused about something. It was weird to watch. But the rest of the day passed with little fanfare. Hitoshi had to fend off cuddles from Kaori, Sachiko, and Mayumi that night before he went to bed. Hidem and Nier repeated the exact same thing over again on Thursday, but with less panic, since the media seemed to be content to leave them alone for now. And then he flopped back into his bed and texted Midoriya until he fell asleep, face red from all the blushing that came from Kaori teasing him about talking to Midoriya so much. He couldn't help but smile into his pillow, even as he groaned. He just couldn't wait for Friday. It was going to be their second time working together and getting real training for heroics. Shoyuta sighed to himself and stared at the stack of files that seemed to cost him an arm and a leg. Netsu had demanded a presentation for each of the students and why Shoyuta needed their information. Shoyuta found it a bit odd to see Netsu go through such lengths when he never had before, but he wasn't going to ask too much. He did not want to PSS off the rat. He valued his life. The files Shoyuta got were the files sent over from their previous schools and included their basic information, individual class grades, overall GPA, any clubs and after-school activities they were a part of, recommendations and, last but not least, teachers' personal comments. Admittedly, Shoyuta was more interested in the teachers' personal comments section, especially since he's already gotten a read on each of the 4 students he was looking into. He already developed his own opinions about them and would be interested to see if any of the other teachers had formed the same conclusions. That was his biggest selling point to the rat. Shoyuta wasn't looking for additional opinions, he was looking for additional information. Shoyuta hadn't forgotten what Shoji, Kuda, Shinso, and Midoriya looked like after he announced his logical ruse. Each of them looked terrified, so terrified of what Shoyuta had said to them all. They all acted as if expulsion was worse than their deaths. It made Shoyuta nervous. His students shouldn't act like that when presented with an impossible challenge. They had no way of knowing if he would truly expel them or not, bar Midoriya, but usually Shoyuta's students either, 1, got their head out of their butt long enough to run through the tests as best as they could, or 2, were so arrogant and bullheaded that they couldn't see any other way to apply themselves and their quirk for heroic work and got expelled and moved to general education. Shoyuta wasn't stupid. He knew what would happen if someone were to be expelled from UA as a whole. That black mark would follow them into their early 20s and dictate most of their educational experience. He wouldn't do that to the kids, even if they were insanely annoying. So he transferred the ones he expelled from the heroic course, forced them to seek out therapy and reevaluate themselves before being let back in or finishing out the rest of their education in either general, support, or management. He wouldn't send a student off to their deaths when it was his job to prevent such a thing from happening. And yes, while each and every one of the other students got past their fear and turned it into determination during the tests, those 4 seemed resigned and determined at the same time. Like they had already accepted the fact that their best wouldn't cut it but continued to try anyway. It was remarkable and Shoyuta couldn't help but commend them for their drive, but they shouldn't look at him like that. He tried to explain it to Hizashi and Nomuri when they had spoken to each other in the break room, and they seemed to understand that the students' reactions were just too extreme to be natural, but they still seemed to have a disconnect. That was only logical, Shoyuta supposed, since they hadn't looked into the eyes of hundreds of hero hopefuls and threatened expulsion consistently. It just bothered him. So he finally got the files and made a pot of coffee for the long night he was surely getting himself into. Shoyuta placed a legal pad and pen down so he could compare opinions about the students and their files and figure out what exactly was going on. Going off of Shuta's own experience in public schooling, people generally tended to believe he would be a villain just because of what his quirk was. It didn't matter that his father wasn't a villain and they had similar quirks. It didn't matter Shoyuta had only ever wanted to be a hero and help people. It never mattered. He's also not ignorant. He keeps up on the statistics for those with useless and unseen quirks, villainous and mutant quirks, and the quirkless. During his time as an underground hero and his tendency to use rooftops as transportation means, he's seen more broken children and hopeless teenagers than most. Sometimes he only sees their shoes and a note on the roof, but he doesn't want to think about that for too long. Each and every time they speak, they explain to Shoyuta all of the details that statistics just can't provide. He hears horror stories of the orphanages and foster care homes they've been placed in, his heart breaking when they explain it's the best home they've been in so far. He listens as they describe their own personal hell during school hours and their daydreams of saving up enough to put themselves in a private school or any school that would stick with their no-bullying policy. He's subjected to knowing what they have to do to make that money, since no self-respecting company would hire them once they noticed their quirk registration. So it's safe to say Shoyuta knows that something wasn't right with those four when he looked at them after his logical ruse. Because they all looked like those teenagers Shoyuta had found on a roof and convinced them to stay alive. They all looked disappointed and resigned but determined and headstrong as well. He just couldn't place what happened to Midoriya. Shoyuta had fought Nezu hard for the boy's file, wanting to know if he suffered from some kind of systematic abuse or just abuse in general. He could guess what happened to the other three by the way they held themselves and noticed one another like they had been fighting in the same battle their entire lives. Maybe in some way they had. It still didn't explain what was happening to Midoriya though. By all rights, Midoriya should be as confident as Bakugo with his flashy quirk, loud, and collecting friends by the dozen. Instead, Midoriya shied away from attention, going as far as immediately dropping the vice president position when offered. He was quiet in class, only speaking up when the second years encouraged him to do so. The teachers who taught the second years all said he looked like he would faint if he were to be asked to spend time alone with any teacher for any reason. And sure, the boy was collecting friends like they were candy pieces, but he was collecting what the staff called them, the trauma kids. Shoyuta let himself groan. He always had a batch of trauma kids placed in his class since they tended to appreciate blunt things and melded with his teaching style well. Shoyuta carefully didn't think about what that meant for him. He's just never had all the kids seek each other out so quickly. Hell, he doesn't even know what's happened with Yaoyorozu, Azui, or Todoroki, but no one immediately warms up to Chaos Gremlins without having a little trauma. Maybe his whole class is traumatized on some level? Kami, he hopes not. Shoyuta has absolutely no idea how he would deal with a full class of traumatized teenagers. If pranks and stupid, chaotic things was how Midoriya, Shinso, and Todoroki got through their trauma, Shoyuta would stand no chance against the whole class. Sure, it was funny to watch Midoriya and Shinso do stupid things during their classes and bother a few others. What was not funny was walking into Nezu's office and immediately wanting to run out of there because the rat was busy laughing at his screen. What was even worse was that Nezu had taken to watching Shuta's class just because of the sheer amount of stupid things those three did. Todoroki didn't do as much as Midoriya and Shinso. That much was true. But when they were together, take the second goddamn day of school as an example. As far as Shoyuta knew, those two hadn't even spoken to Todoroki yet, and they still managed to be on the same wavelength of problem gremlin children. Midoriya and Shinso had used the FING vents to get to class, and Todoroki just nodded at them before covering for them when Shoyuta asked about it. He can already feel the gray hairs coming in because of this class. Shoyuta groaned as he stared down the files, feeling more than reluctant to get started on this personal project of his. Shoyuta let himself sigh as he rubbed his eyes and picked up his first file, flipping it open. He skimmed through the basic contents that explained who Kuda was, his quirk, his grades, the overall GPA, and standing within his class. Shoyuta nodded to himself. This was all information he had already known about. Then he flipped further into the file, looking through the recommendations and teachers' comments. It didn't surprise him that Kuda had 0 recommendations. Only the proudest and loudest tended to receive those. The comments did confuse him though. The teachers never wrote anything completely against the kid, but they most certainly didn't write anything that encouraged future teachers to pay attention to him. The comments were either passive-aggressive and targeted him because of how little the boy tends to speak, or found out how to write a few politically correct ways to say, "Who is this kid? Are you sure I taught him?" It made something heavy sit in his gut as he swallowed the lump in his throat. Shoyuta could guess that Kuda probably had some bad experiences with teachers. Especially since he had just read a comment that suggested Shoyuta should call on him, even if he didn't want to answer. He had no idea if the other teachers accepted answers in sign language or forced him to speak, but because of their phrasing, Shuta's leaning more towards the latter. At that, Shoyuta wrote out his student's name and began writing in all the do's and don'ts he could think of. Kuda would probably appreciate proximity for any help that he might need, but Shoyuta should dismiss the idea of having him speak up during class. Once the year gets rolling and Shoyuta starts making everyone do ORL presentations, he needs to remember to explain that anyone can present in sign language and points will not be docked off. He'll probably need to have someone encourage the kid with his quirk too, since that could be the reason he seemed to be shitted on by his previous teachers. Maybe Zashi would be willing? His husband gives out compliments to his students like they'd never been praised before in their life. Perhaps he can have Zashi introduce the idea of learning ASL so Kuda could feel more comfortable answering questions in his English class? Definitely worth looking into later. Shoyuta sighed and dropped his pen from his hand, grabbing his coffee mug. So much to do, and he's only found out how to help one of his trauma kids. Merlin, there is not enough coffee in the world for Shoyuta to drown himself in. The worst part about this whole thing is knowing that the teachers were probably discriminatory towards the kids, even if they tried to pretty it all up with large words and backhanded compliments. And Shoyuta can't even do anything about it unless one of his students comes to speak with him about what had happened. He could decide to pry and ask about it, but that was an almost guaranteed road down the permanently untrustable lane. Shoyuta had absolutely no plans of running down that lane for any of his students. He carefully tossed Kuda's file on the other side of the coffee table and flipped open his new one. Admittedly, he didn't have to bring himself to do much guesswork as to why Shoji seemed terrified of his threat against the class. The boy held himself like he wanted to come across as small and soft, but he just couldn't do so with his height and appearance. Shoyuta would never dream of blaming his student for trying to use that as a coping mechanism, but the way that Shoji hunches in on himself sometimes cannot be good for his back or arms. Shoyuta quickly read through the information, making sure to write down art elective in the margins of his legal pad. Apparently, Shoji did very well in his middle school art classes, and if Shoyuta could figure out if his student liked that particular subject later on and shove him Namuri's way, then that would be for him and him alone to know about. He scanned the teacher's comments, noting how most of them painted Shoji to look like a hardened criminal instead of the sweet kid he'd come to know. What was even worse was realizing that Shoji had quite the disciplinary record, filled to the brim with biased reasons for long detentions. Not to mention how many incidents against him were reported, although there were no serious marks on his record. All of the incident remained nameless, with each and every one of them explaining how Shuta's student had instigated fights that he couldn't handle against other students. Shoyuta felt his quirk activate involuntarily as he glared at the offending paper. How could someone look at Shuta's student and decide that he was to be treated as a criminal, presumably based on the way that he looked? Seriously. Shoyuta knows instinctively the answer to that question. This type of thing happened to those without pretty and societal conforming mutations often enough for him to guess. It was ridiculous, narrow-minded, and disgusting prejudice all wrapped up in a pretty bow they called discrimination. Shoyuta forced himself to stare at his legal pad as his thoughts ran rampant through his mind. He didn't know much about reteaching students' expectations in the classroom. Well, okay. He did, but he usually retaught them stricter rules and harsher punishments were to be expected if they wanted to keep their spots in the course. This was flipped backwards and he wasn't sure where to begin. This was all just fed up. Shoyuta listened to soft padded footsteps walk towards the kitchen. He smiled softly as he listened to his husband grumble to himself as he turned on their electric kettle, presumably to make some tea for the night. "Sho!" Hisashi called out, making his way towards the living room. Shoyuta just let himself fall into the depths of the couch with a sigh as he heard Hisashi come up from behind him. Silently, gentle fingers threaded their way through his hair and started massaging his scalp, and Shoyuta let his eyes slip closed as he hummed in response to Hisashi's careful ministrations. "Sho, are those the files of the kids?" Hisashi asked, a bit of worry slipping into his voice. Shoyuta just hummed again and nodded. He knew why Hisashi would be worried, especially since he was the first person Shoyuta had told about what had happened during their assessment on the first day. Shoyuta sighed as he cracked open his eyes to look at Hisashi. "Yeah. The teacher's comments are ridiculous." He watched Hisashi purse his lips and furrow his eyebrows as he looked down at Shoyuta. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Shoyuta felt a small smile pull on his lips and he nodded, slowly pulling himself out of the couch and out of Hisashi's careful hands as he slumped back over the coffee table. "Before the school year starts rolling, I would love it if you could talk to Kuda about learning ASL during English." Hisashi grinned and nodded towards Shoyuta. He just rolled his eyes playfully, knowing that he'd be teased about going soft for his new class once he was done peering into their pasts. "I'm not sure what to do about the other students yet, but the best thing we can do right now is treat them all as regular students. I have a feeling they've all been isolated by both peers and teachers." Hisashi grimaced at the implication while Shoyuta just frowned, still staring at the two files he hadn't gone through yet. He saw Hisashi bend over the couch and Shoyuta tilted his head back, feeling that soft smile make a return when Hisashi kissed his forehead before wandering back into the kitchen. "Call me over once you're done. You need to talk through what you'll learn about rationally." Shoyuta half-heartedly glared over his shoulder. He knew he would need to talk through the biased comments that he'd been reading through to help his mind make better sense about things he should do for his next steps. He knew that knowledge never made it any easier to do though. That's probably why he's so thankful he'd gotten blessed with Hisashi, who always seemed to know what Shoyuta would need for the moment. He sighed heavily and glared at Shinsu's file. Call it a gut feeling, but he just knew his student's file would be filled with ignorant and terrible comments. Shoyuta knew personally just how bad school was for anyone with a mental quirk. And he also knew how bad school was for people with mental and villainous quirks. He cautiously opened the file, as if it could grow teeth and bite his hand for even daring to look through the information. He absent-mindedly scanned through the first part, pleased to see Shinsu's grades looking relatively normal. Shoyuta might be projecting, but when your grades are messed up by the public schooling system, all because of your quirk, you'll never want to see it happen to someone else. He looked through the empty spots usually reserved for recommendations and school activities. He felt his eyebrows furrow as he read on, finally approaching the comments section. A few of them were pleasant enough? Well, they were all nice enough to pretend that they remembered who Shinso even was, although Shoyuta is guessing that they didn't really care about him, so long as he didn't make a sound in the classroom. The rest of them, however, were all from the same person. Shinsu's homeroom teacher. The man seemed excited to write about the best ways to ensure silence from Shinso, going as far as suggesting any future teachers to use any means necessary to make sure Shinso refrains from speaking. Shoyuta wanted to throw up, or possibly just throw something in general. He could guess the context clues from most of the statements this so-called teacher made, and he wasn't happy about what he was piecing together, because he remembers what they did to him to try and ensure his silence when he was younger. He remembers the terrible feeling of a blndfld over his eyes so he couldn't disturb anyone in class. He remembers the homeroom teacher that loved to call on him to answer a question he couldn't see and laugh as she gave Shoyuta detention. He remembers those detentions being the worst memories of his life when Shoyuta snapped out of his thoughts when Hisashi brought a hand down to rub his tense shoulders and suddenly realized he had been using his quirk again by accident. "Walk me through it, Sho," Hisashi said, walking around the couch to sit down next to Shoyuta. Once he relaxed, Shoyuta silently shoved Shinsu's folder towards him and let him look through it before they decided to compare theories about what happened. As Hisashi looked through the folder, Shoyuta let his dark gaze rest on Midoriya's file. He didn't want to guess about what he would learn about his student there, but dark thoughts began to creep up on him the longer he stared at the DMED folder. Hisashi's soft nudge on his shoulder broke him out of his staring contest with the last file, and he looked over to see his husband staring intently at him. Let's work through what we know, okay? Most of the comments points away from sexual abuse. Hisashi said in a clinical tone, pulling Shoyuta back into work mode. He nodded at that comment, silently agreeing with his husband, although his memories were trying to tell him differently. He needed to stop seeing so much of himself in Shinso. Just the homeroom teacher had an obvious issue with Shinso. Potentially just one discriminatory teacher rather than a collective issue. Hisashi hummed and nodded while writing that down on the notepad he had moved to be in between them so they could work efficiently together. The wording makes me uncomfortable though. Shoyuta admitted quietly, staring at his husband. Hisashi tilted his head, an obvious sign that he wanted Shoyuta to keep explaining his thoughts. It doesn't sound like sexual abuse, but I'm worried the homeroom teacher dipped into physical abuse of some kind. And there were only 2 other teachers who commented about him. I'm guessing as long as he stayed out of the way, no one cared. Hisashi nodded and made a quick note of that before looking back up. We could talk to Nedzu to see if he could dig up more information about the school. Just to make sure. Shoyuta nodded, happy with that course of action. Even if Nedzu was acting a bit possessive over the files, he's certain his boss wouldn't mind digging through his students' pasts to make sure they were safe. Especially since Nedzu was already working on raising Aldera for falsifying Midoriya's grades. It will forever bother Shoyuta that he couldn't do anything against the schools as a whole since they were careful to make everyone read between the lines to see their discriminatory tones. Are you wanting to look through Midoriya's file tonight as well? Hisashi asked, pointing the end of the pen at the folder. Shoyuta sighed and glanced over at the thing, feeling equally wary, nervous, and resigned for whatever secrets about his student may lay in there. Shoyuta forced himself to nod and leaned over to grab the file. It was thicker than the others, something that had surprised him initially. He couldn't deny the fact that Midoriya's folder looked a bit too much like some of his other, unsavory students that he's had to get rid of. He let himself sigh and open the folder, quickly scanning through Midoriya's basic information. Shoyuta let himself frown at the grades, which never seemed to make it above a pass. Shoyuta, what the hell is that? Hisashi said, pointing down at Midoriya's quirk information. Quirk, LB Vanadium, physical manifestations of energy that the user is capable of wielding to enhance themselves. Shoyuta just furrowed his eyebrows, not seeing a glaring issue with the kid's quirk. Hisashi huffed and tapped on the form. What does LB stand for? Well, Shoyuta didn't actually know the answer to that question. He just assumed it was a term to describe Midoriya's quirk, although now that he's thinking about it, that didn't really make sense. Out of all the quirk registrations and descriptions Shoyuta has seen, none of them have had a LB before their quirk name. Something to look into, I suppose? Shoyuta finally said, flipping past the false grades. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows when he realized that Midoriya had never partaken in any school club or activity. He was also never recommended, which was odd, to say the least. Midoriya was, quite obviously, determined, bright, and stubborn to a fault. It took Shoyuta 3 measly days to understand that. His student was also riddled with anxiety, quiet, and unassuming. On top of that, Shoyuta knew Midoriya could also be chaotic, competitive, and possessed a concerning amount of gremlin qualities. So when Shoyuta finally let his eyes drift to the teacher's comments, he snapped the folder closed and breathed out heavily. He closed his eyes, but he could still see the words Midoriya's teachers had written about him. Attention-seeking. Always mumbling in class and distracting his better peers. Reprimands are necessary to keep Midoriya in line. March 12th, detention. Midoriya arrived to class after the bell rang and disrupted Bakugo on his way in. 5th tardy this month. March 14th, detention. Midoriya instigated a fight against Bakugo after class and attempted to blame the other boy and his friends. Be aware of Midoriya's tendency to act out during class. Possibility, due to his diagnosis. July 15th, in school suspension, Midoriya cheated on his final and proceeded to lie and claim he hadn't done so. This is the 8th time this has happened. Shoyuta felt his quirk trying to flare up, even with his eyes closed, as he tried to keep his breathing steady. He needed to remind himself that hunting down his student and demanding answers would throw away the trust that Shoyuta is working hard for. "Sho? Talk to me," Hizashi said, cutting through Shuta's dark thoughts of ripping Midoriya's former teachers to shreds. Shoyuta let himself relax into the couch as he groaned. "Just read the comments on Midoriya," he said, waving a hand at the file he had slammed shut. Shoyuta listened as a distressed noise came from the back of his husband's throat and sighed in agreement with him. "Okay," he heard Hizashi say, probably to himself. This was insane. It felt terrible to think, but everyone else had a clear reason for the discrimination that they dealt with, and Shoyuta could work with that. What Shoyuta was struggling to work with was the reason why Midoriya had been discriminated against. And what the hell did they mean by diagnosis? The teachers didn't even try to have people read between the lines for potential reasons to hate the kid. They just wrote out whatever came to mind. It was maddening to not know the reason why Midoriya had been isolated during his younger years in school. Hell, one of them basically said that anything goes when it comes to Midoriya. Not in a laid-back, easygoing kind of way, but in the sense that any teacher had free range to hurt Midoriya however they saw fit. Shoyuta wanted to throw something, or someone, and interrogate them into giving him clear answers. He couldn't make sense of it. He was honestly tempted to check the name on the folder again just to make sure someone hadn't given him a different file for a different student. Because nothing made sense. So, Midoriya may need different boundaries than others. Hizashi murmured, and Shoyuta listened to the scratching of a pen against paper as he spoke. Obviously nothing too drastic, since we don't want him to feel isolated. Does he already feel isolated because of his placement in his general classes? I'll have to make sure he's comfortable with 2B before I ask after class sometime. Although they already seem comfortable enough. Hizashi hummed to himself, no doubt thinking of more ways for Shoyuta and him to reteach Midoriya that basic human kindness exists. What do you mean they seem comfortable enough? I've heard that Midoriya looks terrified during classes with 2B. Shoyuta said, frowning a bit. Hizashi turned towards him and made a SOSO hand motion before speaking. Midoriya looks a bit terrified whenever I call on him, so I try not to do it so often, but around the other students he's great. Hizashi let a small smirk rest on his face and pointedly looked at Shoyuta. He made fast friends with Yoshio and the Hiroki twins. Shoyuta let himself groan as his lips twitched up into a smirk of his own. He's glad that Midoriya is socializing and comfortable enough with his upperclassmen, but did Midoriya really need to make friends with those three? In Shuta's mind they are, what he likes to call them, the Big Three. Not Yue's Big Three, but the Gremlin Big Three. They executed some of the most insane and elaborate pranks Shoyuta has ever seen. Lucky they all had enough self-preservation to leave him out of it whenever they ran around and messed with their teachers. Unluckily, Midoriya does not have enough self-preservation to leave him alone. Which means Shoyuta might be in for it this year. He can't say he minds though. Not when his students are obviously sticking with light pranks and stupid chaotic things around him. In fact, Shoyuta can say he wouldn't seriously mind if he was on the receiving end of one of their bigger pranks, although he will be forcing them through the hell track so they can remember why he has the reputation he does. It was amusing to see them keep a light-hearted air in the classroom, especially when he knew they were all taking his courses seriously. That might be the biggest reason he doesn't mind. Even when they're doing stupid things, they're determined enough to prove why Shoyuta should keep them in the heroics course. I know you said he was pulling pranks with Shinso, but do you think he would have done that in his other schools? Maybe he went too far? Hizashi offered before hastily adding, "Don't look at me like that, Shoyuta. I'm just looking for reasons." Shoyuta narrowed his eyes at the wall and sighed again. Midoriya seems hesitant to do any prank. What he's best at is causing chaos. Then again, I've only ever seen Midoriya cause chaos with Todoroki and Shinso. And Yaoyorozu, though I don't know if that was intentional or not. Never mind that, wouldn't he do something with or against Bakugu since they came from the same middle school if that was the case? Well, maybe not. Hizashi hummed. Good point. Wait, what do you mean maybe not? I told you about what happened with Bakugu and Midoriya that first day and the costume critique, right? During our meeting with his parents, we decided on a requirement of anger management class and therapy for this first year. Shoyuta sighed as he rubbed a hand down his face. It's obvious he wants to be a hero and has the potential to be a good one, but his anger looks to be detrimental to his own mental health, and if that can't get fixed then he's out. But those two act weird around each other. I don't think Midoriya would pull something with or against Bakuga even if his life depended on it. They fell into silence then, both trying to figure out what exactly the teachers could have seen as a reason to do their best to beat Midoriya's spirit into the ground. Shoyuta didn't even want to think about why, but it was eating him up. Netsu could be an option, Shoyuta said, recalling the sticky note his boss had shown him. If Netsu was serious about the investigation against Aldera, that would mean Shoyuta could weasel his way into the process and figure out answers from the school himself. Hizashi hummed and nodded, agreeing with Shoyuta. Eventually, Shoyuta pulled Hizashi away from the legal pad and promised him that they'd sleep on it before writing out more tentative plans to help their students as he guided them both towards the bed. Hizashi complied easily enough, apart from the other times Shoyuta drags him to bed while he's kicking and screaming, and Shoyuta quickly changed into some sleepwear before crawling into bed with Hizashi. Hopefully Shoyuta could figure out how to help his students soon. And if he could figure out what happened to Midoriya along the way, and possibly burn a certain few schools to the ground, then Shoyuta could possibly start earning his students' trust. IHS and PSIA sign new collaboration agreement, written by Curious and Company. In what will prove to be a historic step forward for the International Heroic Service, the Public Security Intelligence Agency, PSIA, are now working under a letter of agreement to further collaborate in the interest of professional development. The two organizations have been working together more closely in recent years, with Fumio Kishida and Sayaka Kinoshita, our Prime Minister and head of HPSC respectively, benefiting from deep professional connections with key PSIA-IHS personnel. Read more on page 2. Izuku loved his new schedule at UA. All the second years have been kind so far, even indulging in his tangents for a while about the subjects they were going to be studying this year. Even Hasegawa Hayami had warmed up to him, though she was still curt and aloof, but Izuku knows that's just her personality at this point. They had a rocky start since he was super excited about meeting them and getting to know his new classmates and their quirks. Most indulged him, especially after their class president, Umamoto Kazuki, gave him the okay to analyze their quirk, empath, can control and see others' emotions, so cool and interesting for heroics, but Hasegawa didn't share until she looked him up and down and crossed her arms. She had said, "I talk to cats, figure it out," and he went on a tangent about it all and the skills she would have to naturally hone. Soon enough, she slammed her books down at his desk and asked him why he didn't care she was essentially doing the heroics industry quirkless. He blinked and gave her a smile that didn't reach his eyes and had said, "Because the only thing that matters for being a hero is where your heart is." And now they seem to be friends. Another person he didn't know would like him was the vice president, Yoshio Naoko. He was so cool and definitely someone he wanted to befriend based on the sheer number of pranks the other boy pulled off throughout the first week, all without getting in trouble or detention once. Izuku sometimes thinks the other boy uses his quirk to do so. He has a chameleon quirk, so he can blend into any background he wants. Very interesting, but Yoshio promised it was all natural skill, little Kohai. Apparently, Yoshio was so impressed with the sheer number of chaotic things Izuku and Shinso had done within their first few days that he congratulated Izuku and even started helping him think of more ways to mess with Aizawa-sensei. Supposedly, not many people decided to prank Aizawa-sensei and live to talk about it. Yoshio and Hasegawa had also taken it upon themselves to warn Izuku about the field trip he was going on Friday morning. They said it happened every year, and that he should wear his costume with all of his support equipment so he can figure out how to work around it all now instead of out in the field. Hasegawa talked to him about adding more daggers and knives, her primary weapon, very cool, so he could cut through dangerous ropes and wires, divert rubble away from other civilians and possibly make a path with them. Izuku had never even thought about what a dagger could be useful for past combat exercises, so he was very thankful Hasegawa had caught him and explained how he could use each and every support item he had for rescue training. That's probably why he wasn't freaking out so much. now that he was in his homeroom on Friday morning, and Aizawa-sensei decided to spring the field trip on his classmates. Aizawa-sensei let them choose if they would rather have their costumes or a gym uniform on and spun on his heel, presumably to walk out and wait by the bus that was out front. Izuku raced to grab his costume case and bolted out the door, hearing Shinso right behind him. He excitedly made his way into a stall within the bathroom of the locker room and quickly changed into his hero costume. He doesn't think he'll ever get over the feeling of happiness and pride he feels when he's in the costume. Aizawa-sensei said it on their first day of foundational heroics. They'll be saving lives in these. He's already put new requests in for his costume, just so he could keep updating it as he continues to work with his quirk and find new support items he could want for certain situations. Izuku would rather be over-prepared than not prepared at all. "You have all of your knives right?" Nana asked kindly. It was like when a mother made sure their kid had all of their school supplies with them on the first day of school, according to the movies, so it took a bit in Izuku to refrain from laughing at how casual she had said that. "Everything's good to go, Nana?" Izuku thought back, smiling more genuinely to himself as he heard Third hum his approval. Quickly, Izuku slammed open the stall door and noticed Hitoshi waiting for him at the lockers they had chosen to use. Izuku bounded over to him and threw his case into the lockers before excitedly grabbing Hitoshi's bicep, which seemed would be a constant now, and demon near hopping out of the locker room so they could get to the bus. Izuku couldn't contain himself. He was so excited. Granted, the last field trip he had gone on resulted in him getting split apart from the rest of the group, and he had to wander around aimlessly until he arrived back at the bus and waited for the better part of an hour, but he's pretty sure that won't be happening here. And if it does, well, Izuku will feel no remorse for using certain pranks on Aizawa-sensei and his classmates that Yoshio taught him. He also plans on sticking with Shinso the entire time, so they'll both be lost if the class tries to abandon them. It was entertaining to watch Ida try and line everyone up so they could board the bus in an orderly fashion. Izuku seriously thinks he made the best decision for everyone by having Ida be their vice president and not Izuku. Sure, the guy was obviously proper and a rule follower, but Izuku has to admit the other boy has the presence and drive that will suit him well for the position. And then, on the bus, Izuku finally got around to complimenting Kaminari on how well he had been working with his quirk control during classes and very excitedly talked with him about the support gear the other boy was thinking about adding into his costume. Izuku also made sure to tell Kirishima that his hardening quirk wouldn't make him any less flashy or impressive if he went into limelight heroics, which seemed to spark a whole discussion about which heroics industry everyone else wanted to go into. Izuku was still a bit unsure. He wanted to show Japan that he was going to be there for them as a hero and a person, but he also wanted to help those in the darker parts of society. His mind had been stuck between limelight and underground for as long as he could remember. He wants to bring attention to all the issues society deals with and make sure no one feels hopeless so long as he is around to protect them all. It was a bit of a shock, really, when he realized not even underground heroes would patrol in certain places that seemed to need the most help. Sure, it was dangerous for them, but wouldn't that just mean the civilians living there were in even more danger? It never made sense to Izuku, although when he brought it up to All Might, his mentor had said, "The dangerous areas are dangerous for a reason, my boy. I'm proud of you for planning on being a hero for the ones that truly need one." It was a heartwarming moment, in all honesty. Still didn't explain why heroes refuse to patrol certain districts. Izuku plans to rectify that soon enough, especially if he finds out heroes refuse patrols for those districts because of the lack of publicity available there. Izuku will riot. Izuku felt Shinso nudge his arm and stand up, making him realize that he had missed most of the bus ride. He felt himself get more excited as they all poured out of the bus and noticed 13 standing outside, waiting for them. "This is the USJ, where we'll be conducting your rescue training throughout your heroic education. Move quickly and pay attention to the announcements 13 has." Aizawa-sensei called out. Izuku heard Kaminari excitedly whisper to Shiro, "I can't believe we're at the Universal Studios Japan." Izuku didn't hear what Shiro whispered back to him, but he could guess the other boy had corrected him on what the acronym actually stood for since Kaminari seemed a bit down. He just smiled softly and turned his head to look over at Uraraka, who was standing next to him and freaking out about officially meeting 13, her favorite hero. Endearing to see Izuku's peers fanboying about heroes like he usually did. He personally believes he'll never get over the shock of being surrounded by amazing pro heroes and having the opportunity to learn from them at UA. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. 13 exclaimed as they all drew closer to their teacher. Izuku's eyes caught on Aizawa-sensei's hands as his teacher flicked 3 fingers up and down for 13 to see. Maybe All Might went over his limit again? Izuku thought to himself, frowning slightly. Seems like it's safe. Nana responded. Don't worry about him right now though, you've got to pay attention to your lessons so we can work out the KNKS later. Izuku barely managed to stop himself from nodding determinedly and only grinned a bit too widely, not like anyone but Aizawa-sensei noticed anyways. 13 continued talking about how they regulated their quirk and used it for the greater good but how it was dangerous for civilians. Izuku understood completely. He'd seen so many heroes accidentally hit civilians and crowds with their quirks because of how big their super move was. Izuku will need to look into fine-tuning his control for certain special moves he's already thought up, with the vestiges' help, of course. He took a second to glance around the USJ as 13 continued to explain the importance of staying vigilant throughout rescue training and how that directly impacts a civilian's well-being. Izuku smiled to himself as he took in the rumbling of what sounded like an earthquake from one side of the building, although he couldn't see it, and shifted his gaze towards the boat and pond that they had set up. Several things were floating in the water and he furrowed his eyebrows, pushing his head forward so he could get a better look at what was swimming around in the water. Perhaps fake shipwreck debris? Aizawa-sensei, what's that? Kirishima asked as he pointed towards the plaza. Izuku's heart got stuck in his throat as he saw the swirling purple portal next to the fountain. Holy shit. Ninth, those are villains. If they were smart, they came prepared. Have someone run and get you all help. That was Nana. Izuku felt his nerves calm when he realized they would guide him through this, no matter what happened. Izuku slipped over to Ida and grabbed his wrist. You are the fastest one here. Please, go get us help. The doors are automatically closing. Izuku made sure to whisper, though that seemed futile when Ida started louding exclaiming, I will not leave my classmates in tea. Ida, you are the only one that can get us help right now. The most heroic thing for you to do would be to run and get more pros here now. Izuku hissed as he gripped Ida's wrist tighter. At Ida's nod, Izuku quickly let go and started shoving Ida behind him, feeling him leave quickly. Izuku could only hope Ida made it out the door before it shut. Apparently, while Izuku was getting Ida to run off, Aizawa-sensei had said something and had 13 try and move them towards the closed doors. Izuku watched in horror as Aizawa-sensei jumped down into the plaza and joined the fray of villains. Aizawa-sensei relied on surprise and stealth attacks throughout his career, and this was built for one big brawl. His teacher had no advantage here. He wouldn't be your teacher if stealth and surprise attacks were all he could do. Ninth. Focus. Izuku nodded to himself as Fourth spoke to him, easing his worries, just a bit, about his teacher, and soon found himself stumbling along with the rest of his classmates. Before the class could make it any further, the purple fog materialized in front of them, resembling a person with their 2 yellow eyes. Greetings. My name is Kurojiri. We are the League of Villains and have come to destroy All Might. Before anyone could respond, Kakin and Kirishima yelled out war cries and jumped towards the villain. As soon as they moved, the villain sent the both of them flying through separate portals, their war cries being cut off as the portals shut quickly. Get back! 13 shouted at them, unlocking their suit and pointing their hand towards the villain. Izuku wanted to warn 13, but they released Black Hole too quickly for him to explain. Just as quickly as it happened, Kurojiri opened a portal and sent their attack back at 13, making them drop to the ground in pain. He could feel dread settle at the base of his stomach. I apologize, but I cannot let you leave just yet. Kurojiri seemed to hum as they opened several portals under his classmates' feet. Jump to the left. Fourth yelled out. Izuku didn't question it and did as the man said, forever thankful that he managed to dodge one of the portals. That thankfulness didn't last forever though, since Kurojiri seemed to narrow their eyes at Izuku and dropped a portal on top of him. Izuku felt his stomach turn as he was warped into the sky and was rapidly falling. Looking down, he noticed the villain-infested waters below him and braced for impact, praying his costume would hold up through the abuse Izuku was about to put it through. Hold your breath, close your eyes. Once underwater, open. Got it? Izuku took a huge breath in and held it, and he tightly shut his eyes and thought back. Got it, Nana. He felt it as soon as he hit the water that was probably lukewarm but was a shock to his system nonetheless, and he had to force himself to avoid inhaling at the sensation. He forced his eyes back open as soon as he realized his head was under the water, widening them slightly when he saw a man with a shark mutation swimming straight for him with a grin. Izuku quickly got out his dagger, knowing a throwing knife would do him no favors in the water. Before he had the chance to use it, a green blur collided with the villain and Izuku felt something wrap around his waist as he was flung towards the boat. He coughed as he came up, nearly bending in half until he looked up to see Tsu here with him in the area. She must have gotten caught up in one of Kurojire's portals too. Are you all right, Midoriya? Karo? She asked, looking a bit rattled but no worse for wear as she scanned their area. Izuku flapped a hand towards her as he got his breathing back under control. Call me Izuku. He felt like he was in shock and overdrive at the same time, which is probably what was keeping his stutter at bay right now. She nodded and kept looking out. Okay, Izuku. We need a plan to get away. Izuku nodded, theories already flying through his mind. How far can you jump? Tsu considered the question until she looked over to the shore and tilted her head. Not far enough. I could get us within 10 meters of the shore, but we'll still be outmatched in speed against these villains. Izuku nodded, agreeing with her. Although, if they could make a distraction, there's a possibility they could get out of the way before the villains noticed they were off the boat. I have an idea, but we're going to need to get inside this boat first so I can see what we might be working with. Suddenly, the boat rocked as the villains started jeering at them. Izuku saw one trying to crawl their way up the side of the boat and panicked, grabbed his throwing knife and embedded it into the forearm of the villain. He watched as they screamed and fell down, back into the water. Tsu sent him a questioning gaze, but he just shrugged as he tried to calm himself down. I panicked. She nodded as he continued moving towards the middle of the boat. They found a door and quickly opened it, making their way down the stairs and into the cabin of the boat. The entire place was covered in controls and storage boxes. Izuku presumes this is the control area for the entire section, and since it was, that meant they most likely couldn't steer or maneuver the boat at all. But that information didn't matter to his plan. His eyes lit up as he sat himself down towards the desk covered in various buttons and controls, the wall facing him full of static-filled monitors, and started mumbling as he worked. I'm guessing one of the villains has a quirk that messes with technology, which is why we can't see anyone and the alarms didn't go off. Definitely no way to steer or even turn this thing on, so no driving it. We'll just have to guess then. What are we guessing? Tsu asked, looking over his shoulder to see the controls he was messing with. Izuku greedily looked through the section with the label, Whirlpool, on them and pushed them all before averting his attention to the label, Ship Controls, and clicked them all into the opposite direction they were sitting. Better safe than sorry. We're guessing if we can distract the villains with the Whirlpool settings. As soon as Izuku said that, the Whirlpool settings seemed to kick in as the boat rocked hard and a small alarm started blaring in the ship. Izuku looked at Tsu and said, I think that's our cue, before bolting out of his chair, following Tsu up the stairs. The pair ran outside and saw the madness that was going on. A few villains tried to cling onto the boat as support, but most were being esiki into the high-powered whirlpool to their left, stuck being flung around in circles throughout the water. Ready? Tsu said, wrapping her tongue around his waist once again. Ready? Izuku responded. Once the ship shifted again, Tsu jumped off, as high as she could go while Izuku used 4% of their quirk to help boost them further into the sky at the same time. Before they began descending, Izuku heard a small implosion from the ship they had just jumped off. Not even a second later, the entire ship exploded, raining wood and electronics down on the unfortunate villains, and he covered his head and Tsu's to make sure nothing would hurt them. Izuku grinned to himself and muttered, "Good to know," as he readied himself for the landing. The pair landed roughly, but safely, a few meters away from the edge lined with bushes and sand. Izuku and Tsu quickly made their way over to the bushes, splashing a bit of water as they did so, and silently peered out towards the plaza. Izuku noticed all of the smaller villains seemed to be down or groaning and breathing heavily, with Eraserhead standing towards a villain with hands all around their body and one on his face. It was quite frankly disturbing. Another villain was standing off to the side, although their brain was exposed and seemed too big to be natural or human. Suddenly, Izuku tensed, though he wasn't sure why he did until he heard the villain speak. "Nomu, kill Eraserhead." The hand villain manically called out as he vigorously itched his flaky neck, making Izuku tense more. Maybe all might will come if his precious heroes and students die for him. And all Izuku could do was watch as the black mass of a monster, the Nomu, moved faster than should be possible and grasped around Eraserhead's chest and arms, squeezing tightly before slamming his teacher down to the unforgiving ground below with a horrifying crack accompanying it. As the hand villain turned to look at Izuku and Tsu, Izuku let his unbridled rage surface for the first time in 10 years, with an ear-piercing scream. Izuku could only sense the overwhelming rage that was surrounding him. He could only focus on the sounds of the Nomu snapping and breaking his teacher, his hero. Oh, and he supposes he could dully feel pain if he focused on it for too long. But right now, he was focusing his all into the rage and hate he was feeling, even as he was trying to figure out what he was seeing right now. The black tendrils that were snaking around his arms and streaming through the air haphazardly had a haze of red dyed onto them, as if they were stained red in a past life. Was that? Call me Banjo Kid. I need you to focus on controlling your emotions right now. Izuku could have growled. They were hurting his classmates, his new friends, his teacher right now. And he needed control? You need control. You'll take everyone out if you can't do so. You cannot protect them if you're hurting everyone. Izuku took a shaky deep breath then, although he was still trembling with rage. He could do this. Izuku had to do this. He focused on his other feelings. His protectiveness he felt towards Tsu, who was right behind him. Instinctively, he reached out to her with one of the black tendrils and felt it as it curled around her and moved her further away from the plaza before she had time to protest, or if she did protest, it fell deaf to Izuku's ears. He had no idea what he was doing, but he closed his eyes and continued to feel. That surge of protectiveness and anger came back, and Izuku felt the black tendril move Tsu further up the stairs. When he was sure she was at the top of the stairs, Izuku forced himself to redirect his protectiveness back towards his teacher, feeling her drop from his grasp as he moved the tendril back towards himself. Good night. Feel everything you can and focus it into moving the whips how you want them to. They will obey your will. Izuku nodded. He was struggling to force his will into these things. The protectiveness and need for destruction battling against each other. Don't fight its wants. Ninth, just force it to do what you need it to. Promise destruction for the villains and protection for your class. Izuku took a deep breath and pushed his feelings and needs into the black tendrils. He felt them respond quickly and most raced towards where he knew the Nomu was still beating his hero into the ground. He felt the destructive rage take over as they wrapped around the Nomu's arm while Izuku forced a few to sweep underneath the area he could feel Eraserhead's skull supposed to be. Izuku wanted to throw up when he realized he could hear Eraserhead's heartbeat through the tendrils, the stuttering bum slowly dwindling. Ninth, focus. Prioritize the rescue right now. Izuku grimaced and nodded again, letting his eyes crack open. All he could see was a painful haze of blacks and reds swirling around him, so he closed his eyes again in favor of feeling what he could through the tendrils. He could sense the strain the Nomu was putting onto Eraserhead. He could feel the back of his teacher's hair and how it seemed to be soaked with blood. And he could feel the satisfying crack of the Nomu's arm as the black tendrils wrapped around it like a snake. He felt the Nomu rear its arm away and off of his teacher. Izuku quickly called out to his feelings of protectiveness and snatched Eraserhead's weakened body, making sure to cradle the man's head, and moved the man quickly away from the plaza, towards the stairs he had sent Tsu up. Like Izuku had just opened up a steel door and walked outside, manic screams pierced through the air and rang through his mind, and he felt the tendrils haphazardly place his teacher down on the middle platform of the stairs. He could smell the blood and sweat that was permeating through the air. He felt something grab onto one of the tendrils and screamed when the pain caught up to him. Izuku was hardly aware of how the other tendrils reacted and slammed the villain back and away from Izuku. He felt as the need for rage and destruction overpowered him and a tendril shot through the air, intent on stabbing the villain. It didn't get very far though. Izuku felt the air shift and suddenly, the tendril pierced itself into the back of Izuku's shoulder. His mind was filled to the brim with panic and pain and more pain. Please stop as the tendril immediately dissipated on its own. Breath in. Izuku did as Nana commanded, feeling the shaky inhale. Hold it. Again, Izuku did as she said, trying to work past his panic. Now out. Izuku felt the stuttering breath leave him. Now aware enough to notice he had dropped onto his knees in a kneeling position and there was blood running down the side of his back. Suddenly, the smell of burning caramel and the sounds of furious explosions took over. Izuku tried to call out to his old friend, but nothing was working. Izuku heard Kaken yell about something towards one of the villains but he couldn't focus. How Kaken could even see through the mess of black tendrils and red haze whipping through the air was beyond Izuku, but he will forever be thankful for it, especially once he noticed Kurogiri's portal abruptly close from behind him. It seemed as though Kaken got the upper hand on their escape route. That sounds like it, first responded. Before Izuku could even think beyond that conversation, another one of his tendrils fell apart at the hands of the same villain he had knocked over. Like a repeat, all he could feel was pain and hurt and he could not focus on anything past the slow and gradual feeling of the tendril falling to small pieces of dust, a fiery itchy pain lacing its way through. Eighth is here. How Izuku knew that, he wasn't entirely sure himself. He didn't hear All Might come in with his catchphrase, but he could feel the man once he touched down in the center of the plaza. Through the haze of his mind, Izuku could hear the manic hand villain screeching for his Nomu again, and he felt All Might move in tandem with the tendrils. Izuku wanted to cry from relief when he realized the quirk was working with All Might. The black tendrils raced and whipped through the air, surrounding the Nomu but not hindering All Might's punches. Most of Izuku's focus was on the hand villain, where Izuku was still slamming the villain around with the tendrils. He heard more explosions coming from Kaken, but Izuku wasn't worried. Kaken was the only one close enough to actually help him, and All Might try and fight the rest of these villains anyways. Suddenly, Izuku felt something more coming from All Might. Like the hero was powering up more and more of One for All. Like it was second nature, Izuku pushed his feelings of rage and protection through the tendrils as they coiled around the midsection of the Nomu. All Might yelled something that, once again, fell deaf to Izuku's ears and landed the hit. At the same time, Izuku forced the whips to fling the Nomu, launching it out of the USJ. Well done, Ev. Banjo's voice praised him as the adrenaline wore down. Now, focus on reining in those feelin'. Izuku suddenly felt the rush of his quirk leave him as Banjo's words were cut off and nearly broke his neck with how fast he whipped his head to look over at Eraserhead. Izuku saw the grimace that overtook his teacher's face and his eyes rolled to the back of his head as it dropped back onto the stairs, falling unconscious once again. Izuku's heart broke looking at his dying teacher, but he couldn't think much beyond the screaming one of the villains was doing. He couldn't focus past the haze of pain and panic as his own eyes started to close. He felt his head tilt to the side as he struggled to keep himself conscious and listen to whatever the villains were yelling about, but it was no use. He was out before his body crumpled to the ground. Attack on UA campus? Luck certainly favors the bold in our next story, the premeditated attack on UA. It certainly does, Ayano. The other reporter smiled her way. It was recently confirmed by UA's own principal, Nedzu, that one of their first-year classes was attacked during their rescue training in an adjacent building affectionately named the USJ by 13 themselves. He promises the lapse in UA's security is being fixed and this attack will go down as the only attack UA will ever suffer from. Bold words from a bold principal, I'll give him that. Ayano replied. Fortunately, our future heroes did an excellent job defending themselves and, as always, All Might had been able to save the day quickly. Yes. The group that attacked the USJ was reported to not have any real motive beyond getting rid of heroes and society in general. Ken chuckled, grinning at the paper in his hands as he glanced beyond the camera. Is this serious? The group had been calling themselves the League of Villains, which is a bit on the nose there. It truly is. Ayano hid her laughter as she coughed. We have just been promised by Principal Nedzu that a tragedy of this sort will not be happening again, and he himself will see to the damages anyone had suffered from under his care, including those students who had been in the main building at the time. He's assured parents and students alike to call this number if they'd like to seek their compensation options. Hitoshi couldn't think straight. Not since he had been dropped through a portal that separated him from his best friend. Not since he had fought for his life with Tokoyami and Dark Shadow in the landslide section of the USJ against terrifying villains who wanted them dead. Not since he heard Midoriya's heart-breaking scream, all the way across the USJ, and scrunched his face in an effort to avoid crying and continue fighting. Not since they had escaped from their section and saw Eraserhead lying in a pool of his blood in the middle of the stairs and a horrifying war zone in the plaza. Not since they all watched dark, terrifying black tendrils whip their way around the center of the plaza, frantically throwing their weight and momentum into the villains and moving students away from the fight. Not since he watched the tendrils help All Might fight a monster and wrap themselves viciously around the big, hulking beast and throw it out of the ceiling. Not since he saw Midoriya struggle to stay conscious once the black tendril things disappeared and ran desperately towards his friend as the boy collapsed and tried to help Bakugo defend his unconscious body until the other heroes had shown up. Not since the main villains escaped while Bakugo was exploding everyone who got close and Hitoshi was yelling through his tears, frantically trying to get a response from the hand villain and Midoriya and anyone else. His brain was scrambled, to say the least. He hadn't acted like a hero during the attack. And he certainly hadn't felt like one. At all. He was honestly thinking about how nice it sounded to hide and run away from the danger rather than facing all the villains that he had. He had numbly watched the ambulances take off with his best friend and teachers while standing outside of the USJ with the rest of the class. He was hardly coherent enough to give his statement to the detective with the nice trench coat. He barely recognized Todoroki and Tsu standing next to him as they waited for their families to arrive, attempting to offer him some form of silent comfort. He doesn't remember if he even spoke to his family once they came to pick him up from the school and drove him home. He just didn't know what to do. As he sat in his room and stared at the wall across from him, he realized he couldn't make sense of anything he was feeling. He was terrified of what had actually happened to his friend and teacher. He had heard bits and pieces of what his classmates were talking about before they all went their separate ways, but it was like they were underwater and he couldn't make sense of what they were saying. He felt empty, even as his emotions raced through him too fast for him to name. Hitoshi couldn't understand why that had happened to them. Obviously he had known that villains don't necessarily wait for heroes to be ready for their arrival, but it was different. It was the difference of knowing and living through that. And he didn't know how to feel. He was lucky. He knew he was lucky to be dropped so far away from the terrifying villains and monsters that resided in the central plaza. He was lucky to have survived with Tokoyami and Dark Shadow as they hurriedly plowed their way through the ruins and large villains. He was lucky his quirk didn't seem to scare his classmate as they fought for their lives. He was lucky to have made it to the plaza but not actually fight the big villains, the leaders. He was lucky enough to be close to Midoriya so he could make sure his friend, his best friend, wouldn't be dead because of them. He was lucky enough to snag a few villains with his brainwashing before the leaders left once Snipe made himself known. He was so lucky that Bakugo helped him and wasn't worried about his quirk as they defended Midoriya together while they waited for the pros to show up. He knew he was lucky, but he certainly didn't feel lucky. He had texted Midoriya's number a few times, despite knowing that his friend wouldn't even be awake to look at them and respond back, but he couldn't help it. That was his friend, his best friend, his probably crush. And he almost had to watch him die during their first week at school. That was someone who had shoved their way into his life as they fought giant robots together and gave him a determined pep talk when he seemed to need it the most. That was the person who had become fast friends with Hitoshi while he had planned on doing this whole thing without talking to most of his classmates. That was someone who kept proving that he wasn't scared of Hitoshi or his quirk and that he was genuinely one of the nicest people Hitoshi had ever spoken to. So Hitoshi didn't care that he couldn't actually talk to Midoriya right now. He just needed to reach out and say something to him before he went insane. Maybe it's because he's associated texting Midoriya to having a direct link to him or something. Whatever it was, it kept compelling Hitoshi to send cat video after cat video to his number as he waited until Midoriya could respond. He still couldn't understand what he was feeling though. Something dark was eating at him and making him feel so much more alone than he had the right to feel. He was nervous to be alone in the dark of his room. His eyes kept darting around the room and back to the wall, as if he would make eye contact with a villain and then be content to stare at the wall and pretend they weren't there, lurking and waiting. Hitoshi felt himself freeze up as he saw a dark shape in the corner before he flicked his attention back to the wall. He felt his breath speed up as he stayed still, frantically checking for any odd noises coming from the corner, trying to ignore the blood roaring through his ears. To quiet his breathing, as if whoever was there would ignore the fact that they had heard and seen Hitoshi from before they had been noticed. He tried to make his shoulders stop moving with every breath he took. He tried to unclench his jaw. He tried to still his shaking hands. But nothing was working. Hitoshi forced himself to blink as he noticed himself beginning to zone out from the world. He felt a bit dizzy as he glanced back into the dark corner, finally figuring out that the dark shape belonged to his lamp. He felt more him, but there was still that dizzy, floating feeling he always hated so much after something like this happened. He wasn't even sure what to call it. He didn't have a rational reason to be this terrified of dark corners and villainous stalkers. He didn't have a good reason to freak out like this when so many other people did. It's like he wants to draw attention to himself. From who? Hitoshi will never know. He knows he's alone right now and hates it when people worry over him. But his behavior after the attack and just now keeps making him feel like an attention-seeking child. He had no reason to feel like this. Hitoshi grit his teeth as he leaned over and quickly turned on his bedside lamp, hastily scanning the room before huffing at himself. He glanced down, half expecting someone to crawl out from underneath his bed, before glaring and stubbornly getting out of bed. If he moved quicker than normal to get to his bathroom and flip on the light, then no one needs to know. Once he closed the door, he felt relatively safe and started to feel a crash from whatever happened back there. Maybe it was a panic attack? But everyone knows that panic attacks are terrible things with lots of tears and take a while to come back from. He honestly feels like he just wants to throw a stupid label on his issues so he could find someone to relate to. Never mind the fact that he'd never actually talk about it. Hitoshi just angrily opened up his drawer and grabbed his generic lighter, flicking it on just to watch the flame for a bit. He couldn't believe that he felt like this. Like a confused, attention-seeking piece of shit that's not even sure what's happening to him. He glared at the flame for a bit longer before sighing. He felt like he could be angry. He also felt like he wanted to cry. It always took forever for him to cry, and by the time a few tears leaked out, he was over it or he was pushing himself to keep crying so it wouldn't feel like a waste. He was disgusted with himself. He always did stuff like this, no matter if he could attribute it to a real reason or not, although the last time he even thought about doing this shit was around the entrance exams. It was stupid and dumb and made him feel ridiculous. But it was also the closest he could ever come to feeling real pain. Not the stupid emotional pain that seemed to weigh on him when he heard whispered, hate-filled sneers pointed in his direction when he used to walk into school. Not the stupid mental pain he felt like he would never be granted reprieve from due to his insomnia and frequent migraines. This was the closest thing he had to actually have a reason to beach and about his life. And no, it's not like Hitoshi wanted to beach and about his life, but it just felt so much better when he could attribute all of his problems to a singular issue. Even better, he could control the singular issue that he placed all of his problems on. Hitoshi let his finger fall from where it had been holding the top of the lighter, the flame quickly cutting off. He stared at the metal, idly wondering if it would even be hot enough to blister before pulling at the waistband of his pants and lightly pressing the tip into the bottom of his hip. He let himself hiss at the contact for a second before he got used to the heat and pushed the lighter further against his skin. Once Hitoshi felt completely in control of his body and could no longer feel the heat that would be required for another burn, he reluctantly pulled the lighter away before taking a look at his handiwork. He held himself back from flicking on the lighter again. He didn't need to draw attention to himself, and no one really needed to know about this particular coping mechanism of his. He felt a depressing smile stretch across his lips as he prodded around the burn, satisfied at the angry red area that was already blistering. Hitoshi riffed through the cabinet next to him and grabbed a Band-Aid before slapping it over the blister. With his luck, he'd roll over and pop the blister while he was in bed. He looked down at himself, carelessly wondering if he wanted to pop that blister too soon so it wouldn't scar or if he wanted to keep it and watch as he disfigured his own body. He quickly put his lighter back into his drawer and pulled his sweatpants further up his hips before slipping out of the bathroom. He couldn't help himself when he glanced around the room to make sure nothing had changed while he was gone. Hitoshi refrained from leaping into his bed, but it was a near thing, and turned around to get comfortable, feeling a dull throb of pain come from his hip as he moved his leg too quickly, although the feeling was welcomed since it distracted him from everything he had been feeling previously. Hitoshi contemplated leaving the light on, but eventually he flipped around and blindly hit the switch, shrouding his room in darkness once again. Before he could work himself up about it though, he quickly fell back into his pillows and closed his eyes, finally succumbing to the call of sleep. "What are you doing?" a girl called out, her head tilted as she looked at him. Izuku looked at her stormy gray eyes, long black hair tied in an intricate braid, tan skin. He smiled softly, noting with amusement that she was barefoot, her shoes tied together by their shoelaces and dangling in her hands. A bag was slung over her shoulder and she leaned with the weight of it as she looked at him. "I'm not doing much," he finally replied, picking at the weeds growing between the cement below him. "What are you doing?" She shuffled her feet, looking uncomfortable for a moment. Izuku shuffled around, sitting cross-legged as he patiently waited for her answer. Her eyes locked on his shoes. "You wear Red Wing sneakers?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Yes, I do." "So do I." She spoke softly and chuckled half-heartedly when Izuku raised an eyebrow at her. "Well, I usually do." For a moment, Izuku didn't know how to respond. He hadn't actually seen a quirkless person other than himself before. Never met anyone like him. He had only read about them in news clippings that were left behind on his desk in school with its usual spider lily to accompany the pages. He cleared his throat. I wanted. "Oh." Izuku smiled at her, running a hand through his hair. "You go first. Please." Sure. She smiled back before taking a deep breath and leveling him with an intense look. Will you come to my party tonight?" she asked. And quickly the morbid picture was being painted. "Of course." Izuku quickly agreed, ignoring the lead dragging his heart down, refusing to dwell on it when her face lit up at his eagerness to join her. They walked around for a few minutes before she walked into an abandoned apartment building and Izuku followed her up to the roof. She sat down, pulling out a tea set from her bag and holding a thick notebook, leather-bound. Izuku sat down across from her and they enjoyed their tea together in silence, looking around at the stars above them and enjoying the cool night air, the smell of the sea and city life intermingling with each other. Then she sighed and Izuku put down his empty cup and the girl began speaking. It took hours. He listened to her talk about the different types of flowers that she was planning on selling in her shop, pulling out an old, waterlogged notebook, detailing all of the dreams and hopes she had poured into this imaginary shop over the years. She didn't tell him why the notebook was ruined and Izuku didn't ask. Perhaps he should have. Maybe it would have made it easier to understand. She told him all of the happy things she could remember about the people in her life. The boy who had purple hair that stuck straight up who sat in front of her and always took an extra set of notes for her when hers were inevitably destroyed. The brown-haired girl who always made sure to share her lunch even though they didn't have any classes together. But even with hours and hours of stories, the end finally came. She had given him her precious notebook and a key, asking him to promise he would take care of them when she was gone. That promise might have been the fastest promise Izuku has said. She handed him a note, claiming he would be the only one who would bother to read it, and he was sent on his way. Izuku got home, bundled under the covers and read through her last note with as much care as he could muster. And, as he did, Izuku wept. Survivor's guilt. That's the first thing Izuku was thinking about since he woke within the void and curled into a fetal position, desperate to cry his heart out without anyone who would judge him for this. The USJ wasn't the first time Izuku had felt responsible for out-surviving someone. In primary and middle school, Izuku consistently got news clippings of quirkless children dying, either by suicide or a hate crime, usually accompanied by a spider lily or a few. Each and every time this happened, Izuku would spend the night scouring the internet for more information about them, trying to figure out if he could have done something, anything, to save them from meeting such a terrible demise. He went through odd bouts and mood swings. One minute, Izuku was throwing everything he had into his analysis, not his quirk analysis, no, his societal analysis, and worked up a multitude of plans and ideas to help save everyone within the country before crashing and having to force himself out of his bed, lest he stay there all week. The only thing that would ever get him out of his bed, his only thought, would be about how his fellow people, family, comrades needed him to keep going. They needed someone to be a light for them in the future. And Izuku was all too willing to sacrifice himself to the outside world in hopes of building a better future for them. Sometimes, Izuku thinks the only reason he wakes up is because of the kids. God, they were just kids, some even younger than Izuku himself, and he silently promised they would be able to see a better world so long as he was alive. That's all he ever wanted, really, was to save someone from the fate placed onto them by the time their 4th birthday rolled around and remind them that there was a reason to hope and to live and to dream. The memory that he had just relived from a few years ago stuck in the back of his mind as he thought. It had happened when he couldn't sleep and he was walking around the city, making sure to keep his steps light and his head pointed down, when he ran into a girl the same age as him with the same bright red shoes as him and felt his goals forcibly change. He remembered when they had looked each other up and down before a silent understanding passed between them and she invited him to her party. Izuku had solemnly accepted and followed her to the roof of an abandoned building. He had listened patiently to her life story and the dreams and aspirations she was leaving behind. He knew what she would be subjected to if he tried to save her, tried anything other than holding her tightly through her gut-wrenching sobs and heartbreak. That was the first time Izuku had looked at a suicide note that wasn't his own. With a graceful and meaningful last hug, and a promise to see each other in their next lives, Izuku left and walked back home, silent tears accompanying him as he slipped under his covers for the night and reread the precious letter Akane had given him. That was also when his dream had officially changed. He didn't just want to save people, he wanted them to be freed from the horrible lives they had lived, no matter how they felt they should free themselves. He was forced to understand at a young age that suicide was sometimes the only way people could leave their terrible lives behind, and he couldn't hold that against them, couldn't ask them to wait for him to save them all. He also vowed that he wouldn't let their dreams go forgotten. For Akane, she wanted to run her own flower shop and have a garden. Such dreams and aspirations seemed small in comparison to the world they lived in, but that's all she wanted out of this life, and Izuku was desperate to make sure her dream wouldn't be forgotten. So he threw himself into a deep rabbit hole, studying intently just to understand flowers and plants, herbs and weeds, which ones were native to the region and which were not. He learned about what it would take to own a flower shop, his heart crushing into pieces when he noticed the government required a quirk documentation form and higher education forms, rendering it nearly impossible for a quirkless person to even own a shopfront in the city. And these dreams were protected with as much care as Izuku could give them, forming a notebook of his own when he went through and noted what the surviving families commented about their late child's dreams and inspirations in the news, marking down which areas he could potentially build a market in with the abandoned buildings that surrounded him. This notebook never saw the light of day, only written in during the dark hours of the night and never leaving Izuku's bedroom. It was the only thing he could promise his fallen family, the only form of protection he could have given at the time. So even now, with the thought of Aizawa-sensei dying for Izuku and the rest of his classmates, he wasn't letting himself drown in despair like he so desperately wanted to, even as he was crying for the man. No, he was thinking about how he was going to change his goal to becoming a Twilight hero rather than anything else he was entertaining. Yes, he wanted to honor Aizawa-sensei through the underground, and he would, but Izuku needed to honor everyone else as well, and he was banking on his popularity from being a hero in the spotlight so he could do everything he had vowed. So Izuku let his mind race through different possibilities and training plans, trying to figure out what would make him more useful in the field so Aizawa-sensei wouldn't be disappointed in the heroes Izuku and his classmates turned out to be without him. He couldn't disappoint the one teacher that had shown genuine care towards Izuku so far. The one teacher that had treated him as just another student, a student who had the same amount of rights as the classmates sitting next to him. Izuku started mentally tallying out a list while calming himself down and wiping at his eyes. He needed to see which vestiges would be comfortable teaching him tips and tricks for working as an underground. Sure, he was quiet and knew how to make himself appear less, but he needed to work on changing his fighting style so he wouldn't be relying on brute strength, since he had a tendency to punch through things like All Might. He also needed to get Banjo's quirk under control if he wanted to use it like Aizawa-sensei used to use his capture weapon. That was another way he planned on honoring Eraserhead's legacy. The man had a legendary fighting style that was most likely 3 or 4 different martial arts along with a healthy dose of street fighting tactics if Izuku is right, and Izuku wanted to make sure no one would forget the presence Eraserhead had managed to create under the cover of the night. 9th. A gentle voice called out towards him. Izuku blinked his eyes open and forced his face out from his knees to see Nana kneeling next to him with Banjo standing right behind her. He silently stared at the two before Nana spoke again. 9th, we'd be happy to show you underground tactics, but first, we'll be working on controlling the quirk you were just given access to. Izuku nodded. That was a logical first step to take, especially since he plans on stretching himself to the limit with becoming a Twilight hero. Not many heroes decide to do this anymore, seeing their jobs as only a night or day thing. Izuku snapped to attention when Banjo cleared his throat and puffed his chest out, letting a proud grin rest on his face. Izuku felt himself weakly grin back as he listened. You've unlocked and semi-controlled my own quirk, Black Whip. As we saw, this is an emotional response-based quirk. We'll be working together on control before anything else is done. Izuku nodded, happy with the reliable schedule they were giving him. He needed to be distracted so he wouldn't crash when he got back to school. He couldn't be weak when he needed to be strong for everyone. Nana knocked him out of his thoughts once again with a soft fist landing on his shoulder. He stared up to be greeted by her warm smile and he almost cried again. Nana was so much more than a motherly figure to Izuku, but he had no idea how to portray that, so he just smiled back at her, hoping he got his thoughts across to her. Banjo nodded towards him and sent him a beaming smile while jutting out his arm and giving Izuku a strong thumbs up. You'll do great, 9th. I'm sure of it. We'll be in contact shortly, but your mind needs to rest up while your body heals. See you soon, 9th. Nana said sadly. Izuku let his smile soften and looked at the two with as much sincerity as he could muster. See you soon, guys. With that dismissal, Izuku focused back on his body, feeling phantom pains of exhaustion spreading throughout his body and hot flames of hurt along his arms before he passed out, slumping further into whatever soft surface he had been placed on. Villains Attack UA Campus. Written by Lady Curious. The newest Class 1A of UA were attacked during a reportedly unprovoking rescue training session at the USJ this week, resulting in 3 severely injured people, with at least one of them being a student. Officials have put approximately 70 villains behind bars, though Senior Detective Tsukachi Naomasa says there may be more, and the general public should remain cautious while the incident is being investigated further. Regional Officer Sansa explains that the police force calls for caution because this attack was out of the blue and urges the general public to listen to them. Principal Nedzu of UA has promised he is doing everything in his power to right such an egregious wrong that had no place on a peaceful campus such as his, and goes on to promise the public full accountability for the trauma and strife the students have suffered, while opening his bank account to the distraught parents. Not much has been said about these new villains, but rest assured, Lady Curious will bring you the proper news as quickly as possible. The smell was the first thing he could place. Something masculine and all-consuming. A cologne he hadn't smelled since high school. Shoyuta let his eyes crack open, breath-catching when he saw the smoke, a large villain, almost monstrous, standing over the buildings. He was laid in someone's arms, forced to watch as Hizashi, present Mike, ran towards the villain with hopes of stopping him. Shura's voice was taken from him, leaving him unable to protest as he watched his husband get knocked into the side of a building, his heart crying out at the scene. "Come on, Sho. We gotta get you up." He whipped around, scrambling out of the arms he had been in, the cologne clinging to him whether he wanted it to or not, his vision clouding over as he stared in the blue eyes of Oboro. Sho Yuta tripped, his hands coming out to brace the fall only to land in a sturdy cloud, looking up to see his friend strain himself as he made more clouds to brace falling buildings from collapsing on the evacuating civilians. "You ready, Sho?" He breathed out, sweat dripping off his brow. "No-oh!" An anguished scream shattered Shura's heart. He just knew it came from one of his students. He can only hope that scream didn't mean something happened to another student. Or that student. Or anyone else. He wants to check on them. Make sure they're not dying. But he can't lift his head up from this monster sitting upon him, squeezing and crushing his lungs and diaphragm, making breathing seem like the hardest task in the world right now. But he needs to get up. His students are in trouble. He's in trouble. Someone is going to get hurt while he's just lying here. He needs to get up. He needs to move. He needs to try and do anything to get away from this monster beast thing and make sure everyone else is okay. He needs to go home tonight. He needs to make sure all 20 of his students make it back. He needs to live. Sho Yuta wanted to groan and about the fuzzy static sound in his ears. He wanted to scream, if only to see if he'd be able to hear it. He's starting to think he might have misheard the scream. He can't actually see much. Even when he opens his eyes, they're watery because of how many times he's been hit in the face. It can mimic other quirks, including mutants. Oboro panted as he ran, Sho Yuta keeping up with the boy as they ran through the battle zone, trying to point civilians towards the recovery station while sprinting towards the fight. What quirk is it mimicking right now? Sho Yuta heard himself ask, unsure why he had. Oboro shook his head. No idea. Last I saw, he looked like Godzilla. Despite himself, Sho Yuta cracked a smile, and at the sight, Oboro held his fist up, Sho Yuta wrapping his forearm around Oboro's and nodding when his friend did, determination and strength flooding his veins. A roar separated them from each other, Oboro taking to the left of the street as Sho Yuta sprinted in front, using his capture weapon to climb atop one of the last standing buildings. Ha! The villain laughed, an earthquake following its footsteps as it closed the distance between them. Sho Yuta crouched, readying himself. It was time to fight. Sho Yuta can't help but think about what he's missed so far. He can't really keep track of time reliably while his eyes are glued shut and he's stuck on the ground, unable to offer any help. And then, something cold but not ice slithered behind his head. He couldn't even be grossed out by the feeling, since the Nomu picked him up again and his head only hit the cool, squishy thing beneath him. It felt much better than concrete, that much Sho Yuta is certain of. And then, Sho Yuta almost cried. He could feel himself being carried by something, away from the monster that held him down, but it was too high for any of his students to reach. He felt like he was being carried through the sky. Felt something was carrying him through the. Sho Yuta didn't know if this was a dream. Is this the work of a different villain? He tried. He tried to move or, at the very least, open his DMN eyes, but nothing was working. He couldn't move. That he couldn't do much of anything right now. You can defeat him, Sho. Oboro screamed out, a large cloud forming as the villain tried to stomp on his friend. Sho Yuta glared, quirk activated, and leapt off the roof, knife in hand to gut the villain. My height may have been borrowed, the villain called out, smug even as he shrunk. But my tail wasn't. Before a protest could even form in his mind, Sho Yuta was knocked violently out of the air. A cloud caught him, letting him find his feet and leap back into action, quirk still going as his capture weapon swirled around him, proud to know Oboro would always have his back in a fight. Sho Yuta squinted his eyes as he opened them, annoyed at his lack of knowledge. He could tell that he had blacked out a few times, so he definitely had a concussion. He didn't know how much time he lost or who was still fighting who, but the attack was still raging on, so he could only hope he hadn't woken up too late in the fight. He could make out a sliver of green in the midst of dark mist being moved around everywhere. The mist seemed frantic in its movements. Hopefully that was good news for them all. A nervous villain is a villain who will make a mistake. Boom. Shoyuta was forced to squeeze his eyes shut once again as a bright, explosive light rocketed past him and towards the plaza. He could hear desperate shouting and unhinged screeching close to him, although he couldn't pinpoint where any of the noise was coming from. A horrified gasp made its way to his ears, though he had no more energy to keep his eyes open any longer. I am here. Shoyuta breathed a little easier once he heard All Might's voice. He might be very, very upset with the man right now, but Shoyuta had no chance with that Nomu thing. Best to let the heavy hitters deal with it. Watch out! Oboro screamed, a frantic move coming from him as he leaped, a cloud forming around Shoyuta, sheltering him from the attack. No! He screamed, clawing uselessly at the cloud around him, kicking as he tried to get out of his protective cage, needing to come to his friend's rescue. He couldn't let Oboro die. Not a second time. Sho? Obio? He heard Mike screaming out, his voice frantic and tearful, rocks and rubble being moved with an efficiency he hadn't remembered the first time around. Ugh! Shoyuta screamed, pushing one last time before the cloud dissipated, the momentum taking him down to the ground, forcing himself to look around and realize he was under the rubble. There were people staring at him, wide-eyed and beyond scared, a clear exit from the rubble shining from behind them, and Oboro, clouds all around the area, keeping the rubble from crushing the rest of them, but that's when he realized something. Oboro's uniform was blood red. And only getting darker. Smash! Shoyuta jolted up, eyes wandering everywhere. He tried to make out the blobs of people and villains as he blinked rapidly. He saw the black mist swirling around, something in the plaza. Or, was that someone? He couldn't see the Nomu anymore. Shoyuta didn't know if that was a good thing though. He knew it would be a bad idea. His head was pounding. Was spinning slightly, although he was sitting down. He knew, on some level, that his head was effed up, his quirk could be effed up, and he shouldn't do it. But then he saw a flash of green and activated his quirk on instinct alone. The black mist dissipated away, leaving Shuda student, Midoriya Izuku, alone, staggering in shock, and defenseless in the middle of the plaza with a raging manchild flipping out next to him, looking almost as terrible as Shoyuta himself. Shoyuta felt like crying and let out a harsh breath as a sharp pain pierced through the back of his head. The pain forced him to finally drop his quirk, and he mourned his student's innocence as he looked into the sorrowful eyes of his student. He effed up. We're gonna get you help, all right, Oboro? Shoyuta panicked, ripping his capture scarf off of himself and holding it to his abdomen, pushing hard to stop the blood flow. Oboro sighed, a soft rejection in his eyes. It's all right. Save the civilians. Save the civilians? Shoyuta was baffled. He had even forgotten about the others trapped under this building, uncaring of their state. Follow. Protocol. Protocol won't save you. He felt his voice lose its strength then, the last words whispered intimately to Oboro. And, like the true hero he was, Oboro only smiled softly and pushed a hand against Shuda's chest. Protocol is going to save them. He woke up next with hands all around him. They felt gentle, but he wasn't taking any chances and tried to roll away from whoever was touching him or messing with him. He hadn't saved his students yet. He didn't know if they were okay. He couldn't be taken away from them all. Not yet. Shoyuta knew there were people talking around him. The chatter felt busy, though he couldn't hear a word of it. More hands and arms came down on him. He listened to panicked words. He heard shouts and cried of alarm. But he still couldn't understand a word. Hey, Shoyuta called out, patting his face. Hey, stay with me. Eyes open. Shoyuta. Oboro breathed out, eyes drooping. He choked, jaw clenching. No, come on, paramedics are only a few minutes out. We gotta be ready for them. I can't keep my quirk up for much longer, he grunted, his voice hardly a whisper. Shoyuta shook his head. I can't lose you again. Zashi can't lose you again, Oboro warned him. But I dash. Your students can't lose you, Shoyuta shuddered a deep breath, the clouds dropping down, the weight of the rubble caging in, a storm beginning outside as his heart cried. Please don't make me go back. he pleaded, hands covered in Oboro's blood. I needed blood in him yesterday. Move it. Dispatcher 095, this is Dash. Help me roll him on his side. We can't wait any longer if we want him to make it. Yay, 4 minutes. Muzutafu didn't have the people for him. We're going to Coruscant. Don't visit me too soon, alright Sho? Oboro smiled, a cloud carrying Shoyuta away from the boy he once loved. Shoyuta shook his head, tears falling generously from him. Let me stay with you, he cried. Oboro let a tear slip and the sun faded away completely, the dark sky taking over, hail and rain pelting him in the face as the sky itself came for Shoyuta, the sky pulling him away from Oboro, further and further. Back into the world of pain he'd been forced to know. What potential issues are we talking about here, Dr. Shinso? Shoyuta willingly let himself fall asleep this time almost as soon as he heard his husband's voice. That voice meant he was safe. That voice meant Shoyuta was going to be taken care of. And he could guess that Hizashi would want to see him and talk with him. But he also knew that Hizashi would understand. So, he fell further into a soft pillow with a barely audible sigh passing through his lips and let his mind drop back into nothingness. Shoyuta groaned, grunting with effort when he breathed in too deeply and felt his ribs push. He felt a lump in his throat and swallowed, forcing it back down along with his emotions. He slowly opened his eyes, confused when he saw nothing but darkness. A spark of fear flared through him until he shifted and his eyelashes caught on the wraps around his head, allowing him to calm back down. He wiggled his toes, tensing the muscles he could remember to work and wincing when he found a sore spot. He ignored his arms when he felt them both wrapped in thick casts. Obviously he had had less stamina than he thought since he hadn't been able to been healed all the way. Shoyuta groaned again, sweat soaking his bandages as he tried to push past the pain and force himself up enough to call for a nurse or someone. Even through the pain, Shoyuta couldn't help but be grateful at Hizashi's obvious interference with the amount of drags they had filled his body with. He always hated being drugged up and unable to be completely aware of his surroundings, even when he was being healed in a hospital or at UA. Like a tidal wave finally crashing against the shore, Shuta's flickering memories filtered through his mind. If his eyes weren't perpetually dry and they weren't currently being covered by something, Shoyuta was certain he would have woken up crying because of the small amount of memories he had from the attack. As it was, Shoyuta only cleared his throat, took a few deep breaths, realized Hizashi wasn't there right now with him and therefore could not get mad at him, and forced his casted-over arm to hit the nurse's button next to him. He needed some answers. He needed to know if his students were okay and safe and alive. He needed to know what exactly happened. And he needed someone to tell him who his latest target just became. First, Aizawa-san. What are you doing up? He needed to get the F out of this hospital. Political tension rise with Russia? Written by Curious and Company. Relations between Japan and Russia since the end of the First Quirk War have been defined by the dispute over sovereignty of the Kuril Islands. Though the two countries have ended their formal state of war, they have not resolved this territorial dispute over ownership of the Kuril. Though surveys have shown that the majority of the Japan populace does not care for Russians, the Japanese government and our heroes have acknowledged that Russia is an important partner to have for security and counterbalancing China and North Korea's military forces. Because of this, since the start of Euromaidan II, Japan continued to engage with Russia in spite of sanctions against the country by Japan's Western allies. The governments of both countries have taken efforts to increase relations, including Japanese investment into Russia, the hero and military cooperation, as well as organizing a year of cultural exchange between Russia and Japan that took place 30 years ago. Just recently, things have begun to change with Japan being the first. In 2155, Japan imposed sanctions on Russia for its continued invasion of Ukraine. Japan and Russia each expelled a number of diplomats, and this month, Russia has halted peace negotiations with Japan that include talks on resolving the infamous Kuril Islands dispute. Izuku woke up silently, though he wanted to loudly groan when he went to move but could hardly figure out what was up and down. Though, he probably wouldn't be having these issues if he decided to open his eyes. Izuku wanted to roll his eyes at himself. Nevertheless, he opened his eyes and immediately squeezed them shut. God, why did fluorescent lights have to be so bright? Wait, fluorescent lights? Izuku forced his eyes back open as he looked around, taking stock of the clean room he'd been placed in. The thin white blanket was itchy on his skin and he softly groaned to himself, finally noting that he was in a hospital room. Great. Well, time to get this over with and get kicked out, Izuku thought to himself with an unamused chuckle, leaning over to press the nurse's button next to his bed. What does he mean by that? Nana asked, sounding a bit too much like someone about to go on a rampage. Nana, I'm quirkless. They can't waste their resources on my kind, Izuku thought back, absent-mindedly picking at the blanket around his waist. Weird, why did first sound so hesitant? You're not quirkless anymore. That was very obvious now that Izuku thought about it. Well, Izuku has absolutely no idea what to expect during his stay here now. He is not comforted by that piece of information in the slightest. Before he could dwell too long on what exactly might happen to him now that he's worth caring about, a nurse flew through the door and stared at him before hurriedly checking him over as she spoke. You weren't supposed to be awake for another day or so with your injuries, young man. She explained as she checked on more things Izuku didn't feel like thinking about. He just gave her a half shrug as she narrowed her eyes at him and huffed. Well, nevertheless, your condition isn't terrible. A bad case of quirk exhaustion, which is why you were out, and a few stitches to fix up your shoulder. Whatever stabbed you didn't appear to pierce through any nerves and only scraped at your bone. Dr. Matsumura will walk you through any questions you might have about next steps, okay? Izuku, disoriented and confused, just nodded and watched as her eyes softened. I know you just woke up, but since your quirk uses your energy, it will be a good idea to get an early dinner and snack in you before you're released. Does that sound good? Izuku almost shook his head, but 1/9, I swear to Kami, from Nana had him re-evaluate. Despite what others might think, he did value the little pieces of sanity he still had. He made sure to make eye contact with the nurse as he nodded and brought up his hand not tangled in an 4 to tap his throat. She made an approving sound and bustled around before producing a juice box with a straw. Just drink up and I'll be back with your food. Your school also notified your emergency contact, so they should be here shortly, alright. Izuku, once again, nodded and the nurse left quickly. He almost freaked out about seeing his mother for the first time in a long time and how she would react to him being in a hospital, but then he remembered who he had put down. Sure, he might have to deal with a disappointed All Might now, but that idea was much more reassuring than having to be face to face with his mother before he could prove his worth to her. It would take a miracle to be able to explain the situation of quirk exhaustion to her, since he knows for a fact he hasn't told her about that little piece of information yet. How fun. Don't stress about it now, 9th, just focus on recovery. Izuku was very thankful for Nana, and all of the vestiges, really, because he doesn't actually know how he'd deal with everything if he wasn't in contact with them. Especially if their quirks are locked inside the quirk Izuku has and they all come out similar to how Banjo's had. Really, it was a miracle in itself that Izuku hadn't gone completely insane at this point. Izuku was so stuck in his thoughts that he hardly noticed when the doctor slipped in. The woman knocked on the open door, startling Izuku, and continued to make her way towards his bedside. Hello, Midoriya Izuku, correct? At Izuku's confirmation, she began speaking again. It's nice to officially meet you. I'm Dr. Matsumura. I'll be taking care of you for the duration of your stay. How are you feeling so far? Izuku hummed to himself, coughing a bit, before he could use his voice. I'm fine. I feel fine, although, my shoulder is numb. Dr. Matsumura just chuckled lightly and nodded along. Yes, but that's to be expected. We made sure to numb the area before sticking it to prevent any unnecessary pain when you woke up. You're also on pain medicine right now, which will start to wean you off shortly here, so you can go home soon, although you will be prescribed medication for the next few weeks to aid your recovery. Do you have any other questions, or would you like to start talking about what recovery will look like for you? Izuku nervously glanced around but he in a deep breath and breathed out. Is everyone else okay? I mean, I know my teacher is, well, but is everyone else in the class okay? Dr. Matsumura sent him a sad smile, although her eyes only held sympathy and not pity, something Izuku will forever be grateful for, and hummed. I hope you understand I cannot say much, confidentiality and all that, so I can only tell you that your classmates aren't here in the hospital. In fact, no one except you and your teacher were admitted here. And as for your teacher, he should be up and ready to go out fighting again before you know it. Izuku.exe has stopped working. I'm sorry, Izuku said, sounding far away and distant, even to his own ears. My teacher is alive? It was said in a strangled whisper, the words only for Izuku and the doctor next to him to hear. She looked as baffled as Izuku felt. Izuku saw the man and the state he was in. He had felt Aizawa-sensei's heartbeat dwindle and falter. He could still feel the stickiness of the blood coating his hair and dripping off his jawline. And they're trying to tell him Aizawa-sensei is still alive after that beating. Yes, Midoriya-kun. I can guarantee you, no one in that attack died. She sounded oddly hurt at the prospect of Izuku thinking his teacher had died for them all and that he expected more people than just himself to end up in the hospital. Izuku forced himself to nod faintly as she explained she would be back after his dinner to talk more and left quietly. Izuku couldn't believe it. It's not like he didn't want to believe it, but he's just never gotten very far with hope and reassurances before. Izuku felt off-kilter. He had no idea what to do to help anymore. How disrespectful would it be to continue with his plan of honoring Eraserhead through his fighting style and capture weapon? Not disrespectful at all. Banjo spoke up then, firm and absolute with the words he was saying. You can still honor him as you plan to. That will be no issue. Izuku nodded, content with that. After all, he's technically getting ready to honor Banjo too, with the use of Black Whip. So if the man says it wouldn't be seen as disrespectful, Izuku is inclined to believe him. This has just never happened before. In all his life, the only people he managed to save were the other kids that were getting bullied. And he only raced in to protect them once he saw what was happening. He never actually saved them. Every other time, he'd been too late to make a difference. He wouldn't ever stop thinking about Akane. How the hell does he face a man he had just mourned? Fourth called out to him. Izuku hummed to show Fourth had his attention. You'll be forced to mourn your fellow heroes and their injuries throughout this line of work constantly. Mourning is a difficult process, so it makes sense you'll be off-kilter for a bit. Take your recovery PRD to remember that Eraserhead is alive while focusing on your new training plan. Yeah, Third chimed in, sounding a bit too excited to be talking to him. Just because your teacher is alive doesn't mean we're not running you through underground training. Izuku grinned a bit to himself. This would be an adjustment, sure, but maybe he didn't have to give up hope every time someone around him was close to dying. Whether they live or die, Izuku would do his best to show his admiration and appreciation. For Eraserhead, that would be easy. Izuku had found the hero when he was young through a green server. Since the server was green, Izuku didn't have to worry about anyone making fun of his quirk status or others. One of the other guys on the server posted paragraph after paragraph about how Eraserhead had saved them from a particularly bloody mugging and even prompted the police to do their jobs after finding out the guy had a traditionally villainous quirk. Since then, Izuku scrubbed the internet and found everything he could on the hero. His fighting style was hypnotic, his views on the people he saved stayed the same. Almost everyone who had been saved by Eraserhead could be found on a green server. They worked to keep all known information about the hero only in the servers, and the hero had a villainous quirk which only erased quirks other than mutant quirks. Meaning Izuku had found a hero that fought quirkless. So of course Izuku was going to honor the hero and show his admiration for him through his training with the vestiges. It was, quite honestly, the least he could do for him. Izuku just hopes he doesn't get questioned while he's training. That would be too embarrassing for Izuku to deal with. Izuku watched as two nurses bustled back in, one carrying a tray of beautiful-looking food, and he let his mouth water at the sight. One of the nurses ran around and checked his bag, did something on the computer and then checked the machine next to him, making a hum of approval. They both exchanged pleasantries with him before leaving him to start on the food. Izuku honestly hadn't been able to eat this much food in a while, not being able to justify the cost of splurging. Izuku ate happily and listened to Nana and Banjo bicker back and forth about what they were going to start Izuku on first. It seemed as though every vestige was excited for him to learn more about their line of work. He knew they were all considered vigilantes or underground heroes, with the exception of All Might, so Izuku should have known his tentative training plan would excite them. He's also sure Third is too excited about this and has no doubt that Izuku is about to get his metaphorical butt kicked. That's perfectly fine with Izuku though. He likes the challenges of learning new skills. Young Midoriya. A deep voice called, freaking Izuku out. He really needs to get better at not getting lost in his own head. Izuku looked up, startled to see All Might in his civilian form. Izuku quickly scanned him for any obvious injuries. Are you all right? He couldn't help but ask, even though he was the one sitting on a hospital bed. All Might looked a bit amused and shook his head before fully entering the room and walking towards the visitors' chairs. The ones that only a hospital has. I should be asking you that, young Midoriya. All Might made sure to keep eye contact with Izuku, even as he squirmed. He was always terrible at lying to his mentor when All Might looked at him like that. How are you feeling? Izuku just sighed and glanced away before looking back at All Might's eyebrows. I'm doing fine. They said it was quirk exhaustion and the stab on my shoulder that put me in here. All Might furrowed his eyebrows and nodded slowly. Izuku let himself tilt his head, trying to silently prompt his mentor to continue asking him questions, since he doesn't look finished. I'm glad to hear it, Midoriya, but why am I your first emergency contact? Netsu called me and asked as well before informing me I could visit you. Ah, so the lying starts early today. Fantastic. You know, Ninth, you could always tell someone about this. Nana said. Izuku mentally sighed as he listened to her try and convince him that he needed to tell someone about how long it's been since he's actually spoken to his mom. It's not like it's a bad thing. Izuku knows how hard she works, and Inko has always left him enough money to pay the bills, pay for groceries and a few snacks here and there. Sure, he never sees her anymore, but that's just because she's so busy providing for them and making sure she can pay the rent. And utilities. He doesn't even need to get a job or anything, so Izuku doesn't know what the big deal is. Yagi-san, I put you down because I know how much my mom works and her schedule is chaotic at best, so I thought, since I trust you, that you could be my emergency number. Izuku looked into All Might's eyes and promptly panicked. If you don't want to be, that's fine. I shouldn't have assumed. I'm sorry. Kandash. Young Midoriya, All Might called out, effectively silencing Izuku's panic. I assure you, I find no issues with being trusted as your contact. You are safe at home though, right? Izuku waved his good arm, trying to dispel any uneasiness All Might felt with his hand. Of course. I swear I'm safe at home. I just didn't want to bother my mom while she was at work. I'm so sorry. All Might grabbed Izuku's hand gently and smiled at him. No need for apologies, my boy. I simply wish to know. Now, I have one more question. Izuku gave him a reluctant nod and All Might grinned. How did One for All respond like that? Izuku sighed in relief. That was Banjo's quirk, Black Whip. I suppose I got angry at the, Nomu when it's starting hurting Aizawa-sensei and it all just, Izuku gestured wildly at his arms. Came out. Izuku listened to Banjo laugh as Third seemed to be rolling his eyes, muttering, you suppose? All Might looked concerned, which meant he probably didn't know about this aspect of the quirk. The vestiges and I were talking and it looks like the quirk stockpiled their original quirks as well. Banjo and I are going to work on controlling Black Whip once I'm all healed up and ready to go. I was thinking about making it sound like I had a quirk evolution, since that's not unheard of, and found a new way to harness energy and control it. All Might nodded along with Izuku's explanation, although he still looked a bit confused. That's wonderful, young Midoriya, and I'm glad you'll be working with Banjo-san on that endeavor. What I meant to ask was how did the quirk respond to us fighting together? I've never felt such a connection, even with my own mentor. Izuku felt himself blush at that statement, although his mind was running through a million different possibilities. He didn't actually know why he was able to predict All Might's moves and help him defeat the Nomu. Maybe it was because of a deeper connection of some sort? That seems rude to think, but it's the best possibility Izuku can come up with right now. Maybe the quirk recognized itself and could help, in tandem with other predecessors. Maybe the vestiges would know? Ninth, most of us died as we gave the quirk away or days before. First explained, hums of agreement from everyone making their way through his mind. This is something you and Eighth can test together sometime. Izuku nodded and looked up to see a bewildered expression on All Might's face. We're not sure. The running theory is that this has always been possible, but, no one had much, time to test it out. All Might hummed thoughtfully. That is interesting. He turned back to face Izuku and grinned. How would you like to test it, my boy? Izuku felt himself grin back. The rest of the time was spent talking about trivial things. Izuku enjoyed just listening to the stories All Might shared about his time in America and his friends. It's obvious All Might still misses them a lot. Then Detective True Man came in, at least, that's what All Might called him, so Izuku is going to do the same. If only to see the fond, exasperated look on the detective's face again, and Izuku spent his time recounting everything he could remember. Apparently, the detective was in on the secret, so Izuku didn't have to worry about trying to explain away how he seemed to pull a completely new quirk out of his but during the attack just yet. Especially since the man had a lie-detecting quirk. Izuku will admit, he spent a better part of 10 minutes ranting about how well-suited the lie-detecting quirk could be for underground heroics before theorizing different ways the quirk could interpret a lie. All Might had to snap him out of it when the detective seemed to be getting overwhelmed by it all. Izuku knew that look though, the look that just screamed, "No one ever told me. Hero and someone just did, what no?" It was interesting to see it on the man's face. He didn't look disappointed in his life's work, per se, but he did look contemplative. After he left, with a promise that All Might and Izuku would join him for lunch one of these days, the doctor came in and explained all the physical therapy that would be beneficial for Izuku, even though he was going to be healed by Recovery Girl tomorrow. Apparently, she didn't want to chance anything going wrong and was having Izuku wait for a bit before she came in and healed him up. It made sense, seeing as the main reason he was here was because of the quirk exhaustion he was suffering from and probably didn't want to steal any more of his stamina just for a healing session. That's when the doctor told Izuku he was allowed to go home, given that someone would watch over him for the night. Izuku agreed because, technically he'll have 7 adults watching him. Nana was not happy with his decision, so they finally left and Izuku was able to finally breathe in the city air. He almost missed it since he was in the hospital. Even with a quirk and the wonderful staff working there, that place still made him nervous. All Might actually volunteered to drive Izuku back home, and he didn't put up too much of a fight. The man pulled out a stern and disappointed look that Izuku crumpled at. He didn't want to make his mentor worry over him, and if a simple drive would let that worry go, Izuku could allow it to happen. It was refreshingly nice to have someone try and force a caring routine onto him. It was amusing as well, since Izuku did not have the funds nor resources to deal with a caring routine installed into him. Izuku also mentally thanked the gods and deities once All Might dropped him off at the apartment, not even trying to go inside since Izuku did his absolute best to look wide awake and ready to conquer the world. Izuku grumbled the entire way up the stairs and used the railing like he should have had a cane next to him, but that's neither here nor there. As long as All Might didn't follow him up to the apartment, Izuku would deal with it. And then Izuku finally got back into his apartment, quickly slipped off his shoes, and made a beeline. Straight for his room. With Nana's insistence, Izuku changed into pajamas before slumping into his mattress with a sigh that only 50-year-olds could hope to achieve. He smiled to himself as he listened to Banjo hype himself up for the new training regime they were going to start on soon while Fourth tried to make him quiet down. Izuku couldn't wait to start working on their new ideas together and fell back asleep with that thought in mind, a soft smile resting on his face. Hitoshi woke slowly, savoring the smell of pancakes and coffee coming from downstairs. He sighed to himself, still annoyed at his stupid little outburst yesterday. He wasn't sure if he was grateful for the time the school was giving them to readjust or not, but he intends to make the most of it and continue training while he just waits around. Hitoshi checked his phone, feeling a pang of loneliness strike through him when he realized Midoriya hadn't read his texts yet. It made sense, yes, but it still made Hitoshi feel much more alone than he was comfortable with. Slowly, Hitoshi found the energy to drag himself out of bed and stumble down the stairs, phone still in hand. He did his absolute best to ignore Kaori and Sachiko sitting at the dining table as he grabbed a mug for his coffee because he knew if he looked, they would be giving him pitying faces and he was not in the mood to cheer them up right now. He also wasn't in the mood to be cheered up right now. The only thing that would cheer him up would be listening to Midoriya's voice. Or even just getting a text message from his friend. That's it. Hitoshi is pretty sure that's the only thing that could possibly force him to relax at this point. So he slowly watched as the coffee dribbled into his mug and mindlessly grabbed the caramel syrup to drizzle in. He grabbed the spoon and swirled it all together, watching with interest as the liquid followed along with his motions. Hitoshi let himself close his eyes and sip of the drink as he turned around and leaned against the counter, trying to force the warm drink to relax his tense shoulders. He knows he shouldn't be this worried and overdramatic about everything. He knows that. He also knows that his father would have no issue sitting him down and asking about his emotions and how he feels. Honestly, Hitoshi just doesn't know how he feels. It's as simple as that. Granted, he knows what he's supposed to do with the feelings. He understands that he should work through them, or talk about them with someone, or just overall not do what he's been doing so far. But he doesn't really feel like doing that right now. He just wants to drown in his coffee in peace and perhaps call his best friend once he's awake just to confirm that he truly is alive before he goes about his day. That's all. Hitoshi drank the rest of his coffee fairly quickly, not wanting to spend too much time out in the kitchen. He filled up his mug and grabbed the caramel once more before he made the trek back upstairs and into his room, where he sat on the bed and stared at his phone with his mug in both hands. He tried to tell himself that he should get up and do something, work out, go downstairs, eat, drink water instead of more coffee. But all he ended up doing was staring at his phone until it hit 10 a.m. Incoming call, Midoriya, winky face. Hitoshi had to remind himself how to breathe before he hurriedly grabbed the phone, fumbling with it a little in his haste before he managed to hit the accept call and placed his mug down. Hey, Hitoshi said, sounding a bit too breathless for doing nothing all morning. Thankfully, Midoriya seemed to be in the same boat since he breathed out a hasty, before clearly his throat. I just wanted to see why you were doing? Sorry. If you're busy or something. I can always call back lat-dash. No. Hitoshi said, a touch too fast and hurried to rectify it. I mean, I'm not doing anything, so you definitely don't have to hang up. How are you? Hitoshi winced at that, but Midoriya seemed to be okay with it as he huffed out what could be considered a relieved laugh before answering. I'm okay, Shinso, really. It was just a case of quirk exhaustion and I also ended up stabbing myself with my quirk, so, yeah. But I swear I'm all good now. And the doctor said that Aizawa-sensei should be good soon too. Hitoshi let himself smile softly at that. Of course this idiot would make sure everyone else was fine as soon as he woke up before dealing with his own issues. At least he told Hitoshi about himself first before Aizawa-sensei. The man had been coming and going from consciousness as he was moved into an ambulance, but Midoriya had blacked out even before he hit the ground during the attack and never woke up. The more Hitoshi thinks about it, the more it would make sense. If Midoriya was using his quirk during the whole attack, he was bound to get a nasty case of quirk overuse. Well, I'm glad that you guys are okay, Hitoshi finally said, staring at his phone like an idiot. Now that he actually has Midoriya within his reach, he's not really sure how to talk to him. Wait, did you say you stabbed yourself with your quirk? Hitoshi listened as Midoriya winced over the phone. He could almost imagine his friend sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck as he thought of an answer. Well, yeah. We're not really sure how it works yet, but apparently I can manipulate energy using my emotions. And I was a bit angry when they smashed Aizawa-sensei into the ground, so all of the black whips were a new aspect of my quirk. Hitoshi let himself openly gape at his phone as he tried to formulate a response to that bombshell of information. As it was, Hitoshi only said, huh, and went back to staring at his phone. He felt so much better just talking to Midoriya, and knowing he was awake and coherent enough to talk with Hitoshi soothed that restless feeling that had been buzzing in him since the attack happened. They continued to talk and Midoriya managed to pull out a disbelieving laugh from him when he spoke about how Recovery Girl berated All Might in front of him for not showing up at the rescue training like he was apparently supposed to. Midoriya said his goodbyes sleepily, obviously still worn out from the attack and the healing that he had gone through, and promised that he'd talk more with Hitoshi whenever he got the chance over the weekend, making Hitoshi smile to himself as he hung up. This time, as he stared at his phone, it didn't feel hurtful or lonely. Hitoshi was finally able to be a bit content to be by himself, knowing that his best friend would be able to pick up the phone whenever he had the time. He let himself sigh and glanced over at his coffee mug before shrugging to himself and making his way downstairs. Hitoshi figured it was high time to actually speak to his siblings instead of trying to shut everyone out. Maybe they could watch a movie? Hitoshi felt himself brighten at that thought. He always did like listening to Kaori's whispered commentary and Sachiko's snide remarks about stupid villain monologues whenever they watched something together. Although he would never say that out loud. He didn't want to encourage them or, kami forbid, think that he liked the attention. As soon as he got down the stairs and looked over, he noticed Kaori and Sachiko sitting in a poorly made pillow fort, grinning wildly as Sachiko waved the remote around like she was presenting something. "Welcome, my dear baby brother," Sachiko said in an announcer's voice, making Hitoshi groan and roll his eyes fondly while he walked over to the two. "What are we watching?" Hitoshi asked, grinning a bit as Kaori leaned over to whisper in his ear, as if the movie would be a big secret. "It's time to watch Mr. Right," Kaori said, giggling like a schoolgirl as Sachiko pressed play. Hitoshi could only roll his eyes fondly once again as he pulled the popcorn bowl closer to them and settled in for a long day of watched stupid rom-coms. Izuku grumbled to himself as he wandered down the stairs towards the front door that was still being knocked on. Honestly, what would someone even want from him this afternoon? He already went back to UA to get a healing session from Recovery Girl, so his shoulder was just stiff now, no longer in any pain. He already spoke to All Might and the testing they planned on doing once Izuku was completely recovered and ready to go. There's no possibility of Inko coming back, since he saw the note and envelope full of money this morning, stating that she'd be back in 2 weeks. And he already talked to Shinso over the phone when he woke up after it all and confirmed that he was really okay after that. So really, what FING person needed him right now? Izuku just kept grumbling to himself, forever annoyed at the person that made him put a shirt and sweatpants on just so he could tell them to go away. He didn't even look through the peephole to figure out who would be here since he was focused on not dealing with anyone. Midoriya. Izuku winced at the noise and then stared, eyes wide, at his older classmates, who should not have known his address or been able to find him until he went back to school. Confused and slightly mortified, he watched as Class 2B's Vice President, Yoshio Naoko, waltzed through the door and dramatically hugged the breath out of Izuku, murmuring about how happy he was that Izuku was all healed up now. Izuku just awkwardly patted his back as he watched a few other people from the second-year class walk right into his house, take off their shoes, and meander around the living room like they were invited over or something. He spotted the class president, Umamoto, walking around, looking at the small amount of pictures that still hung around the living room while talking to Hasegawa, who was apathetically staring at Izuku, and Yoshio, who was still hugging the life out of Izuku. A few other classmates came, such as the twins, Hiroki Kitagawa and Kawamura, though they preferred to be called by their given names whenever they're together. It surprised Izuku to even see them here since Kawamura tended to stay away from interactions when possible and only ever came out of her shell when she was teaming up with Yoshio with a prank. Kitagawa made a bit more sense, seeing as how he always seems more relaxed anytime something absolutely insane is happening, probably due to his ADHD. The other classmate that came was Asato Rin, which didn't surprise him all that much. She could say what she wanted and act as uninvolved as possible, but Izuku knew she was crazy enough to do something like this. Sure, she was blunt, more so than Tsu, but she also enabled the twins whenever they ran a chaotic plan or prank past her and instigated more than a few of Yoshio's pranks and stupid stunts. Which is why he made sure to keep eye contact with her as he asked them the one question he absolutely needed to know. "How did you get my address?" He stared down Asato, even while Yoshio continued to loudly blubber and fuss over him as dramatically as possible while making sure Izuku was actually all right. "Class Prez has access to all of our files, including yours, Midori," she said, smirking a bit. Izuku just groaned. This has to be what Shinso meant when he said his older siblings were gremlin monsters. Why did Izuku get stuck with a bunch of gremlin monsters too? Because your gremlin brain called out to them, knife. That was not needed, first. Izuku sassed back, withholding the urge to glare when Banjo started laughing. Izuku was not paid enough to deal with this. Well, you look okay, Yoshio mused, probably to himself as he let go of Izuku and hummed. Maybe the hospital made it out to sound worse than it was? Izuku felt like banging his head through a wall and knocking himself out so he could ignore these idiots. Is this what Aizawa-sensei feels when he deals with Izuku and Shinsu's antics? Izuku is going to have to write an apology letter if this is what Aizawa-sensei feels all the goddamn time. Hospital records don't seem like something Umamoto could get from my files. Izuku stated, looking back at Asato. She merely shrugged and smiled a bit sheepishly. It's their fault for not protecting their patients' records better. Izuku is going to rip out his hair. She hacked into the hospital records to see if he was all right? Seriously? Izuku might have to hold a pity party for Shinso if he has to deal with anything like this on a daily basis. Seems like you're okay, but I don't trust it. Yoshio cheered happily, ignoring the crisis Izuku was going through. Let's watch a movie or something. You want pizza tonight? Izuku furrowed his eyes and looked at Yoshio. Really looked at him. Izuku came to the conclusion that his opinion didn't matter and opened the door wider for Yoshio, finally deciding that he should just go along with whatever they wanted to do. Kami, those are going to be long apology letters when Izuku gets around to writing them. He just nodded and rolled his eyes at the cheering Yoshio was doing as he took off his shoes and followed Izuku into the apartment once he closed the door. You're really all right? Kawamura asked as he sat down and got comfortable on the couch. Izuku smiled a bit towards her and softened his eyes. He couldn't be mad that they decided to check in on him, since they seemed to be that concerned with his health. Even if he saw no point to this. I promise I'm fine, Kawamura-chan. Just a bit of quirk exhaustion and my shoulder already got healed by Recovery Girl this morning. He said, trying to placate whatever Kawamura was worried about. It seemed like that was the right thing to say, since she softly smiled back at him and got back to fighting with her twin over who would get to sit in the chair next to the couch. Quickly, while the twins were still fighting, Hasegawa and Umamoto flanked him on the couch and stared at him. Izuku just sunk back into the couch and groaned when Hasegawa grinned at him. So, you got beat to hell and back? She asked. It was interesting to hear since Izuku knew it wasn't malicious, just her own way of asking what the hell happened for him to get such a bad case of quirk exhaustion and why he was the one who got so hurt when the rest of his classmates made it through relatively okay. Izuku just sighed, though his fake exasperation was ruined when he grinned. Basically, although I nailed a villain with a knife. Izuku frowned at himself as he thought about it. I lost that knife. That was a pretty good knife too. Hasegawa just blinked at him before snorting, covering her mouth with her hand as she smiled, while Umamoto seemed confused. Izuku, Umamoto started, tilting their head just so and furrowing their eyebrows just a bit as they tried to comprehend what he just said. Are you more disappointed in losing your knife than being attacked? Izuku just shrugged, which seemed to be the wrong reaction since Hasegawa and Asato doubled over laughing while Umamoto frowned at him and the twins were staring with wide eyes. I mean, it was a nice knife. Hasegawa just laughed harder as Asato started wheezing. And, I mean, yeah, I was mad when they came, but that was mostly because of what they did to Aizawa-sensei. Suddenly, their laughter died down and Izuku sighed, noticing he had everyone's attention. Did you guys, want to hear the whole story? He asked. Umamoto patted his thigh as Hasegawa spoke. You don't owe us anything. You don't have to tell us shit. She's right, but it might help you sort out your emotions if you talk about it ninth. Nana said while a hum of approval from first. Yeah, but I'd like to tell you guys. You know, if you wanted to know dash. Sounds good, Midori. Yoshio said, smiling at Izuku from across the living room and sat down in front of the coffee table. I just ordered the pizza, so it'll be here when the story is over. Izuku smiled a little at that announcement and refrained from giggling as he watched everyone settle down and get ready for story time. The twins seemed to give up on fighting for the chair and were squished together sitting in it. Umamoto turned more towards him while Hasegawa sat cross-legged, facing him. Asato sat herself down, right next to Yoshio, so they were both across from Izuku. And then Izuku took a deep breath and started his tale. He honestly did feel much better once he finally said everything out loud. Like there wasn't such a huge burden of failure and nerves just sitting along his shoulders anymore with malicious intent to weigh him down. Though, that was probably due to his classmates' reactions. Yoshio was gasping and holding his hand over his heart like he hadn't read the police files and had no idea what happened. Asato called him out on his dramatics as soon as he started, but he would not stop, and Izuku spent a few, 10 minutes freaking out once he found out. The rest of his classmates found it hilarious. It was pretty funny to watch Hasegawa try to cover her laughter with loud and obnoxious coughs when Izuku spoke about blowing up the ship with his classmate in detail with an excited grin plastered on his face, completely ignoring the blank look of horror and resignation coming from Umamoto. And Asato seemed a bit too amused when he explained that he had thrown his knife in a panic and hit the villain in their forearm, pouting throughout that part of the story as he told the harrowing tale of him losing his knife. And then Umamoto was quite obviously using their quirk on Izuku as he got to the hard part. They asked and he honestly wanted to make sure he wouldn't flip out or cry again, so he said yes, and went about explaining how angry he felt when he heard the handy villain call for that monster to kill his teacher. They were obviously manipulating his emotions so he wouldn't get that angry again, especially when he explained that he found a new way to use his quirk and it was controlled by his anger. He would have cried if they hadn't been doing that when he said that he thought Aizawa-sensei had died during the attack. Izuku didn't see everyone's eyes narrow and Umamoto determinedly nodded towards Asato, who nodded back. He had no idea his classmates were planning on destroying the sheet out of any other villain that made Izuku feel like this again. What their youngest classmate doesn't know won't hurt him, they'll make sure of it. So, Yoshio started slowly, staring at Izuku like he was a confusing puzzle, although he still had a bright grin on his face. That means you're OP now, right? The twins laughed at that. Kawamura laughed softly into her hand as Kitagawa cackled loudly, breaking the heavy tension that had fallen into the living room once he finished explaining that he only knew what happened up until the monster was punched out of the USJ since he had passed out right after. Izuku just rolled his eyes in response to that question, although he was thankful at the response his other classmates seemed to have. Because, sure, the quirk is OP, but Izuku is definitely not. Our quirk is a part of you and you are a part of it. Do not belittle yourself because of the quirk you possess. And that was Nana. Izuku couldn't help but question it all though. It wasn't actually his, like other quirks are for them, nor would he be able to get any outside help over this, so he had absolutely no idea what he was doing with a powerhouse of a quirk that has already hit singularity. He didn't even know if he would have even made it into UA and heroics without one for all, depressing as it is to admit. Izuku wasn't allowed to think too much about that though, because the pizza had just arrived and Asato went to get it with Yoshio, probably hoping to make sure the interaction would be short and sweet since Yoshio has a tendency to try and make friends with everyone he could, which could take a while from what Izuku has seen and heard. The two of them came back with more than enough pizza boxes and splayed them out on the coffee table while Hasegawa turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, trying to find something mildly entertaining to watch. Izuku just rolled his eyes fondly when he realized Kawamura had gotten up, rummaged through his kitchen, and came back with a handful of napkins for them all. And then, Hasegawa put on the stupidest movie Izuku could have ever spent his time watching, Sharknado. Apparently there were 6 of these movies just floating around, waiting to be watched and laughed at and force people's eyes and ears to bleed out from the sheer amount of cringe coming from the screen. So that's exactly what Izuku and his classmates did, minus the blood of course, though Kitagawa looked like he was crying with laughter at one point. Yoshio was running commentary about the movie, constantly sending the twins into bouts of hysterical cackles as they watched. Hasegawa was complaining about their choice in weapons, like she wasn't the one to recommend this series and could have found something better than what was playing. Asato kept frowning and dramatically groaning at the horribly done CGI during the action shots and grumbling about the terrible lighting. Umamoto was stuck in a constant state of being overly exasperated with the movie and laughing their lungs out anytime the actors seemed confused about what was happening themselves, like they weren't the ones doing this movie. As for Izuku himself, Well, he just resigned himself to watching the worst movie he's ever seen with classmates he would probably kill for at this point. Izuku ate the pizza Umamoto had, not so subtly, pushed over in his direction and smiled to himself, basking in whatever this warm feeling was. He couldn't place it, and he didn't really want to call the feeling coming home, but that's what it felt like. As if he had been on the longest vacation of his life and finally came back, full of happiness and celebration and excitement and warmth. And he extended their invitation to last the night once the movie came to a close and everyone seemed disappointed in the idea of leaving. So, for the rest of the night, they laughed and enjoyed their time together. With Yoshio coming up behind Izuku and giving him a shoulder rub to try and work out the residual tension left in his body, and Kitagawa started running commentary alongside Yoshio, sending the both of them into fits of laughter so loud that Hasegawa seemed tempted to pause the godforsaken movie. And then he went and grabbed all the blankets and pillows he could find, letting everyone grab what they wanted to be comfortable, and sat back down in between Hasegawa and Umamoto, relaxing at the sounds of horrible acting and annoying shark noises. Izuku fell asleep, wondering how selfish it would be to want this feeling to stay. Izuku woke up with the worst crick in his neck and beautiful smells of coffee and food being made in the kitchen, sounds of soft laughter ringing through his ears. He panicked for a second before he opened his eyes and took in the state of his living room, finally remembering he had let a few of his overly protective classmates stay the night with him as he looked at all of the pillows strewn about and the odd blanket hanging over the back of the couch or laid out on the floor. Someone had shut off the TV, though Izuku couldn't see the remote, and there was a nest of blankets underneath his coffee table, making Izuku wonder just who decided sleeping under a table would be a good idea. Izuku was knocked out of his family room analysis when he suddenly heard Yoshio snickering at something Komura was saying and smiled to himself. He yawned loudly and stumbled off the couch in a blind search for the coffee he could smell, uncaring of the scene he was probably making just by trying to walk in a straight line to his kitchen. Izuku and Mornings never truly agreed with one another, though he has no choice but to greet it like an old friend most days. He heard a few snickers, but he wasn't going to deal with whatever someone had done just yet and made his way around the last stray pillow and into the kitchen. Squinting, he grabbed a mug and poured himself some coffee before fumbling around for the sugar and finally taking a sip. After a dramatic sigh, he finally blinked himself into awareness and decided to focus on who was in the kitchen. Grocery bags surrounded the twins, who were pulling food out and putting it into his fridge and cabinets while Yoshio seemed to be in the process of making food for them all. Umamoto and Hasegawa seemed to be falling asleep at the dining table, mugs of coffee in both of their hands. Izuku could relate to their predicaments wholeheartedly, thinking about the many times he's fallen asleep in his homework down here at the table. Izuku looked around for Asato and quickly found her, fast asleep on the floor wrapped in a blanket at Hasegawa's feet underneath the table. He almost cackled to himself but refrained from doing so, since the girl seemed at peace wrapped as a burrito and hiding underneath the table. He can't help but wonder if she was the one who had slept underneath the coffee table. Izuku snorted at the memory of Aizawa-sensei in his sleeping bag and how much Asato looked like him at the moment. Grocery bags? Izuku blinked to himself and furrowed his eyebrows. Fourth actually managed to have a point with that question. Grocery bags? Izuku turned his head back to stare at the twins who were currently frozen in their movements. Kitagawa was literally standing in the fridge, placing a carton of eggs on the shelf while Komura was paused in her rifling through one of the other bags that hadn't been put away yet. He raised an eyebrow and both of them just smiled sheepishly towards him. Why? Izuku sighed, already dreading the answer. He knows how empty his apartment looks sometimes. Believe him, he does. He understands he doesn't keep his apartment stocked up with much, but he hadn't gotten the opportunity to go grocery shopping in about 2 weeks now, so he doesn't think he should get any criticism for only managing to have instant noodles in his cabinets and eggs in the fridge. Well, he also has his spkees cabinet. He refuses to run out of spkees for any reason. He does have standards. Well, we figured, ya know, Komura started, not looking excited to finish her sentence. Luckily, Kitagawa had no problem with doing so. Since we'll be here because school is out, we figured we should stock up. Izuku could only stare at the two as Yoshio chimed in. Yeah. We didn't want to use up all of your food, so we went and got as much as we thought we would need for the weekend. Izuku blinked slowly, trying to remember when he told everyone he'd be fine with them spending 2 more nights watching stupid movies with them all. Honestly, he can't say he minds the invitation all that much. The apartment does get lonely with only one person in it most of the time. Izuku is just processing all of this with confusion because no one has ever really voluntarily wanted to spend time with him outside of school obligation before. And now suddenly he's been seeking into a multi-day sleepover with his older and cooler classmates? Yeah. You can excuse Izuku for thinking that this would be completely insane and not at all a real possibility for him. Then again, they were putting away groceries for him. He would be more bothered by that fact and worried that he was burdening them, but they seemed content. Or, at least, the ones that were awake seemed to be content. And it was very true that Izuku did not have enough food, or money, for their whole group. "Hey, Midori," Asato called from her spot underneath the table, still wrapped up in her blanket. Izuku had to stifle a laugh when she brought her head up and half-heartedly glared at him, making her look like a poor intimidation of Aizawa-sensei once again. "Why yeah? Are your parents okay with this?" she asked, making Izuku freeze for a second before he forced himself to breathe. He's surrounded by people who hacked his hospital records, police records, and knew where he lived. Apparently they were easily worried and slightly protective. He'll have to be a bit smarter about this lie than he was with All Might. Kamisama 9th. Just tell someone already. Nana bemoaned. Izuku almost felt bad for her. It must SCK having to try and win an argument against a brick wall all the time. Izuku's lips quirked up the tiniest bit as he heard roaring laughter from Banjo and first ring through his head while Nana groaned. "Mostly. Well, my mom is the only one I live with, but sometimes her work calls her in to work their downtime weeks, so she's not able to be home super often." Izuku said, content with that explanation. His classmates didn't seem as content as him though, more confused than anything, so he just sighed and kept explaining. Downtimes are when the company shuts down, so a bunch of workers have to go in and make sure everything is okay before they start up again. Asato finally nodded, looking semi-satisfied with that explanation. Hasegawa still looked like she wasn't processing anything, but her coffee mug and Umamoto was completely dead to the world, with their coffee mugs still in a death grip and face firmly planted into the table as they snored softly. At least the twins looked relatively settled by that information as they continued to unpack everything they'd brought. Yoshio didn't seem to buy it, but at least he turned away from Izuku and started working on the food again, and Izuku stared at his back. He let himself slip off into a blissful state he liked to call no thoughts land, where he sipped his coffee and watched as his classmates made themselves right at home in Izuku's little, lonely apartment. They filled his morning with so much more warmth than they did last night, which he didn't think would be possible, and now he was contemplating asking them to hang out outside of school more often. He almost didn't want them to go back home after this weekend was up. Izuku frowned at himself and looked down at his coffee. Those thoughts felt dangerous for some reason, and he really didn't want to figure out that reason anytime soon. Izuku couldn't deny it. He was hungry and Yoshio was a fantastic chef. That combination led to Izuku trying and failing to ignore the smells coming from the right of him as he worked on his coffee, occasionally moving out of the way as Hasegawa or Umamoto came over to refill their mugs. It was mortifying when Hasegawa came up for more coffee and patted his head as she poured a new cup and stirred in some sugar, but he got used to it after her third cup. Soon enough, Izuku was sneaking behind Yoshio as if he was the one with the chameleon quirk and grabbed a piece of bacon and quickly shoved it into his mouth before Yoshio could even protest. There was an awkward bout of silence while Yoshio stared at Izuku in disbelief, not breaking eye contact. And then Izuku slowly started chewing on his food, lips quirking up into a sheepish smirk as Asato and the twins started laughing at the whole exchange. Yoshio was obviously trying to hold in his laughter, though that wasn't working well, as he continued to stare at Izuku before he shook his head. "Fine little Midori," Yoshio said with a smirk as he seasoned the eggs. "Just you wait." Izuku absolutely hated the look on his classmate's face. He didn't want to wait. He didn't want anything to happen to him at all. Yoshio finally served breakfast with everyone looking much more awake than they had been earlier this morning. Izuku couldn't help himself as he guarded his food and glared at Yoshio anytime he came too close to Izuku during breakfast. Since Yoshio decided to sit next to Izuku, this happened fairly often. As in, often enough that Asato had 5 too many pictures on her phone that featured Izuku glaring like an angry kitten whenever Yoshio moved his hand too quickly in Izuku's direction. Izuku could only hope and pray she wouldn't send those to anyone else. After breakfast, once they had all settled back out in the living room with cups of coffee and soft smiles, Izuku's phone started ringing. Without looking at it, he just answered and said, "Hello." "Hey, Midoriya." Shinsu's voice came through, dragging the end of his name as he spoke. Almost immediately after the boy had spoken, Izuku's face went red. Because his older classmates were staring at him. And grinning. Oh my Jesus. He's going to have to run away and become a hermit in the mountains to escape this, isn't he? Oddly enough, after that thought, all of the vestiges started laughing hard and he could physically feel the pout coming from. Fourth. Interesting reaction. He'll have to figure that out once he's out of the danger zone. Shinso, what's up? Izuku responded, trying to not sigh when Asato and Yoshio leaned in closer so they could hear who he was talking to. Midoriya. He heard Kaori's voice ring through, chipper despite the subtle prank threats Shinso was muttering into the phone. We wanted to know how you were doing. Izuku smiled to himself, a bit happy that he had so many people concerned for his health like this. They all seemed worried, but no one was coddling him or anything, so it felt kinda nice for once. I'm fine, Kaori-chan, Izuku said as he waved a hand in the air like he could get rid of her worries with such a gesture. And besides, I've got my, classmates. Yoshio here. The boy exclaimed as he picked Izuku's phone out of his hands and switched it to speakerphone. I'm one of Midoriya's classmates. We're making sure he's all taken care of. Say, who was the other boy on the line? Oh, Kaori said, a teasing tone in her voice. Izuku groaned. That would be my brother, Midoriya's friend. Izuku looked at the phone with furrowed eyebrows, very confused about why she had said, friends, like that. The vestiges just laughed at him from inside the void and he fought the urge to pout. Oh. Yoshio responded back, the same teasing tone in his voice. Izuku groaned dramatically and threw himself onto the couch, ignoring his senpai's giggles. Well, how interesting. Izuku groaned again, burying his face into the pillow behind him and ignored everyone around him, including the laughing vestiges. Yoshio must have switched the phone call off of the speakerphone since the next thing Izuku heard was, Alright. You have a promise from Class 2B that will take care of him and make sure he remains in one piece over the break, Shinsu-chan. Yoshio giggled and then flopped onto the couch, right onto Izuku. Izuku let the air whoosh dramatically from his lungs as he rolled off the couch with Yoshio still on his back, belatedly sending a fast prayer to Joseph and Mary for protection for the phone Yoshio may or not still have. So, Hasegawa said as she leaned down and scrunched her nose in concentration, distracting Izuku from raiding Yoshio's pockets and checking to see if his phone was all right. You have a boyfriend? Izuku felt himself turn bright red and flail himself off of Yoshio as he tried to explain his friendship with Shinso to everyone. It didn't seem to work. But, thankfully, the class was content spending the next few days watching more Sharknado, terrible idea, he has no idea why he even watched those, and playing board games with each other while forgetting about that phone call with his friend. On more than one occasion, Izuku had to put a game away quickly before someone broke the board or one of the pieces ended up through the TV screen. He already figured Hasegawa would be competitive, but he was not ready for Kawamura to match the other girl's determination. It was boring and relaxing, all at the same time. By the time Sunday rolled around, everyone had gotten much closer than Izuku thought were possible, that may be due to the amount of hacking they had done, bonding activity, Midori, I like it. Yoshio had said, and they all looked for Aizawa-sensei's records, mostly to make sure the doctor hadn't lied to Izuku at all. He didn't think he'd be calling any of them by their given names so soon, but as Yoshio walked out the door, with one last hug given to Izuku, he called out to him. See, call me Izuku, you guys. His friends? All smiled at him and confirmed that they would do so, and Yoshio dramatically pretended to wipe tears from his eyes as he hugged Izuku again. Izuku just grumbled out, "I'll see you tomorrow, Naoko-kun," as he wiggled out of the other boy's space, giggling to himself when Naoko pouted as he walked out the door again. Izuku spent Sunday night relaxing, cleaning up his apartment to the best of his ability and trying to get back into the headspace for school. Goddamn, he doesn't even want to guess who would be subbing in for Aizawa-sensei as he recovers from his injuries. Hopefully they can handle Class 1A. Accused Russian spy allegedly steals sensitive information. Written by Curious and Company. A suspected Russian intelligence officer who was arrested last year after allegedly trying to infiltrate the International Heroes Court, otherwise known as IHC, was spotted in Japan gathering information on Japan's foreign policy before her cover was blown, according to court documents filed Friday. Annika Shimura Cherkasov, who lived under the alias Emi Midoriya, was charged in the Japanese District Court for the district of Kasumigaseki for acting as an illegal agent of a Russian intelligence service while she worked in Tokyo for the past 4 years. She also stands to face several fraud charges. Cherkasov has been imprisoned in Laos for fraud since her arrest last month. Russia has been trying to extradite her, claiming that she is wanted in Russia for narcotics trafficking. The PSIA suspects Russia is using the narcotics charges as a cover in order to bring their spy home. See more on page. Izuku groaned as he rolled out of bed and flopped down onto the floor, doing his best to ignore the alarm going off. "Ninth, what are you doing? It's finally training day. Get up," first announced, his grin evident in his voice. Izuku just groaned again and rolled over to his closet, still on the floor, and stared up at his uniform before sighing. He finally got off the floor and hopped into his school clothes before looking around for his book bag. Once he was all finished with his morning routine and on the train, he let himself sag into his seat and glance over at different news headlines to see if something could catch his interest. "Hey," Shinso said, sliding into the seat right next to Izuku. Izuku grinned towards him and looked him up and down a few times, more than happy to see his friend physically all right. "Hey, Shinso." Izuku let himself cheer out his friend's name a bit. Izuku watched as Shinso took a deep breath and glanced around before saying, "Hitoshi." Izuku blinked owlishly and Shinso sighed. "Call me Hitoshi, Midoriya." "Sheet." "Oh sheet." First cheered. "I'm putting 10 on purple, asking 9th on a date in a month, tops." "Shut up, 5th, you know nothing of romance." "Oh, and you do 4th?" "Of course. I watched Hallmark every winter, idiot. I've got 20 for the end of the school year with little 9th. Asking." Izuku let himself scream in his mind, sighed happily when his mind was blissfully blank, and then dim and near jumped out of his seat in a panic since he just realized he never responded to his friend. "Oh, yes, of course. Hitoshi-kun." "Hitoshi-kun," Izuku said, stumbling over his words and laughing awkwardly at himself. It didn't help that the vestiges were laughing at his misfortune and Shin Hitoshi was smirking. Izuku was probably blushing enough to look like a tomato then. "9th? Are you going to keep making him call you by your family name?" Oh, Izuku might be an idiot. Thank God for Nana, or else he and the rest of the vestiges wouldn't have a working brain cell. "You can, call me Izuku. If you want to," Izuku said with a bashful grin, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Shin Hitoshi just kept smirking and said, "Thanks, Izuku. I'll keep that in mind." Was his name supposed to sound that good coming from someone else? Izuku didn't think so, but then again he wasn't thinking about all that much right now. Izuku near rolled eyes at first as he gave him part of his attention. "9th, are you just going to stare at purple all day? Or actually respond to him?" And his blush came back. Izuku will not go back to a normal face for the rest of the day. He can almost guarantee it. "Ah yeah," Izuku said awkwardly. Thankfully, Shin's Hitoshi seemed content to find the whole thing amusing instead of stupid. The rest of the train ride was spent with the two boys trying to figure out who would be taking over for Aizawa-sensei's position, since the man was in no shape to be teaching them anytime soon. They walked through the halls with small chuckles over the increasingly idiotic choices they could come up with for a substitute teacher and did their best to keep their heads down as they walked. They didn't want to be asked about the USJ by nosy students, and they certainly didn't want to deal with unneeded attention at this point. So they wandered around before classes were due to start, just talking and laughing with one another. Eventually, they made their way back to the 1A door and hesitated for only a second, waiting for the moment the bell rang. An odd thump coming from his left as Izuku went to open the door had him turning his head to see who else could possibly be out here at this moment. Any notion or intent of speaking to said person died as soon as he saw who it was and let his jaw fall open in shock. First screamed inside Izuku's head, making him grimace as he stared. "What the F-?" Izuku whispered to Hitoshi. Both boys stared, slack-jawed, as their mummy of a teacher attempted to strut through the 1A door, past Izuku and Hitoshi, even though the bandages were restricting his moments, preventing him from being overly dramatic with his return. Not that he needs more dramatics for his return. Hitoshi made a choking sound and Izuku, without looking at his friend, pointed over his shoulder and they carefully walked backwards towards their desks, never taking their attention away from Aizawa-sensei for too long. Izuku hardly even listened as his half-dead teacher tapped on the podium and attempted to get a handle on the class, who were currently shouting out their worries for their teacher, which could not have been the best way for the class to express their worry right now. "Class, settle down at once," Ida yelled, looking very close to climbing atop his desk so he could physically be above the noise level. Izuku almost wanted to see it happen, but he knew he wouldn't be able to appreciate the gesture much since he refused to stop looking at his teacher. The man looked half-dead still. And he's FING teaching them. So allow him to reiterate what the F-. At least he's not all the way dead. First said cheerily. "You're a glass half-full kind of guy, aren't you?" Fifth's disgust could be heard from a kilometer away. "If you don't want me to use my quirk, I suggest everyone calms." "Now," Aizawa-sensei said, growling out those last few words. Anyone who was out of their seats and yelling quickly shut up and found somewhere to sit within 5 seconds. Who knew Aizawa-sensei threatening his own health would be so effective? Izuku wasn't even focused on that though. He had no idea how the hospital let Aizawa-sensei walk out like that. They made sure Izuku could do everything and almost tried to keep him another night when he winced after moving his shoulder too fast. Maybe it was because he was a minor? 100 yen says he broke out of the hospital last night. Izuku sighed at fourth's comment. "You don't have 100 yen, idiot." Third scoffed. Fourth just chuckled and seemed to try and wave third off. But ninth does. Before Izuku could protest and let himself be dragged back into another vestige fight, Aizawa-sensei finally started talking. "You all did well defending yourself in the USJ. But your fight has only just begun." With that terrifying and ominous statement, Aizawa-sensei seemed to be analyzing them, looking for some emotion he wanted to see. Once Aizawa-sensei seemed satisfied with whatever he wanted to know, he nodded once and said, "UA's annual sports festival is scheduled to continue as normal. You have 2 weeks to prepare. Make the most of this." "Wait, but, sensei, what about the villains that got away?" Uraraka asked, looking panicked at the idea of dealing with more villains. Izuku didn't blame her one bit. He was still questioning why UA was going to continue with the sports festival too. Even if the villains didn't attack, they could still watch it. And Izuku wasn't fond of the idea of them knowing his name and his weaknesses. UA's security team has been doubled for the event this year. And anyone stupid enough to try and attack UA at its strongest won't give any of you trouble. Aizawa-sensei said. He sounded like he was trying to reassure them but didn't exactly know how to change the inflection in his voice to match the concern he carried. The rest of the homeroom, everyone spent their time freaking out or worrying about how they would perform. Aizawa-sensei had told them they only get 3 chances to impress someone with their skills. Izuku really didn't want to mess any of this up, so he scurried over to the clipboard on Aizawa-sensei's desk, ignored his questioning gaze, and booked a time slot for tonight in Gym Gamma. Once the bell rang, Izuku said his goodbyes to Sure Hitoshi and couldn't wipe the stupid grin off of his face, even as he walked down the halls with Aizawa-sensei. The man seemed unnaturally subdued today, though Izuku is willing to bet that it was because he shouldn't have left the hospital at this point. He knows that's true, since Aizawa-sensei's file said nothing about early release and no discharge files were in there either when he looked with Yoshio, so maybe his teacher really did escape a hospital over the weekend. Young Midoriya, All Might called out as he turned a corner they were headed towards, grinning brightly. Izuku saw Aizawa-sensei physically cringe at the yellow pinstripe suit the man was wearing, or maybe it was just his noise level, but he paid the man no attention and beamed brightly at his mentor. Would you like to join me for lunch today? Anyone who thought Izuku couldn't smile brighter than he already was quickly amended their thoughts after All Might asked him such a simple question. Izuku was doing his best to try and go about his day as normally as he possibly could, even though he was going to have lunch with All Might, his mentor. Jesus F-9th, do you ever shut up? Third muttered under his breath. Izuku rolled his eyes, knowing demon well the vestiges didn't have to deal with basic necessities and therefore were the most obnoxious people Izuku had ever met for that sole reason alone. Which means their opinion of his obnoxiousness levels automatically had no merit. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Izuku packed up his school supplies in record time and raced out the classroom, much to the amusement of Class 2B. He let himself race down corridors and skid around corners as he made his way to the empty classroom All Might had described. Let's see here. 2J. Izuku internally cheered to himself as he caught his breath next to the door. He knocked on it and awkwardly cracked the door open. He made eye contact with his mentor and smiled sheepishly towards him as he made his way inside when All Might seemed confused as to how Izuku got there so quickly. All Might seemed to physically shake himself out of his stupor and grinned at Izuku. Welcome, Midoriya-kun. Would you like some tea? Izuku nodded his consent and All Might went about preparing the tea as Izuku sat down and got comfortable across from his mentor. Once Izuku had his tea and All Might had finished pouring his mentor sighed wearily. I thought now would be a good time to explain to you the rest of the history behind One for All. All Might said, resignation weighing him down. Izuku just blinked at the man, confused about what he had said. All Might had explained the quirk's origins when he first offered it to him, didn't he? Not all of it. Ninth first said, sounding slightly awkward about this. Great. Okay. Izuku hesitantly agreed and made himself more comfortable. He sat his tea down and stared at All Might, who seemed more than reluctant to start talking. After a few long seconds, All Might sighed and began. I told you that long ago, a man with a quirk that allowed him to take and transfer quirks to others forced a quirk onto his quirkless brother. First, Izuku whispered to himself. The quirk allowed him to stockpile power within his body, but no one knew that he wasn't quirkless. He had the ability to transfer quirks. All Might glanced down at his shoes before looking back at Izuku. What I failed to tell you the first time was that All for One, the man who forced his brother to take a quirk, is the man that did this to me. Izuku gaped and All Might grimly nodded. He's hunted and taken down each of the One for All users in the past. Only I had been the one to defeat him. But now, after the events of the USJ and what the police force has been able to find out, I fear the worst. That Nomu had signs of multiple quirks and Shigaraki had bragged about the Nomu possessing shock absorption, regeneration, and something else. I don't know if this is the work of All for One or one of his lackeys coming out of hiding, but soon it will be up to us to stop them from achieving their goals. Izuku felt his resolve harden as All Might spoke to him. He knew this quirk would come with some baggage, that's just how things worked. He just had no idea how he felt about possibly fighting a very old villain that had the strength to cripple All Might so severely. Young Midoriya, this quirk, our quirk, has a long and hard history, but the bearers always did their best to protect citizens and stop villains. This quirk was something I used to show Japan and the world that I could be there for them. I used it to bring peace wherever I go, and I want the same for you. All Might suddenly turned his attention towards Izuku and he fidgeted with his nails, more than nervous about what his mentor intended on saying to him. The sports festival is an excellent time to show the world that you are going to be there for them now. My time is only getting shorter, but yours has just begun. This can be the beginning of your journey, my boy. Izuku did his best to refrain from grimacing as he listened to what All Might was asking of him and tried his best to tune back into his mentor's speech so he didn't miss anything. So I hope you can understand the importance of this event, young Midoriya. I'm excited to see what you'll accomplish. Yagi-san finished, looking oddly proud of what he just asked Izuku to use the sports festival for. Izuku blinked in disbelief at his mentor as he listened to the vestiges grumble and roll their eyes. He's glad they were all thinking along the same lines as Izuku about this. That gave him the confidence he needed to clear his throat and say what needed to be said right now. Nana muttered. All Might. Izuku hesitantly said, tilting his head down. I'm sorry, but I can't be another symbol of peace. Here's the thing. Izuku will admit that there was a time when he thought about being a big, bright beacon for people through heroics. He wanted to be a shining star, much like All Might is, and he wanted to show everyone that everyone deserved a helping hand. He used to want to be the celebrity and practice his answers for the hostess who would interview him someday, and went through great lengths to figure out how to tribute everything to All Might and his influence. Izuku used to love the idea of acting like the hero that never stopped smiling and never stopped showing people what it meant to save someone with a smile. But he couldn't justify wanting something like that anymore. He knew too much. He knew there was darkness wherever there was light. He knew the shadows grew bigger and darker when the light was brighter and higher. He had been intimately aware of all the things he wished to help fix at a young age. Izuku knows he's aware of a dark and forgotten part of society while most of the others stay ignorant to such an underground life. He had an entire notebook dedicated to civilian lives that have been lost, all because of a small difference in their genetic code. He couldn't ever give anyone peace. Izuku himself has never known the concept of peace. Of course, he didn't grow up in a war zone or anything drastic, but he's still never known a day in his life that was peaceful. His life was a minefield of figuring out how to properly socialize with kids from school to wondering why his mother always seemed to spend her every waking minute as far from him as she could get. He grew up with the chaos of figuring out life when he was supposed to be playing heroes v. villains like the rest of the kids his age. And he knows, intimately, that so many others also can't be bothered to believe in peace anymore either. It's a foreign concept to anyone who doesn't live a lavish life in the daytime. It's a word so confusing, it might as well be code for something else to anyone who lives in the underground. He remembers watching the kids with mutant quirks huddle together, oftentimes covering for one another to get away from the bullying until they could figure something else out. He remembers seeing men with tattoos covering their arms and faces looking shameful as they were denied entrance in a restaurant. He remembers seeing people who had never known peace and learned to live with it. But these people weren't without hope or want. Izuku knows for a fact that most of those people he saw want something to believe in. He knows there are people out there who can't believe without proof, and he wants to be that proof for everyone. The proof of livability for someone society tried to throw away. It's hard to get through the days when you don't know how people like you are doing. Izuku growing up quirkless meant that he knew of tragic childhoods and how to dial 110 before he learned how to properly play with a dump truck toy. Hell, he even remembered the day he learned about an underground hero who allegedly used his quirk to take away his enemy's quirks and nothing else, writing about that hero for days on end until he was sure he knew everything there was to know of the man. He wants people to know they have a chance at being saved, however that concept looks for them. Whether it's mental health services or physically being taken away from a situation, he wants them all to know they have a chance at a better life. To be completely honest, Izuku thinks he'd rather give people hope for the future, though he doesn't want to be revered the same as All Might is. His love for All Might, his mentor, will never diminish or be questioned. Izuku is certain of that much. But he isn't blind. He knows he's far from the only person in Japan that relies on All Might to smile for the cameras and promise the country that it's all okay, because he is there for them. He knows Japan relies on All Might for almost everything. He couldn't imagine doing that himself when everyone in Class 1A are going to be strong and amazing heroes that will be more than capable of becoming their own symbols for people across Japan. That's why he couldn't ever imagine himself becoming completely like All Might. His mentor is amazing, but it was coming time for a new kind of dynamic to take over the heroics industry. And the more Izuku thought about it, the more he realized that that's what he wanted to do when he became a hero. So, with his eyes still averted from All Might's, Izuku let himself speak again. I can't be another symbol of peace because I won't ever be able to honestly achieve that for citizens. Peace, that was a concept that was needed when you first became a hero. But now, I think it's time Japan is given it, a different kind of symbol to look up to. Izuku took a deep breath and squeezed his eyes shut when All Might hummed to himself. He really didn't want to speak against what his mentor wanted for him, but this was important. Very important. To them and the future. I'm afraid I don't quite understand yet, young Midoriya, All Might said. He sounded kind enough, like he wasn't secretly plotting on taking one for all back from him. And he knew, instinctively, that All Might would never do such a thing to him. So, with another deep breath, Izuku continued. It's just, peace is a great concept, but right now we need, we need more. You are amazing for Japan, but, soon Japan is going to need more, more symbols and strong heroes to look up to. I don't know what other heroes want to, be for citizens, but I want to bring hope. Izuku opened his eyes and stared at his shoes as he thought about how to word this part. For me, I had to see a lot of, death. Unnecessary and young deaths, to be exact. And I wanted to give people a chance to find help. It doesn't really matter how I could help them, I just want them to know they have someone to lean on. Izuku sighed. I already have plans to honor a few people and their fallen hopes and dreams. They deserve that much, at the very least, but in order to truly provide the hope I want to then, I need to work both underground and limelight heroics. That's the best way I can, provide hope for people, and I can't give that goal up to become a revered and lone symbol. I'm sorry, All Might. I can't represent peace like you did. It was silent in the room once Izuku finished speaking. He refused to look up to see his mentor, but he could imagine the disappointment written all over his face anyway. He didn't really need to see it to know it would be there. He knew he might have just ruined everything between them, and now he would be regarded as an annoyance to the man, or even worse, All Might could just drop him and then Izuku would be stuck with no one to talk to about the mystery of a quirk that is one for all. Izuku swallowed back the lump in his throat and discreetly wiped at his nose, doing his best to refrain from sniffling. He really didn't want to break down here in front of someone who was probably already frustrated with him. I see. The final lunch bell rang as All Might finally responded, and Izuku awkwardly pointed over his shoulder towards the door behind him, glancing up from his shoes to make sure his mentor saw him before picking up his stuff and near bolting out of the room. As soon as the door slid shut, Izuku held his face in his hands and walked slowly back towards Aizawa-sensei's homeroom, very much not looking forward to today's lesson in foundational heroics, whatever it turned out to be. Izuku took the vents on the way back. He couldn't help it, okay? The vents were calling his name. It was quiet and no one could ask him what was wrong up here. He also just needed somewhere to recharge for a second. That was a lot. He didn't really want to fight the big bad supervillain no one knew existed. He was absolutely curious to know about how someone who had lived for so long went under the radar as far as he did. And his quirk. All for One's quirk was fascinating to Izuku. He wanted to know more, even though he knew the vestiges would likely beach him out if he ever indulged too far in those thoughts. But All for One seemed to be considered the modern boogeyman, and Izuku could let some of his curiosity die because of that fact. He didn't want to dig too far, only to find himself stuck in a rabbit hole. Besides, if All Might and his team couldn't figure out more than Izuku was told, he's sure he wouldn't be able to find anything else of importance. Izuku winced as loud shouts of excitement flooded through the vents and carefully maneuvered around the grate to avoid making noise as he continued on. He definitely couldn't handle being in the hallways right now. Izuku slid around a corner and crept down to where he assumed the vents ran down the walls to connect themselves to the other systems. Ninth, that's a dark hole up ahead, Fourth warned, pointing out the obvious. Izuku let himself roll his eyes as he positioned himself to hover over it. Yes, that would be correct. Ninth, Izuku lowered his legs into the and let enough one for all flow around him to light up the dark vent, doing his best to completely ignore first. Izuku grinned to himself and placed his feet out in front of him to hold himself as he moved his hands by his sides. Slowly, he began making his way down, only letting himself use one for all when he wasn't moving. He wasn't sure if Nezu knew about Izuku's tendency to use the vents to get around the school, but he didn't want to be kicked out for damaging them. He was not going to risk losing his best means of transportation. Soon enough, Izuku got close enough to the end of the downward vent and dropped the rest of the way, landing expertly on silent feet. Wait, could we make this sheet part of his underground training? Sixth asked out. Third seemed to grin at that, no doubt thinking of ways to kill Izuku and force him to crawl a lap in here or something to that effect. Izuku let himself sigh a bit and wander back through the vents. They were surprisingly clean on the first floor, which just made Izuku think that Nezu knew for certain that he tended to use the vents as a reliable means of transportation. Either that or Nezu himself used these vents to get around. Neither possibility would surprise him at this point. Izuku made his way back to the classroom quickly, not really feeling like spending any extra time to just wander around. Eventually, he was just hovering over the vent grate above Todoroki's desk and sighed to himself as he looked down into the noisy classroom. He really didn't want to deal with so many people after such an awkward and hard conversation with All Might. Ninth, it's good to have those conversations, Nana assured him. The most difficult conversations are often the most fruitful. Izuku nodded to himself, silently agreeing with her. He felt like a weight had been lifted off his chest now that his future plans were out in the open now. Sure, he was scared and nervous to know what All Might thought about it all, but he also felt at peace with this. If his mentor was disappointed in him for wanting a different future than what he envisioned, then Izuku is going to have to figure out how to help him see the benefits or be forced to make sure All Might doesn't have too much influence over his life from now on. Izuku hopes All Might can at least be reteachable if that's the case. He would never want to abandon his hero, even if they didn't agree on certain things. Izuku shook his head and looked back at the grate that was next to him. He needed to think about all this later. He was not in the mood to be caught by Aizawa-sensei like this today. Carefully, he popped out the grate and caught the back end of it, following the same thing as last time before flipping it over and silently laying it against the ceiling tile to the left. He swung his feet out and let them hang out of the ceiling for a few moments before he grabbed the sides of the opening and slowly lowered himself down, so he was hanging from his hands. He quickly tucked his hips to be behind his feet and aimed from Todoroki's desk, dropping quickly. Landing on the ball of his feet, Izuku sprung up and danced off of his friend's desk. Were they friends? Izuku didn't know, and nodded towards the boy, who slowly blinked and nodded back towards him. Once they finished greeting each other, Izuku ran off and slid into his seat, startling Hitoshi, who seemed to be having a staring contest with the door. He watched his friend look between him and the door a few times before finally, looking over towards the vent cover and groaning a little bit. "The vents?" Hitoshi questioned, sounding more than a bit exasperated. The bell rang just then and Izuku grinned while sending him a shrug as he turned to face the front of the class. The door was shoved open and Aizawa-sensei stalked in, looking ready to murder someone. Maybe he didn't nap during lunch? "Kami-sama, we're all gonna die," first yelled out as soon. Izuku refrained from rolling his eyes and focused on the lecture Aizawa-sensei was trying to give them. Thankfully, the gods, Nezu, seemed to be content to leave him alone for the day, and the vent cover was not moved during Aizawa-sensei's lecture. That was a good thing too, since even the most rambunctious classmates were calmer than usual, probably doing their best not to push their teacher too far, and they all wind up with detention or something equally terrible, like death. Once the bell rang, Aizawa-sensei ordered them to grab their gym uniforms and meet him inside Gym Beta for their practical lesson. With more of a bounce in his step than before, Izuku let himself walk with a soft smile and recounted how dramatic Yoshinaoko had been when he bounded through the door. Todoroki slid up next to Izuku sometime as he was speaking about all of this, though Izuku did scurry off to the stalls so he could get changed as soon as he saw them. As quickly as he could, Izuku raced back out into the locker room and stood near Todoroki awkwardly, waiting for Hitoshi to emerge. Once his friend emerged, Izuku beckoned him over and the three walked silently out of the locker room. In the gym, sparring mats were set out with Aizawa-sensei standing in the middle of the oval he had created. Once the entire class came out, he began to speak. In heroics there will come a time where your quirk will not be enough. You need to learn to fight without it. Even if you plan on being a rescue hero or support hero, there is a possibility you will find yourself in a close combat fight. Quirkless spars are done to give you all an edge in the field. So, choose a partner and find a mat. All at once, the class burst into noise. Izuku looked over at Hitoshi only to find his friends staring right back at him and smiled. They walked to the mat that seemed to be the top of the oval and stood across from each other, off the mat for now. Today is strictly so I can learn your baseline skills and teach you from there. These are not fights, this is training. Izuku thought he might have imagined the way Aizawa-sensei was focusing intently over towards Kaken's direction, but he wasn't sure. There are no wins or losses today. I am merely observing you all. Do not use your quirks or do your best to keep them out of the fight, and I will correct you as you go. Begin. Not even 10 minutes in, Izuku fed up and pushed too much momentum into a fiend punch, catching Hitoshi in the stomach and knocking his friend down. Oh sure, crap. Izuku let himself freak out as Hitoshi hit the mat, hard, and a low groan came from him as Izuku scurried over to him. Are you okay, Hitoshi-kun? Izuku peered down at his friend, who was still, dramatically, groaning about his back or spleen or something. Izuku let himself wince. He wasn't aiming to hurt Hitoshi or anything. It was purely an accident that he ended up putting a bit too much strength into the throw. Hitoshi looked up at him and, with another dramatic ow-wow, he moved his hand up, like Izuku was supposed to do something with that. Help him up, you idiot! First laughed out. Izuku flushed and grabbed Hitoshi's hand. Instead of being the one to move Hitoshi though, Hitoshi pulled Izuku down to the ground with him with a bright grin. He let his reflexes kick in and moved his hands to catch him before he could fall into Hitoshi. The loud smacking sound of Izuku's hand landing right next to Hitoshi's head and near his hip seemed to shock the other boy. Hitoshi seemed to be looking at Izuku oddly as he rolled his eyes at Hitoshi's antics, even while his heart beat faster than he thought was healthy. He couldn't really put a finger on it, but the look in his friend's eye felt different than usual as he held himself up above him. It was honestly kinda interesting to see Hitoshi under Izuku. He kinda really liked it. The ninth, Kamisama. Fourth yelled out as the other vestiges yelled out their own protests as well. Stop it. Izuku ignored them all and stared down at the boy beneath him, smirking a bit when he realized Hitoshi seemed to be blushing. Apparently he didn't think this one through all the way. Izuku let himself lower his head and grinned as he whispered softly into Hitoshi's ear, "What's wrong, Hitoshi-kun?" He slid his other hand closer to Hitoshi's hip and let himself grin wildly when he heard Hitoshi's breath catch. That was such an interesting reaction. Izuku wants to know if he could cause more. Hitoshi awkwardly cleared his throat and Izuku made sure to pull back enough to look into his lavender eyes so he could see Hitoshi's face as he tried to explain this away. Before he could say anything though, Izuku heard First's protests cut off suddenly and paled rapidly at the implications. Quicker than he thought possible, Izuku wrenched himself upwards and grabbed Hitoshi's arms, pulling the other boy up with him. Immediately, Izuku started fussing over Hitoshi's back and arms while prodding at his stomach area, since he said something about a spleen earlier. He wasn't sure where it was, but it sounded like an organ one would find near their stomach, so he kept his focus there. Hitoshi didn't seem to understand what was happening at first, but Izuku angled his body far enough to the left that Hitoshi could finally see what Izuku knew was behind him. Aizawa-sensei, his red eyes, a floating scarf, and a dark glare, all pointed in their direction. Hitoshi paled alongside Izuku and stuttered through the act along with Izuku. They're both idiotic disasters. I think it's called gay disaters, First. That's what I said, Fourth. It took everything within Izuku to refrain from sighing out loud and ignore the vestiges when his quirk was returned to him since, from what it sounded like, Kirishima accidentally hardened himself against an attack coming from Wajiro, and Aizawa-sensei seemed to have turned his attention towards that. Izuku let some tension from his shoulder drop and looked at Hitoshi again, grinning a bit at himself. He couldn't lie, he really liked seeing Hitoshi like that. What? Hitoshi prompted Izuku. He just shook his head, grin still intact, and moved back towards the edge of the mat. He couldn't very well tell his friend that he looked good underneath him. Or that he looked nice with a blush. That's just asking to get a restraining order filed against him. Even though Izuku seemed to be suffering from a permanent case of embarrassment from their earlier spar and Hitoshi tended to distract Izuku during class with his blushes and side eyes, Izuku felt like the rest of class was really nice. He learned more than he thought he would, though maybe he shouldn't say that out loud near Aizawa-sensei. That sounded a bit insulting and he doesn't really have a death wish or anything. Once class ended and Izuku brushed off Hitoshi and promised him he didn't need to wait for Izuku tonight so they could walk together to the train station. Though, he did promise his friend he would text him as soon as he made it home. He grinned to himself and waltzed over to the gym he had scheduled to be his for the evening. As dramatically as he possibly could, Izuku swung open the gym doors and strutted his way over to a bench off to the left side and started pulling at his tie. "All right," Izuku said out loud, dropping his bag by the bench, smiling fondly at the giddiness he could feel coming from the vestiges. "Let's get started. Ninth, this is the 12th time you've died. Move it." Izuku grumbled to himself and nearly rolled his eyes at Third's comment but jumped up and over the wall before running around the track once again, scoping out new and better places to duck under in the obstacle course. They had been running through the obstacle course in the gym Izuku had booked for 2 hours at this point. They were playing a game where Izuku had to try and find increasingly hard hiding spots while simultaneously trying hard not to let any of his thoughts reach the vestiges, or his favorite method, think too fast for them to understand. And every time someone found him, Izuku had to leave his hiding spot, run a lap around the upper track, and then come back to do it all over again. Ninth, you're not an elephant. Stop running like one. Izuku let himself groan out loud at that comment from 6th and ignored the snickering coming from 3rd and 4th. "Hey Ninth," 4th called out. "Knees beneath the hips, shorter strides, and land softer. We'll work on making you land on the ball of your feet later." Izuku tiredly grinned to himself and focused on running the way 4th described, elated when he seemed to actually be running quieter than normal, even though he was pretty sure running on the ball of his feet would help out more. He'll have to build up his stamina for that kind of running though. He feels like he's using completely different muscles to run compared to what he usually does during his morning runs. "Can we pick on his breathing techniques yet?" 6th asked, more like whining but whatever. "Shut up 6th. You're doing great 9th. 1st cheered him on, though it felt a bit sarcastic but Izuku will take what he can get for now. As he ran around the track, Izuku heard the gym door open and slam shut. A few seconds later he heard the familiar booming voice of his mentor. "Young Midoriya, are you here?" "Yeah." Izuku let himself yell out and hopped over the track railing, letting 2% of 1 for all flow around him as he landed and grinned up towards his mentor. "Kamisama, Ninth. Look at that poor man. He looks like he just got a heart attack from that little display." 1st admonished Izuku. He did his best to ignore the vestiges and their complaints about training being cut short and smiled towards All Might. Upon seeing the grin on his mentor's face, he finally felt 10 times better than he had after lunch. He wasn't sure if he offended All Might or not by describing what he planned to do in heroics and how it looked different from the vision All Might obviously had going. But the man seemed relaxed almost, which made Izuku feel a bit more relaxed, even if he was in trouble for talking back to an adult in such a way during lunch. "Young Midoriya." All Might cheered, straightening his posture as he did so. Izuku worried that might hurt his back when he did so. He really needs to speak to Recovery Girl about this stuff soon. "Hey All Might," Izuku said, much more subdued. He smiled awkwardly towards his mentor and the man seemed to deflate a bit. "I wish to speak with you again, young man." Izuku worried his bottom lip for a moment before All Might quickly waved his hand back and forth and his eyes widened. "I just needed to hear more from you about what you want your future to be. You're brilliant and I'd like to listen to the rest of your plans." Izuku's eyes watered, and he felt his lip tremble a bit before he dragged a shaky breath in and nodded hastily. His mentor was so nice. "I've told you before, young Midoriya," All Might seemed to admonish fondly. Izuku grinned sheepishly when his mentor turned to look at him. "I'm just showing you basic respect." All Might is so kind he doesn't seem to know his behavior wasn't basic respect or common decency. He's such a wonderful mentor to him. With a heavy sigh, All Might sat down at the bench near the entrance and Izuku perched himself on the other side, facing his mentor. So Dash. I wanted Dash. Oh, hee hee. Izuku awkwardly laughed as they spoke over one another. He rubbed the back of his neck as All Might stared at him. He seemed to be thinking of something as he opened and closed his mouth a few times before he sighed. I suppose I just wanted to know what you were wanting to bring to heroics, young Midoriya. I truly enjoy knowing what your plans are. Izuku smiled and felt his eyes mist over, mentally willing himself not to cry at the consideration and genuine curiosity coming from his mentor. He sniffed a bit and nodded as he tried to get his thoughts in order. Well, where would you like me to start? He asked, looking over to see All Might grinning. Wherever it began, young Midoriya. Izuku matched his grin and popped up from his seat on the bench, using a bit of one for all to race over towards the opposite door and grabbed his backpack before racing back over. A bit breathlessly, Izuku unzipped his bag and began. I think, well, obviously everything has a beginning, but mine seemed to happen in middle school. He pulled out his quirk analysis notebook, number 14, before continuing. I knew I wanted to be a hero, one that could save everyone, but in middle school, I learned what I actually wanted to do. He began drawing out a few of the warehouses towards the outer edge of the city and explained, in detail, why he was choosing such locations for the multitude of small businesses that he wanted to open for the public. He walked All Might through why he was so focused on being a hero for the community first. And All Might asked questions. He was as engaging and excited about this as Izuku was. More than once, Izuku had to stop and breathe, forgetting to stop talking until he was literally gasping for breath, much to the amusement of his mentor. They spoke for more than an hour about all of Izuku's ideas for Japan and the change he wanted to bring while encouraging his classmates to use their platform to do so as well. Then, during a lull in the conversation, All Might grinned, a bit feral, Izuku will admit, and asked, well, would you like to test one for all while I'm here? And Izuku grinned right back. It was finally time.